The Soul Sacrifice. Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 6. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead.
Chapter 1. Liam. Running from a rolling boulder wasn't exactly how I pictured my new year to begin, but here I was, hauling ass to avoid being completely squashed under the weight of another booby trap. Second one of the day, actually. Fucking damn it, Bane! My breaths came in long gasps as I pumped my arms. The temple hallway was long and made of stone. There were no windows, and the only light we had came from a singular torch that Professor Bane was carrying. My eyes glanced everywhere for an exit, but I didn't see a spare door. The thunderous rolling of the boulder behind us grew closer and closer, picking up speed. The hallway sloped downward. Eventually, the boulder would roll faster than we could run. Bane wheezed for air. Though he was in shape from crawling around in temples lately, he was no spring chicken. Old man was starting to slow up. My eyes focused on a door at the end of the hallway. If we made it there, we could escape, though it was still 20 feet away, and the boulder was right on our heels. With a desperate glance back, I saw with horror the boulder was going to crush us any second. We didn't have time to make it to the door before the giant rock smashed us flat. My powers reached out for something, anything that could save us. Miraculously, the Tawakwa magic flowing through my veins caught something. There was an underground water system nearby, just beyond the wall that closed us in. We were in the bottom of the temple. It wasn't much, but it was our only shot. I threw my hand in front of me like I was smacking something. The wall up ahead burst. A burst of water blasted open the brick on our right side and went clear through to the left. As the wall exploded, I grabbed Bane and yanked him to the side. His torch went out as it splashed into the water. We ducked into the crevice the blast had made. The water continued to pour down through the hole I created and soaked our clothes. We had to press together as the boulder rolled by. I held my breath. The rock scuffed us and ripped my pant leg, but it didn't hurt us. I heard the rock smash against the end of the hallway with a colossal boom, shaking the walls. The water pouring from the hole I'd made trickled down the long hallway. It'd soon flood in here. Needing some reprieve, I pried Bane off and stumbled into the open space. I leaned over my knees and heaved, taking deep breaths. I heard the sound of a lighter. Bane had lit another torch from his pack and held it high so we could see. The water ebbed out of the hole, already filling up to our ankles. One more mistake. One fucking more. Looks like we triggered another Navita trap, Bane breathed. He leaned against the wall to steady himself and catch his breath. Oh, gee, no shit, I responded sarcastically. I spat and forced myself to stand up. Guess that wasn't the right way, huh? Bane narrowed his eyes. What are you implying? I'm asking if you know where you're going. I sounded frustrated, but my patience was at its limit. I'd been away from my wife and newborn for a week and a half, and it had been nothing but setting off traps and hitting dead ends with my dear old father-in-law. Of course I know where I'm going, Bane said, flustered. We can't be too far. I'd heard that one before. When we'd gotten here, Bane had accidentally found a firewall coigni trap and ended up burning his ass. His literal ass. I had to shield my eyes so I didn't have to watch him put cream on it once we were safe, as we hadn't brought any Anichi or healing familiars along. We had a week to recover after the battle in Hokil before Bane insisted getting the Azaimperiai was of absolute importance and the search had to begin right away. He told us the Azaimperiai could be found in the abandoned Anichi temple in Kinpago, the one where Sophia had summoned Shawana Harjo to discover more about the prophecy. Bane had wanted to go alone, but all of us worried if we let something as important as this be left up to Bane, something would go wrong. We'd eventually harassed him enough that he agreed to take one other person. I more or less told him it was going to be me. Lucky me, right? I sacrificed time with my daughter to be here with you, I spat. I'd ask you not to waste it. You didn't have to come, you know, Bane said resentfully. I work best on my own. I didn't trust you to come back with the Azaimperiai in one piece. I wiped my forehead. Come on, we need to keep moving. Excuse me, I am in control of this expedition, sir, Bane blustered. He didn't have control of shit. As we wandered up the sloping hallway, I took deep breaths. I'd barely had time to feel well after my fight with the task force a few weeks ago, and my magic was still weak. Not to mention running around in this crappy temple and sleeping on hard stone wasn't doing wonders for me. My body was starting to give out. It wouldn't be long before I'd be forced to return to Hokil and get some rest. We had days left to find this thing, if that. I'm going to ask you again. Are you sure this is where it is? I asked. Of course it is, Bane exclaimed. I wouldn't have brought us here if I wasn't absolutely sure. Didn't put a lot of stock in that. Let's go over what you know. You think the Azaimperiai is here because this is the only place it could be. Bane cut me off, his words an irritated jumble. The Anachi would never hide the Azaimperiai in a place that wasn't sacred. They would consider such an object revered by the ancestors and want it in a location that honored it and protected it from those who would try to steal it. And you're insistent it's in this particular temple. Correct. There are few Anachi temples left in the world, all of which I've explored, except for this one. Bane held up a finger. I've never searched this temple because I considered it ransacked by the other houses. Each house has traps set up here to prevent each other from investigating the temple, therefore most of it has already been explored. I'd believed that if the Azaimperiai was here, it had been long discovered by now. However, I had a thought. If the other houses have put their mark on this place, why wouldn't Anachi? And you think there's a hidden passage to a secret room somewhere containing it, most likely guarded by an Anachi booby trap? Yes, nothing else makes any sense. Bane sounded so confident, like he'd bet his life on us finding the Azaimperiai today. I just wanted to get the hell out of here so I could see Sophia and my kid. And what if it's in one of the temples that's either disappeared or destroyed? I asked. Bane let out a breath. Impossible. It must be here. You're going on a hunch, I argued. You have no proof. Proof? Bane exploded. Of course I have proof. The Moglin Thalassa killed is all the proof we need. Moglin was the technical term for the sea worm we'd fought in the ocean battle weeks ago. It had been a monstrous creature, hundreds of feet long, with thousands of teeth. Thalassa had defeated it, but nearly lost her life in the process. According to Bane, Moglin were supposed to be extinct, which is why the appearance of this one was so strange. They only existed in underwater reservoirs beneath blessed ground, mainly the site of Anachi temples. The rider on its back had been bonded to it and was working for the elders, which meant the creature had to come from somewhere around Kinpago. This was the only Anachi temple nearby, and Bane had a theory there was a Moglin pod in the temple near the Azaimperiai. But it was just that, a theory. We had no definitive answers. We left the hallway and entered into a giant amphitheater, one we'd been coming in and out of all week to use as a base. Bane put the torch into a holder and yanked out maps, propping them on the folding table we'd brought. I collapsed onto my cot and tried not to fall asleep. My mind whirled. We'd been here forever. Was this actually going anywhere? I heard a dragon's cry from above. It was Julian checking in. Julian was outside the temple, waiting for us to come out. He was hiding from the task force in the forest around the temple, but still it made me uneasy to keep him exposed for so long. As Bane fussed over the maps, I said, "You've looked at those a million times. It's not going to change anything." "Look, there's only one corridor we haven't tried." Bane circled the map and pointed. He walked over to me, shoving the map in my face. "That's where we have to go. If it's not there, we have nowhere else to look." Thank the ancestors. Not getting the Azaimperiai would be really shitty, but at this point, I just wanted to go home. We took another twisting hallway downward. I kept my eyes peeled, but luckily we didn't run into any booby traps. Yet. Bane noticed my impatient stature. "I understand you're in a hurry to get back to your new wife, but she'll be there," Bane went on. He made a romantic, weird sound. "I remember what it was like to be young and in the honeymoon phase." I've been with Sophia for over 2 years. On and off, granted, but never stopped loving her besides. Bane gave a psh. "Nothing when you've loved someone for a lifetime." "You've barely been back with Doya for a month." That is, if he was back with her, which I was pretty sure he was. After we'd found out Bane and Doya were Sophia's biological parents, it had all been very weird. They acted like a couple, but never really told anyone what they were. As far as I knew, the relationship didn't have any labels. Bane didn't confirm or deny. Instead, he turned to his favorite topic lately, which was blithering on about how hot Doya was. "You know, some women only get more beautiful with age. Eleanor, for example. Oh, she's like a fine wine. Her hair's the color of wine. And her thighs. Eleanor has wonderful thighs, you know. I think that's my favorite part of her." I gave a long, drawn-out sigh. Okay, I really didn't want to ask this, but you keep going on about it, and I'm done with wondering. Are you and Madame Doya hooking up again?
"What is hooking up?"
Bane adjusted his glasses, confused by the phrase. Fucking A. This guy taught college kids for ancestors' sake. "I mean, when I see her carriage parked in front of your house all the time, are you two doing unmentionable activities?" I asked. Bane's face remained blank. I face-palmed and shouted, "Sex! Are you guys banging again?" Bane frowned.
"I hardly see why it's appropriate to ask."
"Well, you keep talking about her," I said crossly. He hadn't shut up about the woman since we'd been here.
"If it's so dire to know, then yes, we are hooking up."
Bane puffed out his chest.
"And I'm happy to report I've still got it."
"Oh, fucking fantastic. Glad you float her boat." We reached the end of the hallway. It was a dead end. There was no door leading to another place. It was strange. Why would the Anachi build a passage to nowhere? Unless this was a place only the Anachi were supposed to know about. I began looking for clues. I knelt to the ground, trying to find some sort of button or lever. Bane stood back from the wall and surveyed it. He ran his hands over the bricks.
There must be some kind of..."
Bane didn't finish his sentence because he tripped over me. His boot connected with my face, and he went flying. I gasped as Bane kicked me in the eye, and I fell against the ground. Bane himself toppled over. As he landed, I heard a small click. The wall before us opened. It was the hidden door we were looking for. Bane clambered to his feet. I remained on the ground, holding my eye. It was watering profusely and pounded in pain. Bane beamed.
"Look at that! We found the secret door. Great. Only thing you had to do was blind me, I growled. Bane scowled. Quit being so dramatic. Come on. I got to my feet and slowly drew my hand away from my eye, though it still watered and twitched. I didn't think Bane had given me a black eye, but it still hurt. The secret door led to a large room 100 feet across. The room was bare of artifacts or statues, unlike the other rooms in the temple. I searched for the Azaimperiai, but it wasn't there. Look, Bane stated. The Moglin. The giant worms slithered in and out of the open area through holes connecting to the room. There were 3 or so, all differing in size. Though they were terrifying, they didn't seem hostile. They ate dirt and moved along the floor with no attention to us. We're getting close. Bane's voice picked up in excitement. Hurry! We took another twisting hallway until it felt like we were at the lowest point of the temple itself. The ancient Anachi really wanted to hide this thing. Finally, the tunnel ended, opening into a circular room. There was a white glow inside. As we entered, I saw that the white glow was coming from an Anachi shield. Unlike the others I'd witnessed, this one was visible. It wrapped around a tomahawk suspended in thin air, hovering tantalizingly before us, just daring us to take it. I wasn't sure how the shield remained in place with no Anachi here to sustain it. It must be some kind of deep magic. Bane's eyes sparked with greed and desire. The Azaimperiai! It was a short distance away, but there was a problem. A creature stood guarding it. The animal had fluffy white fur, long legs, a body and ears like a hare's, with big blue eyes and a thin tail that ended in a fan. It was at least 12 feet tall, standing on its hind legs. I think I'd learned about these at Orenda Academy. They were Anachi creatures, mammals called warbles. They lived underground, ate plants, and were known for being more or less harmless. It was thought they were extinct, but as we had learned, most Anachi creatures had survived the war in years prior. I didn't think the creature would attack us. Bane, though, didn't use his head. He was so amped up about getting the Azaimperiai, he was willing to barge through anything in his way. Bane ran toward the creature, holding the torch aloft as a weapon and giving a wild yell. He went to swing it, but the animal turned around and whacked Bane with its massive tail. Bane went flying and slammed against the wall. The torch skidded to the side. Bane groaned. I walked over, trying to contain my irritation. Calm down. It's not going to hurt us, I scolded. It's just here to watch the Azaimperiai. That thing, Bane burst. He got up and shoved the torch in a nearby holder. The warble gave a mew. Look around you. There's no Anachi to sustain the shield. That means the warble is doing it, I said. That doesn't make sense. How did this particular creature survive decades to protect it? Bane spat. It didn't. Warbles live in colonies, I said. There are probably more down here. I bet Shawana Harjo tasked them with defending the Azaimperiai, and they've done it through the generations. We just arrived on this one's shift. Bane huffed. My life's work right in front of me, and I'm being prevented from obtaining it by an oversized rabbit. I walked toward the shield. We have to break it somehow. But we couldn't get close. When we got near the shield, the warble hopped in front of us, planting in our way and raising its tail as a warning.
We tried to come at it from different sides, but the warble was too fast. We couldn't get around it. Though the warble didn't outright attack, it wasn't letting us through either. We could use brute force, but that didn't mean the shield would fall, and there wasn't enough water in the air down here to be useful to either of us. Both of us carried a small canteen in case of emergencies, but it wouldn't be enough to fight the warble. I could stop its heart, but I didn't like killing things if I didn't have to, and the warble seemed innocent. "It's a puzzle, like most of the temple's traps," I said. "We just have to figure out the solution."
"And how, pray tell, do we do that?" Bane snapped.
He was in a crabby mood. I ran a hand through my hair as I thought, remembering my time in the temple with the group when we'd gone to speak to Shawana Harjo. Well, every house trap has a certain trait attached to it. The Tawakwa traps are about leadership. The Navita traps are about using intelligence, and the Yupluma traps are about mind games. Coigni traps center around bravery. We just need to discover what trait the Anachi trap is testing.
"Neither of us are Anachi. How do you expect us to come up with a solution?"
Bane complained. He wiped sweat from his brow as he drank from his canteen. "We'll find a way." My eyes were still fixated on the warble, who tilted its head at me.
"It's useless. We might as well give up," he bitched.
"Okay, Grandpa." Now he was getting on my nerves. We'd found the thing he'd wanted so badly, and he wanted to throw in the towel and run away because we had an obstacle to face? Bane sent me a glare.
"You'll be old one day too, you know."
Chances of that aren't stellar. I walked in a circle around the room. The warble followed me, blue eyes keenly observing my actions. Bane frowned.
"Don't say that, Liam. You're a good man. You're kind and caring, and you protect the people around you. You still have a long life to live."
"Personality traits don't extend your lifespan. Sorry." Bane blinked.
"Have you considered the option you might not die as young as you think?"
That made me pause. To get the chance to see my daughter grow up, it was something I hadn't dared to dream of. And there was a reason for that. I had a rare disease that was barely under control. My life expectancy was up in the air, and thinking about dying of old age instead of young in some hospital bed felt like wishing on a star. I'd already been in some bad situations because of my health, some of which I wouldn't have pulled out of without healing magic. I didn't know how many more times I could tempt fate and get away with it. I sighed. I'm counting my blessings by enjoying the years I've got. Nobody is ever promised anything, especially not me.
"You need to stop this thinking that you're fated for an early death. It's not helping you in the long run," Bane stated. "Why, I'd thought years ago I'd be killed in some cave-in while exploring, and it hasn't happened yet. I've been through plenty of scraps and tight situations, and I've always survived. Perhaps you will as well."
I turned away. Maybe.
"Liam,"
Bane proceeded toward me.
"You're going to survive this war, and you'll have a long life afterward. You must accept that."
Accept what? That I might, just maybe, last long enough I'll get to walk my daughter down the aisle? Don't get my hopes up. I dropped my head. Bane put a hand on my shoulder.
"We have to do our best with what the ancestors have given us, and I believe your time is far from over. You're not close to being done. You have many years ahead of you, and I want you to have faith in that."
His words brought me a small smile. If Bane believed I had more time than I had allotted myself, who was I to argue that? He was right. I needed to stop putting myself on a time limit and start focusing on what mattered most, which was living. To constantly believe I was going to die young, I wasn't just hurting myself. I was being selfish by not considering other people. I'd done a lot of work breaking through my negative attitude over the years, but it still looked like I had a ways to go. "Thanks," I replied. "I guess I should stop being so hard on myself." Bane nodded in agreement. The warble gave a croon, and just like that, the light in the cave dimmed as the shield vanished completely. Bane gasped. The warble moved aside, and my eyes widened in shock. It hit me. Anachi's trait was compassion. Bane had broken the shield by being compassionate toward me, and I'd shown compassion by being kind toward myself. "We did it!" I shouted. The warble bowed its head. Bane didn't waste any time. He ran toward the Azaimperiai, snatching it out of the air it suspended on. His gaze was revered, jaw dropped. He held the tomahawk like a holy object, completely sucked into the historical significance of the artifact. "I've got it," Bane whispered. "After all these years, I finally got it." I looked over his shoulder. It was just like what I'd seen in the drawings. The tomahawk was no longer than my forearm, decorated with feathers and still sharp. Small, unreadable runes, like the ones on Sophia's spirit totem, covered the handle. It seemed like such a simple thing, but I wasn't fooled. I knew the kind of power that this object held, the power to control the ancestors themselves. To be honest, it scared me. No one should ever have that kind of power, no matter what they intended to use it for. Bane handed the Azaimperiai to me. The object was much lighter than I expected, though to my surprise, I didn't feel the pulsing magic within that it clearly held. But this object wasn't meant for me. I wasn't Anachi, and I couldn't use it. The Azaimperiai belonged to Sophia. As I gave the axe back to Bane, he stuck it securely in his pack. "Very good. Now let's get back home so we can give this to Sophia, and she can use it to end this." The floor beneath us began rumbling. Dust fell from the ceiling, and bricks tumbled from above. Bane gaped, looking around as the circular room crumbled around us. The trap wasn't over yet. The Anachi had set up a final test, just in case someone managed to get past the shield. The warble gave a nervous start and ran off. It hopped out the secret door, its long tail vanishing behind it. "We have to get out of here!" I shouted, but my cries were already being swallowed up by the sound of falling stone. We made a run for it. The secret door was only a few feet away, but as we reached it, the door caved in, blocking off our only exit. A huge rock hurtled from the ceiling and struck Bane in the leg. He gave a cry and fell to the floor, landing on his pack. His leg twisted at an odd angle, and he clutched at it in pain. I dove out of the way of the falling rocks, dodging the debris and covering my head. Eventually, they stopped coming. The rumbling in the cave subsided and ceased completely, but by this time, there was no way out. My heart pounded furiously in my chest. The one torch we had was starting to dim. Bane's leg was broken, and the oxygen within the room was slowly draining. Bane screamed as he held his broken leg. "Julian!" I cried, but my shouts echoed back to me. I doubted my dragon could hear me through the heaps of stone piled over top of us. He could get us out, but only if he knew we were down here, and I didn't have a mental connection with him to alert him to our predicament. There was no way out. We were completely trapped.
Chapter 2. Sophia. I stood on a cliff at the edge of the world. The expansive darkness of space spanned in front of me. Below was nothing but a dark abyss. My newborn daughter was swaddled in a soft pink blanket and wrapped tightly in my arms. I could feel the heat of massive flames on my back, but she seemed unaffected, like she didn't notice the world was burning. Ava Marie's eyelids fluttered, but she didn't wake. Her chin bobbed up and down as if she was searching for milk. She looked totally at peace, like her mind was in another place, in the ancestral lands with the rest of them. A single tear streaked my cheek and fell onto her swaddle. "I'm sorry, Ava," I whispered, my voice cracking. "I'm sorry I couldn't save the Hawkeye." She didn't respond, just snuggled deeper into my arms. My chest became heavy as I turned from the cliff to look behind me. The world blazed with flames of my own making. They were red-hot and blinding, and the smoke billowed high above my head for miles. There was nothing left but destruction. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the earth. I pulled my daughter closer and tilted my body backward until we both fell from the cliff and into the abyss below. I woke with a start, my heart racing and my body covered in a sheen of sweat. I crossed a hand over my chest to reach for my daughter, but my fingers touched fur instead. Essis stirred at my side. I gasped and shot upright in bed. "Ava!" "Shh." A voice came from the other side of the dark bedroom. Doya stepped out of the shadows so I could see her in the light of the rising sun. She rocked my daughter in her arms. "She's all right. She's sleeping." "I want to hold her," I said quickly, my voice wavering. My hands shook as I held them out. Doya sat on the edge of the bed and gently placed my daughter in my arms. Ava Marie was as calm as she was in my dream. She barely wiggled when I cradled her to my chest. Essis awoke from his slumber and moved closer to me. He started to drift off again within moments. I felt blessed to have him by my side when so many other familiars had gone missing. We didn't have any clues on where to find them. "Did you have another nightmare, Sophia?" Doya asked. I nodded solemnly. It wasn't the first strange dream I'd had since Bane announced he'd found the Azaimperiai and left with Liam to find it. I thought my nightmares were over now that I'd accepted my past. But these new ones were a different kind of terrifying. Instead of reliving the past, I was playing out scenarios for the future. "Do you think they may be messages from the ancestors?" Doya theorized. She spoke gently, as a mother should. I was still getting used to the way she treated me now that she'd admitted she was my birth mother. Sometimes it felt like she was overcompensating for her transgressions. I took a deep breath and settled into the bed, letting my heart rate slow. I don't think the ancestors are talking to me. I'm not a Natarai. I think it's like I'm trying to tell myself something. "What was the dream about?" Doya inquired. I sighed and told her the details I could remember. Doya pressed her lips together. When she made that expression, I could see the old Doya coming through, reminding me she was the same woman as before. She'd just allowed her defensive walls to fall. "Perhaps you're afraid you cannot fulfill the prophecy," she suggested. "Maybe," I said thoughtfully, as I gazed down at my daughter's sleeping form. "But I don't feel scared. My husband and Pata will find the Azaimperiai. I will use it to win the war. I'm ready." Doya frowned. "Are you ready because you want to be, or because you have to be?" The room went silent for several beats as I contemplated her words. "I want to save the Hawkeye, whatever it takes." Doya nodded, as if that was the answer she expected of me. I was, after all, her daughter. She shouldn't expect anything less. I brushed my fingers over Ava Marie's soft skin in the following silence. I spoke slowly, choosing my words carefully. I think what scares me is I still don't know how I'm meant to fulfill this prophecy. Shawana said I must be willing to die to save the Hawkeye. And I am, because it means protecting my daughter and my family. But what if I choose the wrong moment and all is lost? I just don't want to make the wrong choice. Doya's face fell, and though she tried to hide it, I saw the guilt lurking behind her eyes.
We're all afraid of making the wrong choice, Sophia.
She didn't say it, but I knew she was talking about her choice to give me up. She'd saved my life, but we'd lost so much time together. I just wish I knew what to do, I said. I don't want all of this to be for nothing.
It won't be,
Doya assured me. I sighed. Do you know anything else? Anything you learned as an elder that could help? Doya pressed her lips together and shook her head.
I'm afraid not. I'd have told you by now if I did.
What about the other half of the Coigny prophecy? I questioned.
The only information it gives is to find the Azaimperiai, which we already know.
What's the exact wording? I asked, rocking Ava Marie back and forth. Doya took a breath.
Our piece states, the fated Coigny child, born in the summer solstice in the year of the dragon, shall bring glory to the greatest house. The most powerful relic the tribe possesses will serve to fulfill her destiny.
I pressed my lips together. I suppose that's not useful, unless there's a hidden meaning. You should tell Imogen. Maybe she can investigate. Doya shifted on the bed.
I don't believe she'll find anything, Sophia. The most powerful relic is the Azaimperiai. We've known what it meant since the day the prophecy was given.
But the Coigny never found it, I pointed out thoughtfully. You were looking for it all this time.
Yes,
Doya confirmed.
The Coigny had spies searching for generations.
That's why you sent Naomi after Amelia in Utah, I said. You thought she had a lead.
I did,
Doya admitted.
I knew the prophecy was getting closer and closer to coming true. I noticed Amelia sneaking around and sent Naomi to follow her. Naomi discovered she was seeking out an object from the ancestors. I didn't know it was the spirit totem at the time, until you told me. I thought it might be the Azaimperiai. I believed Tawakwa had found it and sent a student to retrieve it to throw us off so we wouldn't be suspicious. I was covering my bases as a Coigny elder. You have to understand, Sophia. I never wanted to hurt your sister. I just wanted to do what was right by the tribe.
My lips tightened and my brow furrowed as I considered her words. I knew she was telling the truth, but my knee-jerk reactions still kept me questioning her at times. Doya sighed.
Don't make that face, Sophia.
I raised my eyebrows. What face?
That hard look you get when you're thinking, she said. You look so much like me.
I chuckled lightly. Well, I do get it from you. Sunlight spilled in through the bedroom window, illuminating her features. Everyone says we look so much alike, I remarked. I'm not sure I see it. Doya frowned.
If you look at the pictures from before I had you, you would. After you were born, I had surgery on my nose. I told myself it was to cure a deviated septum, but the truth is, Sophia, I was trying to distance myself from you as much as possible. To disguise we were related if you ever returned. I'm sorry.
Her apology felt real.
and it settled deep in my chest, warming my heart. "What matters is that you're here now," I said. Doya leaned over until she was looking down on my sleeping daughter. "Yes, and I have no plans to leave you or Ava ever again." "Thank you," I started to say, but I was cut off by the sound of a piercing dragon's cry from outside. It was so loud it shook the bed. Pebbles from the rocks that made up my bedroom wall crumbled and clattered to the cave floor. Essus shot to his feet and squealed. My eyes went wide, and I shot a glance at Doya. "It's Julian! Liam must be back!" I scrambled to get out of bed. Doya gently took my daughter from my arms. I wore only a nightgown, but I threw on a bathrobe and a pair of shoes and rushed out of the room. Essus scurried alongside me at my feet. Jonah burst out of his room, and Squeaks followed behind. Jonah's hair fell around his shoulders, and his shirt was backward, like he'd just tossed it on. Imogen's room was empty, as she'd spent last night at Cade's. "Was that—" Jonah started. "Julian?" I finished for him. "Liam's back!" The two of us hurried through the living room. Naomi perked her ears from where she was lounging on the couch. We passed by Doya's familiar and into the cool January air. Squeaks squawked from behind us, and Essus made a sound that seemed like an attempt to mirror Julian's cry. We raced down the front steps and into the canyon that enclosed the village of Hokil. Julian had landed in the center of the road. His leathery wings folded onto his back, but there was no rider with him. My stomach plummeted. "Liam?" The dragon let out a roar and reared his head upward, repeating the frantic gesture over and over again. Squeaks pounded her hooves into the ground. The hippogriff appeared wild. Jonah came to a halt at my side. He breathed deeply, trying to catch his breath. "Squeaks says Julian's trying to tell us Liam's in trouble." "I got that," I replied. My husband's companion cocked his head and cried out again. I didn't need the familiars to translate. I knew we had to go looking for my husband and Pata. Something terrible must have happened to them. "We have to help them," I said quickly. Jonah wasted no time jumping onto Squeaks. I took a step toward Julian, but hesitated a moment, and looked back toward the house. Doya stood there, looking slightly frightened. Ava Marie was still soundlessly asleep in her arms. "Sophia, you can't go," she insisted. "You risk exposing yourself to the task force." My heart fell. "I have to. They're my family." "But what about Ava?" Doya asked. "You can take care of her until I get back," I suggested. "Liam and Bane could be hurt. They might need my healing magic." Doya couldn't argue with that. I'd have expected her to fight to come with us for Bane's sake, if it weren't for her granddaughter in her arms. "Come back safe," she insisted. "I will," I promised. I reached up for the spines on Julian's back. It was a feat in itself to pull myself onto him, considering I still wasn't back to normal after my labor. But I couldn't stay behind when my husband was out there, possibly hurt. Essus scurried up Julian's back and settled in front of me. Jonah gave a loud whistle, and we were off. Julian pumped his wings, and Squeaks followed closely. My heart hammered as I left my daughter behind. I hadn't left her side in a week. I didn't think it'd be so soon. Cold air whipped by my face as we flew over Hokavale and outside of the Anachi Shield's boundaries. Usually, the shield would keep invaders out and residents in, but Julian had a free pass from Luana to come and go as he pleased. The flight from Hokavale to the Hawkeye Reservation usually took some time, but I was so frightened the miles seemed to fly by under us. Julian remained high, so if the task force was looking for us, they'd only see his shadow amongst the clouds.
"What do you think happened?" Jonah asked over the rush of the wind. "I don't know," I shouted back. "I just hope they're okay." Julian flew us over the forest. In the distance, I could make out the highest point of the Anachi temple. Julian circled the pyramid once, then dropped us off at the entrance. Squeaks landed beside us, and Jonah jumped off her back. We hurried inside the temple, except Julian because he didn't fit through the doorway. Inside, the ceiling was massively tall. It looked exactly like the last time we'd been here, except 2 cots had been set up and supplies were scattered around them. I could tell which cot was Bane's and which was Liam's just by the mess of belongings. Liam's sleeping bag had been rolled up nicely, while Bane's was hanging across the floor.
"Their packs are gone,"
Jonah noted, looking over the campsite.
"They could be anywhere. There are so many tunnels and caverns, it could take us weeks to search them all."
I forced my worry out of the way and went into leadership mode. Liam wasn't here, which made it my job now. Let's look for clues. Essis, see if you can pick up any scent trails. Essis scurried toward one of the doorways that split off from the main room. Squeaks joined him and inspected each tunnel. Jonah went through Liam's stuff to search for hints. Squeaks began tossing items every which way with her beak, not really paying attention to what she was doing. I started picking through Bane's things. There were granola bar wrappers and trash everywhere that had spilled from a garbage bag nearby. A change of clothes had been piled in a heap with his bedding, and a bunch of different maps were stacked on top. I started going through the maps, but they were so disorganized I could hardly make sense of them. Most of them were covered in scribbles that must have meant something to Bane, but made 0 sense to me. As I looked through the maps, Essis continued around the room. He yelped like he caught a trail, but huffed a moment later. My guess was Liam and Bane's scent was everywhere.
"I've got nothing. I can try searching with my air—"
Jonas suggested, but I cut him off with a gasp. "Hold on! I think I found something!" I cried. Jonah leaned over my shoulder and looked down at the map. "This tunnel here is circled." I pointed.
"Are any of the others?"
he asked, looking through the stack. "I didn't see any," I said. "I think we should start here."
"Agreed."
I used my Anachi powers to guide us with my light. We followed the map down various tunnels, but it was a maze in here. Bane had scribbled over the map so much it was hard to follow. We came to a split in the tunnels, and I had to check the map again. "What do you think this means?" I asked Jonah, pointing to a spot covered in ink. Jonah pressed his lips together thoughtfully.
"I think we have to go this way."
He pointed to the left. His guess was as good as mine, so I followed him. I thought we were making good progress, until the sound of shifting stones met my ears. All it took was a split second. One moment we were walking along down the tunnel, my light illuminating the way. The next, rocks shifted beneath our feet, and the ground fell away to reveal a deep, dark pit. My stomach dropped to my toes, and Essis screamed so loudly, his cry filled the entire hall. I scrambled backward with my familiar, but Jonah wasn't so lucky. He and Squeaks had been several steps ahead of us, and when the stone crumbled into the pit, so did they. Jonah's arms flung upward as he fell, reaching desperately for something to catch him. But I couldn't make it in time. In less time than I could react, he and Squeaks were gone. "Jonah!" I screamed, my heart twisting in my chest. When the ground stopped rumbling, I inched closer to the pit, my pulse pounding so hard it made my hands shake. "Jonah!" I wailed. I expected to hear the sound of their bodies hit the ground, but the pit was so deep I heard nothing. I shone my Anachi light down it, but all I saw was blackness. My jaw dropped. I was so shocked I could hardly move. I couldn't have lost Jonah so easily. No, I cried, backing up from the pit. Essis howled down the pit for Squeaks, but no one responded. Finally, he turned to me, his lips turned into a deep frown. He crawled into my lap, and I cradled him in my arms, feeling deeply sad and alone in the quiet temple. I fixed my eyes forward on the wall. trying to process how quickly it had happened. Jonah had only been standing next to me less than 10 seconds ago. They can't be gone, I told myself. I refused to believe I was alone down here.
Relax, Sophia.
Jonah's voice responded. Hope surged in my chest. I looked upward to see Jonah rising from the pit. He stopped in midair and hovered there. Squeaks flapped her wings, and the two flew out and to safety. Jonah, I cried, rushing forward to throw my arms around him. Ancestors, I thought I lost you. Jonah blew a puff of air.
Pfft, you think this temple could get rid of me that easily? Or did you forget I could fly?
For a second, I admitted.
Don't worry, he said. Nothing's taking down the Stormlord. But I think we went down the wrong tunnel.
Agreed, I said. Let's try the other one. Jonah and I backtracked and took the right-hand tunnel. We walked carefully so we wouldn't trigger any traps until we came to the spot circled on the map. My stomach dropped when I saw what was in front of us. The path had been completely blocked by a huge pile of stone that reached all the way to the ceiling. This can't be it, I exclaimed. We must have missed a tunnel on the map. Jonah's face fell.
I think it is, Sophia.
I gaped at him a moment, not wanting to believe Liam might be beyond the cave-in. But he placed a hand on my shoulder.
I think this is what Julian was trying to tell us about.
Jonah approached the pile of stone and started heaving them out of the way with Squeak's help. Liam! I cried, praying for an answer. Pata! There was nothing but silence in response. My heart slammed against my ribcage. Liam, we're here! If you're back there, please answer us! I called. My gut sank. If this was the reason Julian came to us, it might already be too late. They might have been crushed under the stone, or suffocated. No, I couldn't let my daughter grow up fatherless. Liam! I wailed, falling to my knees. Jonah grunted as he heaved aside a huge boulder. But as it slammed to the ground and rolled to the side, I swore I heard something. I went breathless, but Jonah didn't notice. Essus grabbed pebbles and moved them out of the way. Shh, I hissed. Jonah groaned as he cleared another stone, and Squeaks tossed another out of the way. Quiet, I said. I think I heard something. Everyone stopped, and the tunnel went silent. I listened intently, but the noise was gone. Liam! I screamed again. A beat passed, and nothing came. Then, a muffled but hopeful cry came from beyond the rock.
Bowie!
I shot to my feet and rushed forward, grabbing for any stone I was strong enough to move. Hang on, Liam! We're coming for you! Jonah's face paled in the light coming from my hand.
Squeaks, help me with this one!
The two rolled away a huge piece of stone, while I moved the smaller pieces. My heart beat frantically and sweat broke across my entire body. I feared what we would find behind the cave-in. After what seemed like a lifetime of moving rock, Jonah pushed away another stone, revealing a hole large enough to crawl through. Let me through, I insisted.
It's all yours.
Jonah held a hand out and helped me climb the rock pile until I reached the crawl space. I squeezed myself through, and Essus followed behind me.
Bowie?
I heard Liam's voice before I saw him. I shone the light from my palm around the room. Rubble was everywhere, and the air was stale from the dust. Finally, my light passed over Liam. He sat slumped against the wall, half leaning on one of the fallen pieces of stone. His face was pale, and he looked weak. I stumbled over piles of rock to reach him. Liam, are you hurt? Before he could answer, I grabbed his face in my hands and pulled him into a passionate kiss. Heat pooled in my belly as I ran my tongue over his lips. We drew away from each other, breathless. Liam groaned and pushed himself upright.
Forget about me. Help Bane.
My eyes darted over to where Liam had looked. Bane was sprawled across the floor. A large stone covered in blood lay beside him, and his leg was twisted at an odd angle. Bane's eyes were closed. He was totally out of it. Essus was already at his side. He placed his hands over the wound on Bane's leg, and the skin started knitting itself together. Ancestors! My stomach twisted. I hurried over to my pata and leaned over him. His skin was ashen, and he didn't move. Is he? I started. I reached for Bane's hand and squeezed it to see if he would respond.
He's alive,
Liam said through labored breaths.
Broken leg, though. It took everything I had to move the rock off him. He passed out at the first sight of blood.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Bane was already stirring as Essus used his healing magic. Essus was far better than me at healing, so I let him work on Bane while I turned to Liam. Let me help you, I insisted. Liam grabbed my hands before I could place them on his chest.
Save your energy in case Bane needs it.
I shook my head firmly. Essus can heal a broken leg. You're going to need your strength to get out of here.
She's right,
Jonah cut in. He'd made it through the crawl space and looked out of breath. Squeaks couldn't fit through, but I could hear her pacing on the other side of the rocks. Liam hesitated a few moments. Finally, he sighed. He brought my hands forward, splaying them across his chest. He didn't say anything, but that simple act meant everything. Liam was accepting my help. I closed my eyes and turned my focus inward. I searched for the calm energy deep within my belly. It was easy to find now, thanks to Luana's lessons. I drew the Anachi energy outward until a gentle buzz filled my palms. I pushed tendrils of magic further, channeling them into Liam's body. The magic was like an extension of myself. I could feel everything it did. I directed my magic through his skin, down to his bones and into his organs. His disease was familiar to me now. It smelled smoky, like burning incense, and tasted mildly sour. I instructed my magic to warm, as if melting away the symptoms. But that wasn't the only problem. Deep within his leg and up in his shoulder, my magic hit a block and resisted. As if I could see inside his body with my own 2 eyes, I knew which injuries he'd sustained. Liam had torn his hamstring and pulled a shoulder muscle, trying to move the rock off Bane's leg. I focused my magic at the sites of injury and felt the muscle healing. The block fell away and I continued to explore. The biggest problem was he was weak and dehydrated. I did what I could about the weakness and directed my magic to boost his systems. Glucose entered his cells to give him strength. It had helped for a while, but there wasn't any more I could do until he ate, drank, and slept. I drew away. Better? Liam's features seemed brighter.
For now.
You need to rest and have a good meal, I told him.
I know,
Liam groaned. He eyed me up and down.
Powie, why aren't you dressed?
I shrugged. We were in a hurry. Liam nudged me and gestured to Bane. Essus stepped back, as if admiring his handiwork. Bane stirred, then lifted a hand to press it to his head. He groaned.
Oh, my.
Jonah reached out for Bane's hand and helped him sit up.
Great to see you awake, Professor.
Bane groaned again and glanced around the room. I realized how dim it was and made my Anachi light brighter so we could all see each other. Are you okay, Pata? I asked. Bane looked better, though his pants were ripped and there was still blood all over his leg. He moved his leg and said,
Much better. I assume I have Essus to thank?
Essus chittered proudly. Bane reached over to scratch him behind the horns, and Essus cooed. I knelt beside Bane and pulled him into a hug. "I'm glad you're both all right," I said.
"What happened here?"
Jonah questioned.
"If the temple's this dangerous, you should come home."
I gaped at him. I was the last person who wanted Bane or Liam to get hurt, but we couldn't give up. "What about the Azaimperiai?" Bane got a big smile on his face and reached for his bag.
"We found it."
"What?" Jonah squeaked. Bane pulled out a decorated tomahawk.
"We found the Azaimperiai."
"Ancestors!" I cried, my heart pounding. This was a miracle. We can restore Anity's magic. We'll win the war. Bane's cheesy smile only grew.
"It's quite exciting, isn't it?"
I reached out for the tomahawk, but Liam placed a hand on my shoulder to stop me.
"Perhaps we should get home before we test it out," he suggested. "We don't know how it works, and I'm not sitting around waiting for another cave-in."
"Good idea," I agreed. "Let's get out of here before any of us set off another booby trap."
"Impossible,"
Liam deadpanned.
"Bane's set them all off already."
Bane frowned as he got to his feet.
"I hardly think I'm the only one to blame."
Liam chuckled and nudged Bane with his elbow.
"Relax, I'm only joking."
"Amazing," Bane said, adjusting his glasses. "What is?" I asked. Bane cocked an eyebrow.
"Your husband has a sense of humor."
Jonah laughed.
"Ooh, Liam, that's a burn."
"Shut up," Liam mumbled. I laughed, feeling relief wash over me now that we'd found them. It appeared that the two had bonded while they'd been away. Getting out of the temple was easy, though we spent a good 15 minutes helping Bane pack up his stuff. I felt at ease as Liam and I climbed onto Julian's back and I snuggled into my husband. I felt like we'd been away from each other for months. Inhaling his pine scent put me at ease. I closed my eyes and felt myself drifting off. Liam grabbed onto me tightly.
"Soph, you okay?"
I snapped to attention. "Fine. Still recovering from labor, but I'm all right." Liam grabbed one of Julian's spines and said,
"Let's get home to our baby."
We took off to the skies again. Squeaks was slow since she had to haul Jonah and Bane, but we made it back to Hokil in one piece. As soon as we landed in the canyon, the front door to our house flung open. Imogen and Sassy rushed out, followed by Luana and Amelia. Sierra fluttered on Luana's shoulder, and Kiwi flew above us. Doya stood in the doorway. Ava Marie was in her arms, and Naomi was close behind. Liam slid off Julian's back, then helped me down. "What happened?" Imogen cried.
"A minor mishap,"
Bane said with a wave of his hand. Liam scoffed and rolled his eyes.
"Minor, yeah. What matters is we found the Azaimperiai,"
Bane rushed to say. Imogen's eyes went as wide as saucers. "You did?" I didn't hear his response because Amelia came up to me and squeezed me as tight as she could. "Sophia," she scolded, "why didn't you come get us? We could have helped." "I don't know," I admitted. "It all happened so fast." She glanced down to my robe and boots. "Yeah, I can see that. You must be freezing." "Should we talk about this inside?" Luana asked in sign language. "Yes," I agreed, signing back to her. We'd all spent enough time with Luana that everyone knew enough sign language to understand her now. We turned to walk back to the house where we could talk about the Azaimperiai in private. Imogen held her arm out to Luana, and they looped their elbows together to stay warm. We entered the house. Doya helped me get settled into the couch before she placed Ava Marie back into my arms. My heart melted all over again when I touched her, like it was the first time. I didn't think I'd ever get sick of holding her. Liam collapsed beside me and draped an arm around my shoulder. He leaned over and cooed at Ava Marie, poking her tiny little nose as she looked up at him in wonder. Essis sat at my feet.
I'm so glad you're back,
Doya said quietly to Bane as everyone got situated. Bane leaned over and pecked her on the lips, as if forgetting the rest of us were there to witness. I was getting used to the two of them being my parents, but it still shocked me every time they showed any PDA. It was like I forgot they'd actually screwed to bring me into existence. Jonah cleared his throat, and Bane snapped back to attention.
The Azaimperiai, Professor?
Bane straightened.
Right. Yes. We got it.
He pulled the tomahawk from his bag and held it up for everyone to see.
This is what we've been searching for.
Doya stared at it like Bane was holding the moon in his hands. Her eyes were filled with wonder I'd seen only when she held her granddaughter. But this was different, too. It wasn't full of love, but disbelief.
I can't believe you found it after all this time,
she said breathlessly. Bane puffed out his chest.
Well, it was no easy feat.
Liam groaned at Bane's obvious boasting.
Yeah, it only took 50 booby traps and a broken leg.
Doya's face paled.
You broke your leg? No harm done, Bane claimed. Essis was there to heal me. I'll tell you about it later. Don't forget the part where you passed out at the sight of blood,
Liam teased. Bane frowned.
I did not pass out. I was merely resting my eyes.
Has Sophia had a chance to use it? Luana asked. Not yet, I signed. Let's try it, Amelia suggested, signing as she spoke. I don't even know how to use it. I tried to sign the best I could one-handed, since the other was holding Ava.
I'll take her,
Liam offered. I almost didn't want to give her up, but Liam looked so entranced by having her in his arms. He loved her so much, and he'd been gone for 2 weeks. He deserved to hold her. I passed her off, and the expression he got when he brought Ava Marie close made me melt. None of us know how to use it, Imogen pointed out. But that shouldn't stop us from trying.
Yeah, I want to see what happens,
Jonah added. Bane held the Azaimperiai out to me. I hesitated a moment before asking, I'm not going to hurt anyone, am I?
I don't imagine so, Bane said. You should be able to control the magic within it.
Okay, I'll try. But we should probably go outside, I suggested. Everyone followed me out the back, where we were secluded in a small garden. Rock walls sloped on all sides of us and opened to the expanse of the sky above. Liam stayed back by the door with Ava Marie since we didn't know what might happen with my magic. It might be too much to control. Everyone ready? I asked. Ready! Imogen nodded eagerly. I took the artifact from Bane's outstretched hand. I expected something to happen, like wind swirling around me, or the cave rumbling. But everything was still.
What do you feel?
Doya asked. I shook my head, struggling to come up with an answer. Nothing. Bane furrowed his brow.
Nothing? But you're the chosen one.
I know that, I practically snapped, but I don't feel any magic in it. Jonah pressed his fingers to his lips.
Could it be the wrong one? No, Bane insisted. All the ancient Hawkeye texts speak of this particular object.
Maybe it's a decoy? Amelia offered. Bane shook his head, looking utterly perplexed.
Absolutely not. The way it was guarded confirms what it is.
Then what does this mean? I asked.
Perhaps it's protected,
Doya theorized. Her eyebrows knit together tightly like she was thinking hard.
Maybe the magic was sealed inside, to keep it from being tracked down. Then how do we break the seal?
Liam asked. He stepped forward once he knew it was safe. Doya pressed her lips together.
I'm not sure. This type of magic is difficult, even beyond what most elders can do. So we've hit another dead end? Jonah asked.
Imogen shifted her weight between her feet. It's just a bump in the road, right? The crease between Bane's eyebrows deepened.
Yes, this is merely a delay. We'll figure it out.
You don't know what this means? I asked. You're supposed to be an expert on these types of ancient artifacts.
I am,
Bane assured me, though he seemed bothered.
I can get it to work eventually.
Luana? Imogen nudged her in the side and signed. You haven't said much. Any ideas? Luana scrunched up her face in thought.
I'm not certain. If this is the true Azaimperiai, I think it's simply a matter of figuring out how to tap into its magic. I don't see why tapping into such a powerful object would be easy, but it should be doable.
My heart sank. She made it sound hopeful, but I'd feared this might happen. That finding the Azaimperiai wouldn't be the end of our journey. We still had to figure out how to use it. I was ready to do whatever it took. I just didn't know what our next move was. Too bad this thing doesn't come with a manual, huh? I said, trying to ease the twisting sensation in my gut. We'll figure it out, Amelia assured me. I hope so. My throat was getting tight. I handed the tomahawk back to Bane and said, "Excuse me a moment." I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I walked back inside the house. I went down the hall and into my bedroom, shutting the door behind myself. At my dresser, I pulled out the compass Hiloki had given me. According to legend, the compass was gifted to the wives of Tawakwa chiefs from the ancestors. It had been passed down for generations. It was said to lead you to whatever you needed when you were lost. I slumped onto the bed in defeat. "Ancestors," I whispered, staring down at the compass. There were no cardinal directions, and the needle did not move. We're at a loss for answers. We found the Azaimperiai, but we don't know how to use it. Tell me where I need to go to fulfill the prophecy. Where's the answer we need? The needle on the compass began to move. At first, I was hopeful, until it made a complete 360 rotation. The rotation began to speed up until it was going round and round in a circle so fast it became blurry. I huffed. It wasn't the first time the ancestors had refused to answer me through the compass. I wasn't even sure it worked. A light knock sounded at the door, and Liam stepped inside. Ava wasn't in his arms. He'd come alone.
"Hey, Pawi,"
he said gently, taking a seat beside me.
"We'll figure out the Azaimperiai. You know that, right?"
I dropped my gaze to my hands. I hope so. But Liam...
"What is it, Soph?"
He wrapped an arm around my shoulder. I gazed up at him and my voice wavered. "I'm scared." He tilted his head to the side.
"Scared of what?"
"I'm scared of a lot of things," I admitted. "Familiars are still missing, and I feel responsible for finding them. We can't win this war without them."
"That's not on you,"
Liam assured me.
"We have people looking for them. We'll find them."
"It's not just that." I sighed. This morning, I had a dream that I couldn't save the Hawkeye. I woke up worrying I'd make the wrong choice with the Azaimperiai. But it doesn't call out to me, Liam. It's supposed to, right? Because I'm the chosen one?
"Yes, but there has to be another explanation,"
he said. "That's what scares me. I think I know what my dream was trying to tell me now."
"What, Pawi?"
I sighed and looked back down to my hands. Maybe I can't save the Hawkeye. Maybe I'm not the chosen one.
But you are.
Liam insisted.
The fated Coigny child, born on the summer solstice and the year of the dragon. You're the only one who fits the bill, Soph.
I shook my head solemnly. But I'm not. Remember, there was another girl born that same night. Lucy and Anthony's daughter, Charlotte. Liam looked taken aback.
What are you saying, Pawi?
I swallowed. I'm saying maybe the Azaimperiai was meant for her. Liam looked deeply contemplative.
That can't be right. She's not around anymore, Soph, which makes you the only one.
I didn't quite believe him. My inability to get the Azaimperiai to work today had me convinced the ancestors had saved the wrong child. They should have spared Charlotte, not me. She was the real chosen one. I was just a backup. Because it was in my hands and not hers, the Azaimperiai was useless. I frowned. Regardless, I just hope to the ancestors we can save the Hawkeye before it's too late. We'd come too far only to lose everything.
Chapter 3. Liam. Ava Marie's cries woke me up early in the morning. I rolled out of bed. Sophia was still deep in sleep beside me, though her face twitched as if searching for a way out of her nightmares. It had been a week since we'd found the Azaimperiai, and we hadn't gotten any farther ahead. It was quite frustrating. Sophia and I both felt stuck. I stopped by the crib. Ava Marie was hungry. She moved her head from one way to another, looking for food, her eyes fixed on my face as I leaned over. "Hey there, sweetheart." I picked her up. This resulted in more wailing. I ducked out before she could wake Sophia up, and I took Ava Marie to the kitchen. I got a bottle from the fridge and warmed it up before I fed her. She sucked down the milk greedily, keeping her eyes locked on mine. She was the most precious little thing. When she was finished eating, I ran a finger along the edge of her face. She grabbed it with her tiny hand and squeezed, making a loud noise. My heart became overfull. I couldn't stop watching her. Everything she did seemed like the most interesting thing in the world. I'd seen and performed incredible magic, but she was the most incredible thing of all. As I changed her diaper, she made a face. When something unpleasant was happening, Ava Marie developed a habit of scrunching up her nose and looking unimpressed. I laughed. "Cut it out. You look like me when you do that," I whispered. She scrunched her nose up again. After I'd slipped her into a new onesie, she fell asleep in my arms. I was still having a hard time letting her go. If I was holding her, it was like I could protect her from the world and all its problems. Once she was out of my reach, there was only so much I could do to defend her from how messed up everything was. And I knew how awful the world could be. Thinking of the things her mother and I had experienced, it churned my stomach imagining it could happen to our child. I set her back into the crib where she drifted into a peaceful slumber. We were still working on getting her to sleep through the night. I felt like it was going to be a long road. Ava Marie was a pretty fussy baby. Most nights she slept on and off for 2 hours at a time before one of us had to take her. Last night was the first time she'd finally slept 6, and thank the ancestors for it because I was ridiculously tired. My water council was handling things in my absence. I'd requested some time off to find the Azaimperiai and bond with my new baby, but I had to go back to work eventually. We were in the middle of a war, and every day counted. I just hoped I worked up some stamina by then, because this exhaustion wasn't doing me any favors. Jonah emerged from his bedroom with squeaks. "Look at you, up bright and early." The baby was hungry. "What about you?" "It's the weekend. Usually you sleep until noon." Jonah froze before he eased up and said, "Oh, just making pancakes." Something was up. Okay. As I drank my morning coffee, something that was necessary with an infant, I watched as Jonah knocked things over and fumbled around while cooking breakfast. "Is there something on your mind?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Yeah," Jonah said casually, though it sounded fake as shit. "But we can talk about it when the girls get up." On cue, Sophia and Imogen emerged from their bedrooms. Sophia still looked sleepy. She had huge bags under her eyes and was carelessly dressed. Her hair was in a bun and she had no makeup. She had on a sweatshirt of mine that was so big on her it fell to her knees. She wore it like a dress, which gave off that hot new mom vibe. Sexy. Esses was tucked into the sweatshirt pocket. He stuck his head out of it and trilled. Imogen laughed when she saw Sophia. Imogen was wearing a rainbow pair of leggings with a tie-dye sweater and fuzzy boots. I was happy to see that her sense of fashion had come back, something she'd lost while battling her nightshade addiction a few months prior. Sassy waltzed beside her, adorned with a matching rainbow tie. "Ancestors, Sophia, put on some pants." Imogen giggled and slid into the seat next to me. "Pants are for losers," Sophia grumbled. "I have a newborn. I give no fucks." "Glad to see I'm rubbing off on you. Pancakes?" Jonah shoved a glass of orange juice in Sophia's face. She took the mug and chugged it down. I eyed her. "You gonna make it?" "I'll be fine. My schedule just needs time to adjust." Sophia smiled and gave me a morning kiss. "Thank you for taking care of the baby." "Of course." Jonah placed the pancakes on the table. Imogen bit her lip. Sassy nervously grumbled at Squeaks, who paused working through her stack of pancakes to look up. As Jonah carefully sat down, my irritation broke. "Okay, what's going on?" I asked. "You two are acting like a bomb is about to go off." Sophia perked up. Jonah looked at Imogen. They shared the same anxious expression. "There's kinda something we wanted to talk to you about," Jonah said slowly. He took a deep breath. Several seconds passed before he said, "Jake asked me to move in with him." "And Cade asked me to come live at his apartment," Imogen stated. I didn't know what to say. The four of us had hardly parted from each other's sides for the past 12 months. We'd been shoved in the Bayami dorms together, forced to go on the run, and then lived as a unit ever since. "You guys want to move out?" Sophia asked. I caught a hint of sadness in her tone. I shared her sentiment. It felt like the team was breaking up or something. "Cade is really helping me with my recovery," Imogen began. "He's been wonderful. And I know you guys are supportive, but I think my chances of avoiding relapse are better if I'm in a place where all my attention can be on building a new life." Cade had been over here a lot. To be honest, it had been kind of annoying. We only had so much space in the house, and he'd been in the way while we were taking care of Ava Marie more than once, though it always made me feel guilty when he and Imogen had to hole up in her room to get some privacy. "You guys have your own lives. You have a kid now. You deserve to have a home of your own," Jonah stated. "We don't know how long this war is going to go on, and Jake and I are getting serious. We want to spend as much time together as we can before..." Jonah dropped off, and I knew he feared what he thought was inevitable before it's too late. "Do you guys want to leave because we had a baby?" Sophia asked. "I know she cries, but she'll get better. She's still so young." Imogen shook her head. "No, Jonah and I both adore Ava." Jonah gushed. "She's my little cutie." "We just think it'd be better for her if you two had your own space," Imogen continued. "You're married now. Ava Marie should have her own room, and you two might want to have more kids." "Well, we weren't thinking about having more until the war was over," I said. My reserve failed as I saw the logic of the situation. "But I guess you're right." "The thing is, we all have our own significant others now, and our own lives," Imogen said. "I think it's safe now to start living them. We've been afraid to separate because we worried about what would happen if we did, but we don't have to worry about that anymore." She was right. We didn't. Sophia teared up and she gave a sniff. Imogen reached across the table and started wiping her tears away. "Sophia, you didn't think we'd all live together forever, did you?" She gave a tearful giggle. "Kind of." "Shit, that'd have to be a big house," I mused. Jonah wiped at his eyelids. "Ancestors, don't cry, bitch. You'll make me ruin my eye makeup." Sophia got up from her chair. She threw her arms around Jonah and squeezed him tight. Essus was squished between the both of them and gave a yelp. "I'm going to miss you guys so much," she bawled. I shushed her so she wouldn't wake the baby sleeping in the other room. "For fuck's sake, woman, we're moving down the street. We're not going off to war." Jonah blushed when he realized the poor choice of words, and I gave him a filthy glare. "We're still going to hang out and see each other all the time," Imogen vowed. "We promise." Sophia let go of Jonah and wiped her face with the sleeve of my hoodie. It feels like everything is coming to an end." "It's not ending. It's a new beginning," Imogen burst. She slung an arm around my shoulders. "Nothing's going to change." I got what she was saying, but at the same time, I disagreed with her. Everything had changed. I'd been feeling it in my bones since the morning Ava Marie was born. The only reason I wasn't fighting it was because I knew it was unavoidable. Jonah and Imogen deserved to be happy, like Sophia and I were. It wouldn't be right to hold them back from that. I smirked at Jonah. "How's that celibacy vow going to work if you two are living together?" Jake had told Jonah weeks ago he didn't want to have sex until they were married. Hard to do when you were sharing a bed every day, and there was plenty of time to be alone. He still wants to keep it," Jonah said. "He's very serious about it. I bet we can make it until then." "Right. You let me know how that goes." I snickered. Jonah drew himself up. "You don't think I can do it?" Imogen smiled. "Well, you can be a bit of a horn dog." "A bit?" I asked incredulously. Sophia waggled her eyebrows. "It's easy to keep a purity vow when you don't live together. Cohabitating, on the other hand..." Jonah narrowed his eyes. "You guys will be swallowing your words on my wedding night." "You'll be too busy swallowing something else to notice," Imogen cracked. The girls burst out laughing, and Essus chirped. Jonah scowled. Squeaks gave him a playful nudge, and he scratched her head before he said, Yeah, we'll see who's laughing in the end." I made a skeptical noise and took another sip of coffee. Jonah was right. We'd see. Imogen and Jonah spent the rest of the day moving their things out to their respective new homes. It didn't take long. Almost everything we had was lost when Orenda Academy burned, and none of us had gathered that much stuff in the meantime. We had almost everything moved by lunchtime. As they were packing up the last of their things, Luana came by. I was helping Jonah load a few boxes onto Julian's back as she approached. She carried something in her hands. The cradle board I'd woven for Sophia. It was finally finished, adorned with strands of beads Luana had sewn into it. She presented it to me outside the house. "It's all done," she signed. "It looks amazing. Sophia's going to love it," I said, signing as I spoke. She nodded, and we headed back in. Sophia was carrying Ava Marie in one arm. She'd changed into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Esses ran beside her feet, looking under countertops and furniture for anything Imogen and Jonah might have accidentally dropped. She got a broad smile when she saw the cradle board. "What's this?" "It's a cradle board. I wove it for you. Luana decorated it with beads," I explained. "Now you can carry Ava around on your back while leaving your hands free." "Oh my gosh, it's beautiful," Sophia said, running her hand over the cradle board. "It's adjustable, so you'll be able to use it when she gets bigger," I said. "It'll last for her first year." I grabbed a swaddling blanket from the bedroom. I'd made that too a few weeks ago. It was decorated in alternating shades of red and blue, woven in traditional Hawkeye style. I unfolded the blanket on the couch, and Sophia handed Ava Marie to me. I swaddled Ava tightly in the blanket, while Sophia slipped the straps of the cradle board over her shoulders. Ava Marie wiggled in the tight bundle. I went to put her inside the cradle board, but Esses was already snuggled inside. "Not for you," I snapped. "Get down." Esses sent me the finger, then wriggled out of the cradle board. I slipped Ava Marie in and nearly died of cuteness. She looked so adorable, swaddled up in that blanket and tucked into the cradle board. Sophia adjusted the cradle board straps. "It's pretty comfortable. I kind of love it." "Ava looks cozy too," Luana signed. Ava Marie made a loud noise before giving a yawn. The front door clicked open. Ezra and Stevie had dropped by for a visit. Ezra sauntered in just fine, but I noticed Stevie walked a little slower, almost at a crawl. Her face sagged, and I could tell with each stiff movement she gave her muscles were bothering her. Even the bow in her ponytail looked like it was drooping. I couldn't blame her. She'd done some badass magic at the battle a few weeks ago, and she was still recovering. I was more or less feeling the same. Ezra caught sight of Ava Marie in the cradle board and brightened. "Aw, she looks like a little burrito," Ezra said. He tickled Ava Marie's cheeks, and she stared. "Only you would compare your niece to food." Stevie laughed before she put a hand to her side and winced. Ezra and I both caught it, but her eyes were pleading not to mention anything. "Speaking of food," Ezra said, "Mom's throwing a moving out party for Imogen and Jonah." "How did Haloki hear about that?" Imogen asked, peeking her head out of her room. "Jonah and I just decided this morning." "My mother knows all the best gossip," Ezra said. "Word didn't take long to spread once y'all started moving boxes out of the house." I rolled my eyes. That was the downside of living in a small, tight-knit community. People talked. Stevie stretched. "I was hoping you guys could come so we could get some practice in." "Stevie," Ezra groaned. They'd had this talk this morning, I bet. "I haven't touched my powers in weeks, Ez. I'm fine," she snapped. "You don't have to baby me." He frowned, but I sent him a look, and he didn't object. As much as Ezra wanted to protect Stevie, he had to let her do things on her own. Sophia looked thoughtful. "Liam and I haven't had much time to work on our magic with the baby. We're out of practice. This would be a good way to start warming up our powers again without pushing ourselves too far." Then let's do it. Stevie led the way. Julian flew off to deliver the boxes to Cade and Jake, while the rest of us walked to the beach. It was a nice day for a Northern California winter, 65 degrees or so. There was a 17-year-old kid playing frisbee with Katie and Christian on the beach. He was skinny and short. At his side was a dog, an English whippet, running up and down the shoreline. The boy waved to Stevie and beamed as we came near, before the frisbee sailed by. His dog familiar jumped up and did a backflip, making an impressive catch. "Hey guys, what's up?" "My brother, Tegan," Stevie introduced. "Liam, this is the first time you guys have met." He was one of the people who had combined magical suppression syndrome, like me. He seemed like a nice guy. "How you doing, man?" I shook his hand. He had a firm grip and calloused hands. Tegan shook back. "It's an honor to meet you, Chief. Just trying to get some practice in." "He plays professional frisbee. He thinks that makes him cool," Stevie teased. She ruffled his hair, and Tegan shoved her off with a smile. "Liam! Liam!" Katie and Christian came running up the beach. Katie panted as she said, "Tegan is so cool. He taught me to do this thing. Watch." Tegan threw the frisbee. Katie ran and caught it behind her back. She waved and held it up in the air, while Christian's face dropped. "Hey, he taught me that too," Christian argued. "Enough, you two." I gave Tegan an apologetic smile. "I hope they're not bothering you." "Nah." Tegan caught the frisbee as Katie threw it back. "They're all good. It's nice to have someone to practice with, seeing as how Butterfingers over here can't catch a frisbee to save her life." "Screw you," Stevie laughed. Tegan smiled and flung the frisbee behind his back so his dog could catch it again. We wandered down the shore. As I watched Tegan, I had the thought he looked really athletic and healthy, especially compared to me and his sister. CMSS didn't seem to affect him as badly, at least on the outside. Or maybe he was just having a good day. I didn't know. Mom was in the house, busy cooking. Doya sat on the porch swing, while Naomi soaked up the sun. Jackson laid by her side on a blanket, playing with toys. Doya was always around lately. Normally I would have complained about it, but she was actually a lot of help with the baby, so I kept my mouth shut. Bane was nowhere to be seen. He was probably doing research, trying to figure out why Sophia couldn't get the Azaimperiai to work. I'd done everything possible to avoid bringing the Azaimperiai up to Sophia. She'd worked with it every day this week and hadn't once been able to harness its power, or even feel it. Incredibly depressing. Not enough to get us to stop, though. We'd hit road bumps before, and we always figured them out. Or at least, I fucking hoped so. I took Ava Marie out of the cradle board. Doya held her arms out as if she was entitled. Though I hated her, I trusted her with my kid, and that was all that mattered. I handed Ava Marie off to Doya without a word, so the baby would be safe in the shade. Esses remained behind to lounge beneath the umbrella. Our group backed off to a safe distance. Ezra and Tegan were already tossing water balls back and forth. Sophia and I faced each other. "Why don't we spar?" she asked. "We've never done that before," I said warily. "Sure we aren't going to hurt each other?" Sophia scoffed. "I'm not going to touch you, unless you're scared you can't keep up." Oh, that was it. "You're in for it." I commanded a jet of water to rise from the ocean before I shot it at her. Sophia ducked to the side, away from the jet, and sent a fireball racing my way. I summoned a shield of water to halt the fireball in place. The fireball collided with my shield, but it didn't fizzle out at once. It hit the water and sizzled against it, burying itself within the waves and trying to get to me. I gritted my teeth and forced the surrounding water to submerge the fireball, putting it out, but it wasn't an easy task. I let my shield drop, and Sophia took advantage. She shot fireball after fireball at me, trying to throw me off my guard. I used whips of water to fling them away, and they sailed into the ocean. Sophia changed tactics and summoned her fire to shoot blazing jets out of her palm, 12 feet in length. I had to duck, though I could feel the fire's intense heat inches above me. A wave rose from the ocean and crashed over the jet streams, putting the fire out, but Sophia was already waiting for me. She scrunched her nose up in concentration, and the fire emerging from her palm became a dragon made of flames. The creature moved, and it belted out smoke. Holy fuck! I'd never seen her do that before. I think it was surprising to her, too, because a flash of shock took over her face before it was replaced by confidence. She advanced the dragon on me. I backed away a few steps before calling water from the ocean. A lot of it. I forced my magic to make the water take shape. It morphed into a sea serpent. The two reptiles charged and waged war. Steam rose around the beach as the elemental creatures fought, but even as I put all my focus into channeling magical energy into my water serpent, the fire dragon got the advantage, and it delivered a killing blow to my sea serpent that sent the water splashing into the sand. Sophia smirked at me. I scowled. My wife was stronger than I was. She was totally kicking my ass. She bounced a fireball in her hand. "You might as well give up. You're not going to make me scream." Funny, that hasn't been my experience in the past. Her mouth dropped open. "You're a dick." I snickered as she sent the fireball sailing toward my head, but I ducked and threw back a water ball of my own. We sent fire jets and water balls whizzing at each other at the same time. Our magic collided, creating spectacular fireworks. I was sweating with the effort of keeping up with her. Ancestors, she was good. Sophia held her fire back. She was breathing hard, which made my pride feel a little better. At least this wasn't too easy for her. I decided to get on the offensive before she had any other ideas. My magic became a column of water, twirling around her like a snake. I meant to box her in so she'd have nowhere to go and surrender. Sophia switched from fire and to spirit magic before I knew what was going on. My assault was stopped when Sophia created a shield, and the column of water burst. She shot out her light to blind me, and as I cringed away, she tossed a ball of light that raced toward me and collided into my chest. The blow flung me backward a few feet, and I smashed into the sand. Ow! She hadn't exactly hurt me, but that didn't tickle. I knew when I'd been beat. I lay flat on my back, staring up at the sky. Sophia rushed over. "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry," she gushed. "I didn't mean to hit you that hard." "Well, you did," I wheezed. Though she was apologetic, she still smirked. "So, had enough?" I sat up with a groan. "Yeah, I'd say so." Sophia helped me to my feet. When the fight was over, Essus left the shade and raced to the shoreline. Julian had returned by this point. The red dragon landed in the water, sending waves crashing on shore. One of them soaked Essus. His flat expression told me he was getting tired of Julian's shit. I got an idea. "Hey, why don't you try intrafusion?" I suggested. "Maybe if you can siphon power from other creatures, it'll help you harness the magic inside the Azaimperiai." Sophia blinked. "I don't know why I didn't think of that. How's it done?" I wasn't sure if it would work. The only people besides my Anachi students who had mastered intrafusion were myself and Bane. But Sophia was Bane's daughter, and she had Anachi blood, so I didn't see why she didn't stand a fighting chance. Okay, you know how you can pull energy from Essus? Try it with Julian, I said. Reach out until you can feel his magical power, then siphon it off for yourself. It's just like drawing from a crystal with transference. The dragon came on shore. He held his snout out to Sophia, and she stroked his ruby scales. Okay. The moment she said that, Julian yelped in surprise. He jumped backward. Through our connection, I felt his magic be drained by Sophia. My mouth fell open in shock. Okay? I repeated. Sophia, you just did that with no effort at all. What? Is it, like, hard? She asked. Essus copied her blank look. Is it hard? What the fuck? I facepalmed. Soph, my students have been taking weeks to master intrafusion. You just did it in seconds. I don't know anything about intrafusion. I know you can do it, and I know the basics, but that's about it. She scratched her head. I don't see why it's so difficult. She let go of Julian's power, and I felt it flood back into him. I took a deep breath. Fine, then try on me. See if you can take my powers. She cocked her head. But we don't know where your power comes from. I know you have Julian now, but you don't have a familiar. It might work differently. Yeah, I get that, but just try, I said. I want to see if it's possible. Sophia glanced at Essus. Well, all right. It's your funeral. Sophia reached out with her magic and wrapped her power around my own, yanking it backward toward her. The result brought me to my knees. Like her magic touched me and wham! Down I went. I fell face down in the sand. I felt my powers come rushing back into my body when Sophia let them loose. Fuck, Liam! I heard her footsteps on the sand as she hurried over. I was still reeling. By then, the rest of the group around the area had stopped to watch. I felt all eyes on me as Sophia helped me to my feet. You packed quite a punch, Bowie, I gasped. It felt like she'd socked me in the gut. Ancestor Sophia, did you really do that? Imogen gaped. Jonah had a similar expression. Ezra hissed with laughter. Liam fell like a sack of potatoes. Shut up, Ez, I growled. He was still chortling. While I was recovering my breath, Sophia said, I don't get it. Everyone makes intrafusion sound impossible, but it's the easiest magic I've ever done. It's like picking up something light and putting it across the room. Maybe we just haven't hit your limit yet. I finally got my breath back, though I put a hand on Julian to steady myself. We should try something else. I looked around. Squeaks's curious gaze got my attention. Let's see if you can interrupt the connection of bonded partners, I offered. Try cutting off Jonah's bond to Squeaks. Excuse me? Jonah objected. Everyone ignored him. Sophia turned to face Jonah. We all watched in interest. Jonah was a pretty powerful elementai. I figured it'd be difficult for Sophia to take that much power without a struggle. Squeaks's mouth abruptly fell open. Jonah snapped his fingers, trying to conjure lightning. When it didn't work, his mouth fell open in shock. Hey, what the hell? Sophia laughed. She shot her hand into the air, and lightning crackled across the sky. You're not the only one who can conjure lightning, you know. No fair. Get my powers back, you hoe, Jonah complained. Don't stop, I encouraged. See how far you can spread it. By this point, Doya had come forward with Ava Marie, Naomi prowling at her side. Sophia turned in a circle, her eyes locking with each person in turn. The sand Imogen was manipulating slumped into a pile, and Sassy leapt out of the way. Doya took her free hand and flicked her wrist, but nothing happened. I couldn't believe it. Sophia was able to interrupt every magical connection in the area, all at once. Ezra, Stevie, Tegan, Doya, Imogen, Jonah, none of them were able to use magic or connect with their familiars. "Hey, what gives?" Ezra asked. He waved his hands at the water, but it didn't move. Stevie wiggled her fingers at an incoming wave. I noticed, quite impressed, that the wave did move, but only slightly. Sophia conjured fire in her hand. The column was 12 feet tall and shot out of her hand like a fountain. She sustained it with an easygoing smile. When she finally put it out, the air still smelled like smoke. "This is fucking amazing, Soph," I said in awe. "Do you know how much power you've got running through you right now?" "It's not just me. Essus is holding most of it." Sophia gestured to Essus, and he puffed his chest up proudly. "I'm more or less directing it." "Essus can handle it too?" Stevie asked in amazement. "But he's so little." Sophia shrugged. "I don't know. It's easy for him. He's like playing with it. We can toss it back and forth without breaking a sweat." "You're telling me you're not even struggling to hold all that magical energy?" I asked in surprise. I'd taken the energy of only 2 elementi at once, Elder Pool and Elder Malison, and it had nearly killed me. She shook her head. "No, it has no effect on me." "Soph, I think that's why you're special," I said. "You can store, use, and transfer more magical energy than anyone else. It's what makes you super powerful." Sophia snapped her fingers, and I guess the magic went back to the people it belonged to, because Imogen was able to shift the sand again, and Ezra could make a water ball. Sophia picked up Essus and said, "It's a good theory, one that explains a lot." And left a lot of questions. It didn't make sense why Sophia couldn't use the Azaimperiai. If she was capable of using power like this, she should be able to harness what was inside the tomahawk easily. We were overlooking something. I wasn't sure what it could be, but there was some vital detail that had slipped us by. Sophia failing to use the Azaimperiai had nothing to do with how strong she was. I was certain. We'd fucked up along the way somehow. "You're able to do more than you were before," I said. "You were always strong, but this is insane." Sophia ran a hand through her hair before she sent a quick glance back at our daughter. "I was afraid to show my magic before. I was scared of my own abilities and what I could do. I didn't want to hurt anyone." She took a breath and kept her gaze locked on Ava Marie. "But I'm not afraid anymore, because I want to be as strong as I can for Ava. I'm not afraid to hurt someone to defend her. I'll kill someone to protect my daughter. As far as I'm concerned, my powers can be unbound." "That's a good thing," I encouraged. "You shouldn't be scared of what you can do." "I'm not anymore." She bit her lip. "Not since the night Ava was born." "What do you mean?" I wasn't sure what she was getting at. "I don't know, Liam. There was something weird about that birth." Sophia scuffed her foot in the sand. Then she looked at me. "I know it was my first time, but it wasn't natural. That labor, it's hard to explain. It just didn't feel right." My stomach bottomed out. I hated talking about this. We'd barely brought it up since Ava Marie had been born, because Sophia knew it made me upset. "I know you almost died. Ava too. But it's okay now. You both made it through." "That's not what I'm talking about. You weren't there, so you couldn't feel it," she protested. "It was almost supernatural." Sophia shook her head like she was coming out of a stupor. All I know is that I'm different now because of it. I feel stronger. It's like once I gave birth, there's no holding back my magic." A shiver ran up my spine, but I pushed it away and said, "I just wish we had answers as to why you're so powerful." "I have blood from 3 different houses," Sophia said. "That has to count for something." "I know some of it's gotta be your mixed blood, but there are other mixed house children we know about, and none of them are as strong as you," I pointed out. "There've got to be other factors." Sophia shrugged. "Maybe." Mom called to say lunch was served. She placed food out on the picnic tables outside the house. Doya handed Ava Marie off to Sophia, and she sat down. I worked on getting plates around for the both of us, while Sophia put a bonnet on Ava to keep her head from getting sunburned. Sophia chewed on her lip. "There's something else. The thing is, I tried feeling out Ava Marie's magic when I was siphoning power off of everyone else, and it just wasn't there. At least, not what I could feel. I thought I'd be able to feel Coigni magic if she inherited fire, or Anichi magic if she inherited spirit. I even figured my powers would clash with hers if she was Toaqua, but there was nothing there." "Ava's a baby. Her powers won't awaken until she's of age," Jonah objected. "It doesn't matter. It still lives in her blood. Or it should," I mused. "Sophia should be able to feel her magic." There was a bout of silence before Christian spoke up. "Maybe your baby's just not magical." "Christian!" Mom snapped. "What?" Christian whined. "It could be true." Doya came forward. She looked down at Ava Marie when she spoke. "When you were born, Sophia, I did the same thing. I used my magic to try to feel your power, to determine if you were Coigni or Toaqua. I felt nothing. I assumed no magic lived inside of you because of your mixed blood." Doya's eyes locked on Sophia's. "I was wrong. It took me many years to realize I couldn't feel your powers because your abilities went far beyond my own." "That's just not possible. No one is stronger than Sophia," Jonah objected. Ezra jerked his head toward Ava Marie. "Well, you might have found her." Ezra's words were ominous. More than that, they were terrifying. If Doya's theory was correct, and Ava Marie would someday grow to be even stronger than Sophia was, people would want to use her. They'd come after her. And what was more, I didn't think Sophia and I were equipped to deal with that kind of magic. We certainly couldn't rein it in. Sophia's magic was a frightening thing to handle sometimes. I couldn't imagine if Ava Marie had powers beyond that. It made my insides turn to water. "All right, enough talking about scary-ass shit," I said. And that was the end of it, though Doya noticeably kept her eyes on Ava Marie as we ate. Ancestors, this was sickening. As much as she'd supposedly changed, Doya still had a thing for power. I didn't like the thought of her using my daughter to obtain that. Lunch was almost over by the time Maddie shuffled out of the house. She was so pale, I figured she never got any sun these days. Drew had come out a half an hour ago and was playing frisbee with Tegan. He shot a glance at Maddie, but nothing beyond that. He still lived with my mom, but to be honest, I didn't know if he and my sister were still together. They didn't really act like a couple anymore. But then again, Maddie had ceased to act like a person altogether. Maddie eyed the food with slight disgust. She only took a few spoonfuls of pasta salad before she sat down. "You need to eat more than that," Mom objected, eyeing Maddie's lithe form. Her clothes hung off her bones. "I'm fine, Mom," Maddie snapped. She nibbled at her food, but wasn't really eating. She didn't look at us. "Maddie, mind your manners," I said sternly. Fuck, my little sister's attitude was so over the top. Maddie jumped right up from her seat and rounded on me. It took one little comment like that to create an explosion. Fuck you, Liam. You think now that Dad's gone you can take his place and... Maddie gasped and she cut off mid-sentence. Her eyes rolled in the back of her head and her legs buckled. Her body went limp. She began convulsing, mumbling words in Hawkeye so quickly I didn't have time to memorize what was said. Mads! Ezra scrambled to catch her. He caught her before she fell to the ground. She shook in his arms as she continued to whisper unknown things. Sophia clutched Ava Marie to her chest. Imogen started and Jonah reeled backward. Mom hustled to Maddie's side and knelt beside her, summoning a strand of cool water from the ocean and running it over Maddie's forehead. Doya observed with wide eyes, like she'd hoped one day she'd get to witness something like this and was regretting that wish completely. Stevie wrapped her arms around Tegan. Drew just stood there and watched helplessly, like this was something he'd watched again and again. What's happening? Sophia asked fearfully. Ava Marie started crying, and Jackson followed suit. She's having a vision, I choked out. Ancestors, it was terrible when Maddie got like this. She'd only done this a few times in front of me, but it was always awful to watch. It was like she was having a seizure. Ezra laid her carefully on her back as her body continued to jerk. Eventually, the convulsions ceased, and Maddie stopped speaking in riddles. Her eyes fluttered open, and Mom helped her sit up. Esses didn't move from Sophia's side. He put a paw on Ava Marie's head and stroked her hair as he observed Maddie's quaking form with big, blue eyes. The rest of the familiars had backed off to give Maddie space. Their body language acted like something about the whole thing was unnatural. Maddie shivered. As she took in Ezra's features, her skin went pale. She began to gag. She fell to her hands and knees and retched, but nothing came out. When she was done, she threw her arms around Ezra and held him tight. He hugged her back because he didn't know what else to do. She sobbed into his shoulder, not letting him go for long minutes. Mom rubbed her back gently. What did you see, darling? Maddie's voice came out ragged. Nothing. You want to know. Mom's expression was crestfallen. I got up from the table and knelt by her side. Maddie dared to look up from Ezra's shoulder. When she did, she caught sight of Esses caressing Ava Marie and burst into tears all over again. If you tell us, we can help, I said, though I couldn't promise such a thing. We had enough trouble interpreting one prophecy. Maddie's visions were something she couldn't even understand. You can't help with this, she angrily wiped at her face. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing anyone can do. Ava Marie and Jackson began crying louder. I persisted. Whatever you saw, we can turn it around. Prophecies have loopholes. You said so yourself. You don't understand, Maddie cried. The things I've seen. You don't know what the price is going to be. We're going to win this war, but it's going to come at a great cost. Us winning is worse than us losing. A pit formed within me and sucked my spirit down to hell. What could be so terrible we'd rather lose to the elders than win? If that's true, tell us how to avoid it. Ezra grabbed her shoulders. We can stop this. Maddie shook her head. You don't understand. There's nothing we can do about this. I've tried thinking of options, and every alternative just leads to more pain. And if I tell you anything, it'll only make everything worse. I just can't take this anymore. Maddie stumbled to her feet and wrenched herself away from Ezra. She ran off into the house, slamming the door behind her. Mom wearily got up from the ground and wiped a few stray tears from her eyes. She picked Jackson up and bounced him to soothe his wails. Ancestors, I felt bad for her. I knew she was having a difficult time with Maddie. The rest of us, even the younger kids, had managed to patch ourselves together and move on after we'd fled Kinpago. Maddie had not. Whatever Oleander had done to her, it made her mind remain back there, in a place too agonizing for words to describe. "I'll check on her," Ezra offered. He strode after Maddie and shut the door quietly. I sighed and returned to my seat. Ava Marie was settled now, though she still let out small noises of upset. I rubbed my face. Sophia turned. "Is she going to be okay?" "I'm not sure," I responded. This was such a fucked up situation. "I don't know how to help her." "Maybe you should try talking to her," Sophia suggested. "Talk to her how? You can't say one word without her losing her shit," I pointed out. Sophia laid a hand on my shoulder. "I used to know someone like that," she said kindly, "and he turned out pretty damn good." She had me there. "I took a long time to get better," I admitted. "Yeah, but you did. And so will Maddie," Sophia encouraged. "She was there for you in your tough times. Maybe she just needs proof you aren't going to back down from being there, no matter how much she tries to push you away." Sophia knew me so well. "I know you're right." I stood. "Give us a minute. Maybe Ezra and I can talk some sense into her." I hadn't even gotten onto the porch steps, though, before I heard Ezra let out a strained cry. "Maddie!" Fuck. His voice sounded shocked and deeply upset. I already knew what had happened. Didn't have to guess. I entered Maddie's room. Ezra was standing in the doorway. Maddie had dropped something sharp. She yanked her sleeves down, though a trickle of blood ran down her wrist. The color from her face faded as she saw I was another witness. I grabbed Ezra by the collar and hauled him out before he could have a major freak out. I closed the door behind us. Ezra's eyes were calculating, adding things up. "Calm the fuck down," I told him. "She doesn't need this right now." Ezra took deep breaths. "Did you know about this?" he asked nastily. My tone was regretful. "I found out a few years ago. I didn't tell anyone. She'd gotten better." "She's obviously not better now," Ezra hissed. "Hey, guys." Drew had followed us in. His look was haunted. He knew what we were fighting about. "How long has this been going on, Drew?" I asked. He didn't need to ask what I meant. "A while. Since you brought us to Hokil." My heart dropped. That was months ago. Ezra's hands were balled into fists. "And you didn't tell us?" Drew's tone was cold. "I helped Maddie the best way I could." Ezra was still fuming. "We gotta do something. You'll do nothing. I'm going to talk to her," I said. "But—" "I'll handle it, Ez." I didn't give him any room to argue. I left him and Drew behind in the hallway as I entered Maddie's room. She was sitting on her bed, her face in her hands. I sat beside her, close enough we weren't touching, but near enough she knew I was there. "We should probably talk about this." "What's to talk about?" Maddie's voice came out muffled. She raised her head, and her bloodshot eyes connected with mine. "Come on, sis. You need help. You haven't been okay since—" I took a breath. "I've been where you are. I know how it feels." "This is different from your situation, Liam." "Not that much different." "No, it is. You can't comprehend what I feel because you're not a Natarai. I know who lives. I know who dies," she began. "The outcome of this war isn't going to be anything any of us want, but there's no way to fix what's been done. Too many variables are racing toward the worst possible scenario." She swept her hair back from her eyes. "And I can't handle knowing that people I love are going to die." Maddie looked up to the ceiling. That's why I do this. It makes my gift stop. The more I hurt, the less the visions come. The more pain I feel, the easier it is to get them to go away. If I can't do anything to change the future, I'd rather not know it at all. And if the only way to stop my visions is to do this, it's worth it. It's not, I insisted. Maddie, you've got to look at your powers in a different light. You've always hated them, but maybe if you stopped fighting against them and tried to interpret them instead, you'd have better luck handling them. She took a quivering breath. It was easier with Irakari. She helped me. I was doing so well until Oleander took her away from me. She was helping me to understand my visions. Now that she's gone, I'm lost. We'll find her. We'll bring back the missing familiars. And what if you can't? Her gaze was burning. You're the chief of Tawakwa, but you only have so much power. Being chief didn't save Dad from dying. I couldn't save him. I don't know if I can save you either. My gut wrenched. Just because something happened to Dad doesn't mean it'll happen to me. Don't you get it? It's my fault that Dad died, Maddie cried. I was the one who ran off that night, looking for Drew. Dad was still at Orenda Academy because of me. I could have foreseen his death. I could have saved him. I've seen other people die. I should have seen his death too. She sniffled and turned away. But I didn't. I was too wrapped up in dating Drew. You can't blame yourself for that. It was Dad's time to join the Ancestors, I said. That's just something people say to make themselves feel better. She shot at me. It's not true. It is, though. This was hard to talk about, but I swallowed the lump in my throat and continued on because my little sister needed me. I've done a lot of thinking about those we've lost. When it's your time to go, nothing will be able to change it. Dad's moved on to the ancestral lands. He's at peace, and I don't think he'd want you to blame yourself for loving Drew. Maddie threw her hands up. What has our relationship done for Drew? Oleander tortured him because he loves me. How can I ask someone to suffer like that for me? Sophia wouldn't ask me to endure torture for her, but I'd do it 1,000 times over, I told her firmly. Drew knows the consequences of being with you, and he's willing to take them. Sometimes I just wonder if it's better to be alone. Been there, done that. I shook my head. It doesn't work, and the more you try to push Drew away, the stronger your connection's going to get. She swallowed. I just don't want to hurt him. He cries every time I have a new scar. Pushing him away is only hurting him more, I pointed out. Keeping him out will hurt you and him. He wants to help. I've been getting intense visions for months, Maddie choked out. Ever since the end of your trial. These are different. Usually I'll just get a sense about something, space out for a bit. I'll see a glimpse, a picture, then it'll go away. These aren't like that. It's like watching a movie on fast forward and trying to remember it all. Did you foresee anything that's happened recently? I asked. You're not getting it. These visions aren't about the present. They're about the future, decades away, Maddie exclaimed. And I can't make heads or tails of them. Let's talk it out then, I offered. Maybe you need a new perspective. Maddie took a breath. It's like, take you and Sophia, for example. The first time I met her, I had a vision of you two at your wedding. It was like a photograph. That's how all my visions of the near future are. She bit her lip. But these new ones are different. They happen years down the line, and I don't have time to record them before something else pops up. I just don't know why I'm getting them now when they're not useful to our cause. I need information that'll stop what's coming in a few months, not stuff decades away. Mads, Shawana Harjo made the prophecy a very long time ago. She wasn't connected to this war, but the information she gave us is helpful to us now, I said calmly. She was probably frustrated that her visions didn't give her any direction on how to save the Anachi when Coigny was destroying them. But in a way, they did, because the Anachi are still alive, and we're helping them now. Even though it wasn't in Shawana's lifetime, her prophecy is making a difference today. Yes, but I need information that's going to help us right away, she shouted. I shushed her and her voice quieted. Maybe you should start writing this stuff down, I suggested, just in case an Elementai in the future needs it. If there are any Elementai left after this, she said glumly. You say that your visions are absolute, that there's no way around them or a way to change what is coming. But you told me yourself prophecies are interpretations, I said. They're based on our choices, different possibilities on the paths we walk. Prophecies can be changed and interpreted, but that's what makes this stuff so hard, Maddie insisted. You and Sophia were destined to be together. That's why I saw the two of you in my vision. But futures can be altered if significant events take place. For example, if you had been convicted during your trial and killed, your destiny wouldn't have come to pass. So maybe your visions of the war aren't as clear-cut as we thought, I offered. There might be a way to stop what's coming. Maddie seemed downhearted. No, Liam, there's not. This will end in a big battle, and no matter how that battle is fought, it comes out the same way every time. Nature demands a balance. If you think that way, why do you believe there's something you could have done to save Dad? I asked. Dad was one person. I might have been able to change certain circumstances around his death, Maddie explained. What's coming is so big, one person doesn't have power over it. Even if I was to explain, no one would believe me. They'd say it wasn't possible. I grew frustrated. Can you at least give me a hint? Some sort of clue? Maddie gave me a sad look. If I told you now, you wouldn't have the strength to go through with what's necessary when it's time. A shiver ran through me. She was speaking of making a sacrifice. I stood. Either way, I think you need to go to therapy, Maddie. You need to deal with what's been bothering you. You have to make a choice to live. You told me once that I was destined for incredible things, and so are you. But you have to decide to get better if you're going to live your life. Maddie stared at the carpet. I just need time. Let me be for now. Maddie swept away from me and out of her room, where she squeezed past Ezra and avoided Drew. As she walked out onto the porch, Ezra frowned. Did you get through to her? Barely, I said. I think we can all agree she shouldn't be alone right now. I'll watch her, Ezra volunteered. And me, Drew offered. I won't leave her side. A silent understanding passed between us that we'd be here to help Maddie, no matter what. But there was only so much we could do if she didn't want to help herself. Maddie's words haunted me. If I told you now, you wouldn't have the strength to go through with what's necessary when it's time. Shawana said Sophia would lose her life. She'd have to give herself up in order to save the tribe. I'd never be strong enough for that. Maddie knew it. That's why she was holding off on telling me the truth. She knew I'd do everything in my power to avoid what was inevitable. If the time came for Sophia to sacrifice herself, I'd interfere. I would fight to save Sophia's life, and I'd doom the Hawkeye forever. If I had to make the choice between Sophia and my people, I couldn't do it. Not even as chief. My wife or the Hawkeye? I'd pick my wife every damn time. And that's what my sister was so terrified of.
Chapter 4. Sophia. I felt helpless watching Maddie seize. I had healing magic, and yet there wasn't a thing I could do to help her. Afterward, I couldn't get the images of Maddie's features out of my head. The way her eyes rolled backward and her body convulsed. I wished there was more I could do. What would you have done? I asked Luana on Monday. I was still on maternity leave and taking a break from my Anachi sessions, but Luana usually came by to help me with Ava Marie in the morning. I've never seen a Nadarai experience a vision, Luana admitted. But I don't believe any healing magic could have helped her at that moment. The best you can do is give her space and let the vision reveal itself. I don't think that helps her. Liam made it sound like she gets worse the more visions she has, I signed. Luana looked thoughtful. She's a Nadarai. She was chosen, as were you and I. The ancestors wouldn't give her visions without reason. Perhaps the problem is not with the visions, but with the way she views them. My heart sank for Maddie. I couldn't imagine being in her place, seeing things I didn't want to see, keeping secrets I didn't wish to keep. Except, I realized I had been in her place before. I'd never had a vision, but I'd experienced flashbacks and hid my pain from others because I thought I had to be strong for them. But Maddie couldn't hold it together anymore. She was crumbling, and it was easy for the rest of us to see. Liam kept saying we had to give her time, but I feared if we didn't do something, she wouldn't have much time left. That afternoon, after Luana left, I placed Ava Marie in the cradle board, bundled us up, and left to visit Maddie. Essis followed closely at my feet. When we arrived, Hokil was folding laundry with the help of her Brittany housemaid, Beatrice. "Sophia," she greeted pleasantly when I walked in the door. "What a wonderful surprise." "Hi," I smiled back. "Is Maddie around?" "She's in her room," Hokil said. Of course. Maddie didn't go much of anywhere these days. Ava Marie squirmed and let out a light peep, then yawned. Hokil set down the towel she was folding and came over. "Look at my beautiful granddaughter," she sang. "Do you mind if I hold her?" "Not at all." I helped her pull Ava Marie out of the cradle board. She was still so fragile. "Would you actually mind watching her for a bit? I came to visit Maddie." "Of course I will," Hokil said, staring down at Ava Marie. She started talking to Ava in a high-pitched voice. "I'll watch my granddaughter any time. Yes, I will." "Thank you." I started toward Maddie's room, but Hokil stopped me. Her gaze seemed concerned. "Sophia, if you could get Maddie to eat something, that would be a miracle." I offered a smile, but it was forced. "I'll see what I can do." I grabbed an apple off the counter on my way to Maddie's room. Essis stayed behind to play with Ava Marie. I knocked lightly on Maddie's door. She groaned. "I'll eat later, Mom. I'm not hungry." I cleared my throat. It's me, Sophia." Maddie's voice came out clearer. I heard her footsteps padding across the room. "Sophia?" The door swung open. I shuddered at the sight of Maddie. Her sweatshirt hung off her form, and her eyes were dark and sunken in. It was as if everyone had completely ignored her for months, but I knew that wasn't true. Hokil, Drew, and everyone else had done whatever they could to help. But you couldn't save someone who didn't want to be saved. I wasn't giving up. I had to try. Maddie eyed me curiously, and she pursed her lips. "What are you doing here? Where's Ava?" "She's playing with your mom. I just came by to visit." Her gaze narrowed. Are you sure you didn't come to ask about the prophecy? She bit. Because I can't tell you anything. I reeled backward. What? No. I came because you're my sister-in-law and I wanted to see how you were doing. Her features softened. Oh, well, I guess you can come in. Maddie turned away from me but left the door open. I stepped into the room. I noticed something strange. I couldn't put my finger on it right away. The room was spotless. I was sure Haloki or Beatrice had been cleaning up after Maddie. There weren't any strange smells or weird drawings on the walls that would have sent off immediate red flags. The room seemed positively bland. And that's when I noticed what was strange about it. There weren't any pictures on the walls, no keepsakes on the dresser. Maddie's room was completely void of personality, as if no one had been living there at all these last few months. It was completely off for a teenage girl to have no decoration whatsoever in her room. I looked to Maddie, who seemed nothing more than a shell of a human being, and I realized why. Maddie hadn't really been living. She slumped to the bed. Well, you're here. What do you want? I sighed and sat beside her. Can we talk? Her lips tightened and she glanced down to the apple in my hands. Did Mom make you bring me that? I nodded lightly and pressed it into her hands. You should try to eat something. Maddie dropped her gaze, but she didn't throw the apple at me, so that was a good sign. I sighed. Look, the truth is, I came because I thought I might be able to help, I admitted. Maddie frowned, and she didn't meet my gaze. I know healing magic worked for Liam when he was depressed, but it's not going to work for me. I'd like to try, I said. It won't heal you completely, but it might help clear your mind. She shook her head firmly. She spoke quietly, but her tone was harsh. This isn't anything like what Liam went through. You don't know. Nobody knows. You don't have to tell me, I assured her. But eventually you're going to have to tell someone. We can't help you if we don't understand what's truly wrong and where those wounds lie. Believe me, bottling it up inside only makes those wounds fester. Maddie blew a puff of air. Believe you? What would you know? You're perfect. She wasn't mean about it. In fact, she spoke like she admired me. I'm far from perfect, Maddie, I promised her. I will never be able to understand what you went through with Oleander, or what you go through daily being a Natterai, but I do know something about pressure. I was chosen by the ancestors, too. Maddie stared down at the apple, but her features changed, like she was considering what I had to say. I've been on the run, Maddie, I reminded her. I've watched people be gutted and burned alive in front of me. People I loved. When you were Oleander's prisoner, I was fighting PTSD. I can never pretend to know what it's like for you, but I'm not perfect either. Maddie's eyes glistened, and she finally lifted her gaze to meet mine. She didn't say anything, but I could see I was getting through to her. We've all been through a lot, I said. That doesn't make what I've gone through any less valid, she growled. No, it doesn't, I said gently. I don't wish to invalidate you in the slightest. Please understand that. Your pain is very real, and don't let anyone tell you differently. But you are not alone. And your mom, Drew, and your siblings may understand more than you realize. Maddie's eyebrows knitted together in thought. After a few beats, she asked, How do you do it? Get over your PTSD? I shook my head. Some days I'm still not sure that I have. But it's better, much better than it was. I don't feel like it owns me anymore. Her eyes started to water. How do you get your ownership back? I paused for a moment. There was no easy answer. I made a choice. I chose to face my issues instead of running away from them. I chose to accept what happened to me and work through my problems. Maddie bit her lower lip. You make it sound so easy. It's not, I assured her. It is the hardest thing in the world. But you don't have to do it all at once. Maddie furrowed her brow like she'd been expecting an instant cure. Take one step today, one step tomorrow, and so on, I said. I just want to wake up one day and all this will be over, she whispered. I sighed and placed a gentle hand on her back, rubbing up and down. I do too, Mads. Maddie dropped her head and sniffled. Did you go to therapy like Liam did? The question halted me in my tracks, and my guts sank. I didn't know why I'd never thought about it until now. Maybe it would have made things easier. No, I admitted. And it was a big mistake, especially after seeing how much it helped Liam. Yeah, Mom won't stop reminding me, Maddie groaned. I just can't get on board with talking to a stranger about this. Then talk to someone you trust, I said. I didn't have a licensed therapist, but I had Liam. I had my friends. When I opened up to Liam, it was like a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. I think that's what helped me the most. Maddie wiped at her eyes, and her voice cracked. I just don't want to burden anyone with this. Mads, I said gently, reaching out to pull her chin up. She gazed at me with glistening eyes. Nobody thinks you're a burden. Sharing your fears will not burden others. It will allow them to help. But don't do this for them. Do it for you. Isn't that selfish? She stammered. I shook my head. I wished I could make her see, but I couldn't. She had to go through the journey herself to learn the lessons. Have you ever heard the saying, you can't pour from an empty cup? Maddie nodded lightly, though she had a thoughtful look on her face. Your cup's empty, Mads, I said softly. I wasn't sure if she would take it as an insult or not. I didn't mean it that way. I only wanted to show her that other people were there, that we could pour from our glasses to fill hers. Her expression remained static for several moments. I held my breath, awaiting her response. I expected her to either snap at me and throw me out of the room or to admit that I was right. What she did instead was so unexpected it made me jump. Maddie burst into tears and threw her arms around my neck. I stiffened for a second as her wails filled my ears. But I relaxed a moment later and hugged her back. I am an empty cup, she cried. She didn't sound offended. It was more like she was finally admitting it to herself. Hey, Mads, it's going to be okay, I told her, rubbing her back. She said something else, but I couldn't make it out. I didn't speak as I sat there embracing her. I just held her to let her know I was there for her. No judgments. Maddie's shoulders shook, and her tears soaked my shirt. I took deep breaths, and it was only a few minutes before her cries slowed and her breaths began to match mine. Finally, Maddie drew away, wiping at her eyes. I'm sorry. I feel ridiculous crying in front of you. Don't, I said, reaching up to wipe the tears. Let it out, Mads. It's okay." She sniffled, then nodded. "Would it be okay if I tried healing you now?" I asked. She seemed scared, but she nodded. Okay," she agreed, her voice cracking. Maddie set the apple aside, and I took her hands in mine. I guided the calm energy of my healing magic into her body. My magic resisted before I even had a chance to explore. I could feel the mental illness seeping its poison into every cell of her body. The illness smelled like a damp basement, but felt dry, as if it was sucking the life right out of her. It tasted bitter. "Are you doing it?" Maddie asked. "I've never healed anything like this before," I admitted. "I'm trying to find the source." It was hard, because there was no definitive wound to heal. It was a lot like Liam's disease, but with his, I could target it down to his immune system. With Maddie, her illness permeated every system, and none of it was working properly. My magic tingled over her forearms, and I felt the sharp sting of the cuts across her arms. The surface wounds were easy to heal. I started using my magic to heal them, but Maddie jerked away. She cradled her arms to her chest. "Don't heal those. I need them." I furrowed my brow. "Are you sure?" Her gaze was firm. "I'm sure," she said. "Okay, I'll leave them," I agreed. It wasn't my job to judge her. I didn't understand why she wanted to keep the scars, but I needed her to feel like I was here to support her, not question her. Maddie put her hands back in mine, and I filled her with my healing magic again. I searched her head for signs of the mental illness, but I couldn't see within her mind. All I knew was things weren't quite right with her body's systems, from hormone production to the beat of her heart. I started by healing the pain and inflammation in her joints, then focused on her lungs. I did all I could, then funneled my magic into her immune system. I hoped it would help the fatigue and clear her mind. When I drew away, Maddie took a deep breath. "Am I better?" "Not completely. I can't heal everything," I said. Maddie dropped her gaze in disappointment. "Your body's not quite right, Mads," I admitted. "I'm still learning what everything means, but I can tell some of it is hormonal, and a lot of it is malnourishment. I'm not saying eating something will cure you, but it will help." Maddie pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you for the help." "I'm glad to hear that," I said. "That's what sisters are for." Maddie forced her lips up into what could be considered a smile. "I think I need some time to think over what you said." "That's fair." I stood to give her space. "If you need anything, Liam and I are always here. Understand?" She nodded. "I know." I paused at the door and looked back to her. She tugged at her sleeves and balled them into her hands. I wasn't quite sure I had helped, or if she was just saying that to get me to leave. But as I shut the door, I swear I heard her take a bite of the apple. It wasn't much, but it was a step in the right direction. I didn't hear from Maddie the rest of the week, but Liam stopped by after work one day and said Maddie had left her room. I took it as a good sign. On Saturday, I was startled awake by the sound of the front door shutting. As my eyes opened, I wondered why Liam would leave so early without saying goodbye. But Liam groaned beside me, and I realized he hadn't even awoken. "Liam!" I hissed, shaking him. My heart pounded, and my eyes darted over to Ava Marie sleeping soundlessly in her crib.
What?
Liam asked, rubbing his eyes. "I heard something," I whispered. "I think someone's in the house." Liam's eyes sprang wide open. He went to go sit upright, but he groaned at the stiffness in his joints. Essis grumbled as Liam tugged the blanket. After a beat, Liam relaxed.
No one would get inside,
He claimed.
Julian keeps watch on us.
I didn't know who would be stupid enough to try to break in with a dragon guarding the door, but dumber things had happened before. I swore I heard something, I pressed. Just then, the sound of footsteps sounded outside the door. Liam stiffened beside me.
Stay here,
he hissed, jumping out of bed. He stumbled, as his joints hadn't had time to loosen up yet. He reached for the glass of water on the nightstand and created a water ball in his hand. Heart pounding, I got out of bed and tiptoed to the other side of the room to Ava Marie's crib. She let out a light coo as I picked her up. Shh, I whispered. I cradled her close to my chest and pressed myself into the corner, holding my breath. The footsteps got louder, and Liam reached cautiously for the door. He raised the water ball in his hand, then yanked the door open. I gasped when I saw a tall, shadowy figure in the doorway. Liam didn't hesitate a second. He threw the water ball straight at the intruder's face, and the man went down.
Ow! What the hell?
A familiar voice whined. Liam and I dropped our shoulders in unison. It was only Jonah.
Fuck, man, I'm sorry,
Liam yelped. He rushed forward to help Jonah to his feet. Jonah clutched his face and blood streamed out his nose. Jonah, I scolded, you scared the crap out of us.
Me?
He squeaked.
I'm not the one who attacked like a wild animal.
Liam sighed.
You should have announced yourself. I didn't want to wake you,
he said.
Too late.
Liam slumped back into the room and sat on the bed.
What are you doing here?
Jonah wiped his nose in the doorway.
I'm looking for baby. I woke up this morning and the poor little hippogriff was gone. I thought he might have gotten confused and come back here.
Essis' ears perked up. We'd saved baby after liberating the child camps a few months ago. Squeaks doesn't know where he is? I asked, shocked. She's basically his mother. She coddles him 24/7.
I know, which is why it's weird,
Jonah said.
He never leaves her side.
It's very unlike him, I agreed. We'll help you look.
Thanks, guys,
Jonah replied.
Sorry to barge in.
Liam rolled his eyes.
Sorry, not sorry. Knock next time.
Jonah wiped the last bit of blood from his face.
I won't make that mistake twice. I'm going to head up the block and see what I can find. Are we still on for the Hall of Records today? Yes,
Liam said.
Gotta gather as many clues as we can to win this war. I'll meet you there,
Jonah said.
Send Julian to find me if you locate baby.
We will, I assured him. After Jonah left, Liam sighed and started changing.
Baby couldn't have gone too far. He's growing bigger every day. He should be easy to spot.
Agreed. We'll find him. I changed, and Liam helped me strap Ava Marie to my body. Essis wanted to copy Ava, so he jumped on Liam's back and clutched his coat like he was getting a piggyback ride.
Hey, what's the deal?
Liam protested.
You're choking me. Not cool, Essis.
I laughed as Liam spun in a circle trying to get Essis off of him. Essis grinned proudly that he'd found a spot Liam couldn't reach. Liam outsmarted him and slipped out of his jacket, dropping Essis onto the couch. I laughed. Ava Marie watched on with interest as Essis tried to unbury himself from the coat. Finally, he popped his head out from under it and crossed his arms at Liam. Liam tried to play along, but he couldn't help it when a smile broke across his lips.
Fine, Essis, you win, but no piggyback rides.
Essis seemed to consider it a win either way because he got to ride on Liam's shoulder. We left the house and started down the street, calling baby's name. Julian flew above us to get a better view. There weren't a lot of people out this early in the morning, but no matter how much we called, baby didn't seem to hear us. Or he didn't respond, at least. We walked halfway to the beach when Liam slowed his steps and turned to me.
There's got to be a better way to search for him, right?
What do you want to do? Put up posters? I asked, half serious. Liam pressed his finger to his chin.
We've just gotta think. Where would a hippogriff go?
I don't know, I admitted. Baby was always either at home or with Squeaks.
He's older now,
Liam pointed out.
Maybe he feels safer exploring on his own.
I frowned. That might be true, but until we find him, I'm still worried. You don't think someone could have come and taken him, do you? He's not the first familiar to have gone missing. Liam shook his head.
If anyone's stealing familiars out of Hokil, an unbonded teenage hippogriff with a missing wing would be the last one anyone would target.
True, I started to say, but I cut off when I heard the sound of familiar voices around the corner. We stopped when we spotted Imogen and Trace on the next street. Their two fox familiars were playing with each other at their feet. They were standing in front of a cafe and looked deep in conversation. They didn't notice us. I'm sorry I didn't tell you right away, Imogen said to her brother. I guess I should have known news would travel fast in this small town. Liam and I slunk back around the corner. We didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we didn't want to interrupt either. This was pretty awkward. Trace reached out and placed his hands on Imogen's shoulders, forcing her to look at him.
Imogen, I'm not mad you didn't tell me you moved in with Cade.
Imogen tilted her head to the side. You're not? I thought I don't know, think it was weird. Trace shrugged.
I did a little at first. When Cade came to Hokil and told me what had been going on between you two, I admit I didn't really like it. But now that I've seen you two together, I think you're a perfect pair.
Imogen sounded shocked. Really?
If you're waiting for me to tell you I'm okay with this, don't,
Trace assured her.
It's not my call to make whether you two should be together or not. But if it was up to me, I'm glad you two chose each other. Cade's a great guy.
Yeah, he is, Imogen said softly.
I love you both,
Trace continued.
So don't feel like you have to hide your relationship from me. And when he does ask you to marry him, I better be the first to know.
My jaw dropped, and Liam and I exchanged a wide-eyed glance. Oh my gosh, Trace! Imogen squealed. Is he planning to ask me? What did he tell you?
No,
Trace stammered.
He didn't tell me anything. I just meant, I hope you two work out.
Imogen's voice calmed. I do too. The two went silent after that. Liam and I peeked around the corner to see they were in a tight embrace. Imogen drew away and breathed a heavy sigh. That makes me feel so much better.
Wait,
Trace said.
You didn't know I approved of you two?
Imogen dropped her gaze. Not really. You never said anything.
He sighed. I didn't realize I had to say it explicitly. I thought it was obvious.
Not to me, she replied. Trace nudged her in the shoulder.
Ancestors, you're so smart, but sometimes...
Sometimes what? She teased, narrowing her eyes at him playfully. He shrugged.
Sometimes I wonder.
Watch it, she warned, or you'll be eating your words before sundown. Trace rolled his eyes at her.
We'll see about that.
He threw his arm around her shoulder and messed up her hair like they were kids again. She laughed. It was really refreshing to see from Imogen. Stop it, she chuckled. Let's get serious. We have to find Baby. Before Trace could respond, Imogen looked up and spotted Liam and me. She rushed over instantly. Hey, you guys! Did you hear about Baby?
Yeah,
Liam answered, sticking his hands in his pockets.
We've been out looking for him for half an hour.
I'm so worried, Imogen said. But she didn't sound worried. She spoke in a high-pitched voice and tickled Ava Marie's nose while she spoke. She was still riding the high of the thought of her and Cade getting engaged.
Us too,
Liam said.
I hope he'll show up.
Guys? I cut him off. All eyes turned to me. While Liam spoke, the door to the cafe opened. A guy my age stepped outside. I recognized him as Nicholas, a Coigny guy who'd been in some of my classes at Orenda Academy. A hippogriff the size of a pony followed behind him. It took me a second to notice the missing wing. Baby strutted with pride like he was king of all hippogriffs or something. He didn't look in danger at all, but rather glowed with pleasure. If hippogriffs could smile, he'd be beaming. Mystery solved. I found him. I pointed toward Baby, and everyone drew a collective breath of surprise. I started toward him. Hey, Nicholas! Nicholas stopped and turned his head. He looked a little surprised to see me approaching.
Hey, Sophia, what's up?
This is our hippogriff, I said. Where'd you find him? Nicholas looked flustered. His gaze shot between Baby and the rest of us. He raked his hands through his hair, then shoved them in his pockets like he didn't know what to do with them. He stepped closer to Baby like he was protecting him.
Oh, wow. This is kind of awkward. He and I sort of bonded last night.
Nicholas bit his lip like he expected us to fight for Baby. Instead, Imogen let out a high-pitched squeal. Ancestors, Baby! You bonded! She cried. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Baby's neck. Baby squawked proudly and threw his head upward like he was celebrating.
That's great, man, Liam said. Congratulations.
Just then, I heard the sound of a hippogriff crying down the block. I looked to see Squeaks running so fast around the corner that she lost her balance and skidded into the middle of the street. Luckily, there were no carriages going by at the time, so she only knocked over a stack of boxes. Sassy barked and jumped up and down, as if we hadn't all noticed Squeaks totally faceplant. Squeaks righted herself just in time for Jonah to trip over his own feet behind her. He fell into her, and the two ended up in a heap on the ground. Trace and Liam breathed a collective sigh, then went to help Jonah and Squeaks to their feet. Jonah's hair was in disarray, and he breathed heavily.
We heard Baby!
Everything's okay, Jonah, I assured him. Baby's fine. He left home last night because he bonded. Jonah's jaw dropped, and tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he took in Baby's proud stance.
Oh, my little baby, all grown up!
Nicholas looked really uncomfortable as Jonah came forward and hugged his familiar. Jonah, a little space? I suggested. Baby's bonded now. To be honest, he and Imogen were being kind of rude by touching someone else's familiar. Jonah cleared his throat and stood up straighter.
Right. So, you're the lucky guy?
Nicholas nodded.
I guess I am. Well, congratulations,
Jonah said, reaching out to shake Nicholas's hand. He shook it back and seemed to relax.
Mind if I give you some advice? Have at it,
Nicholas said. While Jonah started talking to Nicholas about Baby's likes and dislikes, and how to properly care for a hippogriff, Squeaks stepped forward and bowed her head to Baby. It looked like they were having a conversation, perhaps saying goodbye. Baby bowed his head back, and the two pressed their foreheads together. Squeaks looked proud, but equally sad, like a mother dropping her kid off at college or something.
Let's give them a moment,
Liam suggested. Ava Marie started fussing then, so Liam and I attended to her to make sure she was warm enough. I think she's hungry, I said. I'll feed her once we get inside. Liam whistled to Jonah.
Hey guys, we're gonna head to the Hall of Records. We have to get Ava out of the cold.
Jonah saluted him.
No problem, I'll be just a minute.
I rocked Ava Marie back and forth until Jonah and Imogen were ready to go. Trace waved goodbye, and the rest of us headed off to the Hall of Records with our familiars. The Hall of Records was nothing more than a room above the town's main library. I didn't know why I expected tall shelves and endless tables like the library back at Orenda Academy, but I was shocked by how small it was. The room wasn't much bigger than our living room, but it was beautiful. There were dark shelves lining the perimeter with high, arched windows made of stained glass above them. Huge beams stretched across the ceiling, and sconces were set between every bookcase. I was surprised to see many of the bookcases empty of books, with Anachi sculptures of magical creatures set to fill the space. Chief Kawak wasn't lying when he said they didn't have much in their Hall of Records. There were only 2 tables set in the room. When we arrived, Luana was sitting at one of them. A guy with god-awful lime green hair sat across from her. I stopped dead in my tracks when we entered the room because the green hair was so bright it was impossible to miss. When the man turned, I nearly choked on my own breath. Liam actually did choke and started coughing to cover it up. "Bane?" he cried between coughs. Bane furrowed his brow.
"Are you okay, Liam? Why are the 4 of you staring at me like that?"
Bane shot a glance at Luana as if she could explain. "Your hair," she signed. She looked like she was trying really hard not to laugh. Sierra fluttered over and landed on Bane's head. It was hard not to laugh when the Luna moth blended in so well, she might as well have used invisibility. "Sick style," Imogen said proudly.
"What did you do?"
Jonah asked, looking disgusted. Bane brushed his fingers through his hair.
"A minor mishap. I tried to color my hair, but I must have gotten the chemicals mixed up."
"Color your hair?" Jonah asked, then wiggled his eyebrows.
"For someone special?"
Bane opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again.
"As a matter of fact, yes. Eleanor always did like my natural color." "Yes, I can see why,"
Liam deadpanned.
"Green is very flattering on you."
The 4 of us couldn't contain ourselves. We burst into a fit of laughter. Bane just huffed and turned back to his book. "It's okay, Pata," I said, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. "Ava loves it, see?" I pulled Ava Marie out of the cradle board, and she smiled at Bane.
"Well, at least someone does," he said. "But no matter. Let's forget about my hair. We have work to do." "What is it we expect to find?"
Jonah asked. He walked over to one of the bookshelves and pulled a folder down.
"I'm not entirely sure," Bane admitted. "What we really need is a clue on how to work the Azaimperiai. Beyond that, I have no specifics." "We'll know when we see it,"
Liam said. He turned to Luana and signed,
"Find anything yet?"
She shook her head. "Nothing useful. I've been too distracted by Bane's hair." We all started laughing again, but Bane hadn't seen her sign. Imogen turned to the nearest bookcase and took a book off the shelf. "Well, I guess we have to start somewhere." She and Sassy got settled at one of the tables next to Jonah. I took my feeding cover out of the diaper bag and slipped it over my head to breastfeed Ava Marie. Meanwhile, Liam brought over a stack of books for us to start with. Essis grabbed one of the books and dragged it across the table, then used 2 hands to open it, struggling like he was lifting weights. It was funny to watch. I was just finishing feeding my daughter when the door opened again. I turned to see Jake walk through, followed by his familiar, Sabor. Both of them moved slowly and looked exhausted, though Jonah's expression brightened when he took Jake in.
"Sorry I'm late,"
Jake said.
"I meant to be here sooner, but something came up."
"What's wrong?" Imogen asked. Jake raked his fingers through his hair and sat down.
"We had a breakthrough on the Nightshade case."
Imogen's spine straightened. "What did you learn?" Jake took a deep breath.
Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? Lay it on us either way,
Jonah said. Jake shook his head.
The good news is we know how Nightshade was getting into Hokil. The bad news? It was one of my own officers.
Jonah gasped.
No way! Which one?
Jake's lips tightened.
Anton.
Jonah's eyes narrowed.
I always knew there was something off about that guy.
Wait, I said quickly. He's the one who led my team at the child camps. Jake's frown deepened.
That's the one. He thought Black Ivy could strengthen our soldiers and help us win this war, but he knew I'd never approve of it. Of course not, Liam exclaimed. Look at the side effects. Exactly,
Jake agreed.
He went behind my back to trade unicorn hair and other magical items with the Miriamic Coven for the Nightshade. The supply traveled through our soldiers and onto the streets. According to my intel, the Coven called off the deal a few weeks ago. Hokil's been surviving on the last of supply they had left, but it's dwindled to the point there's not enough to go around. One of my soldiers on withdrawal finally caved and outed his dealer, who outed his dealer, who led me to Anton.
Imogen shook her head. I'm so glad I'm off that stuff. The withdrawals have been hell.
I've got a handful of soldiers headed to rehab right now,
Jake said.
If you need to go deal with that, you can,
Jonah offered.
We've got this handled. No,
Jake sighed.
I'd rather be here with you right now. I need a break. Are you allowed a break?
Liam teased. Jake shrugged.
Hey, you're the Tawakwa chief. I could ask you the same question. I'm still on paternity leave for another week. Either way, what we're doing here is important,
Liam said.
That is, if we find anything.
Imogen flipped a page. This library may be small, but we do have a lot of information to read through.
Then let's get started,
Bane said. The Hall of Records went silent after that. We were all so wrapped up in our own files and books that no one spoke for hours. Ava Marie fell asleep against my chest, but Jonah kept groaning from the table next to us, so it was hard to concentrate. After what must have been the 15th time Jonah groaned, Liam burst.
Jonah, would you stop that? I can't hear myself think,
Liam hissed in a whisper. Imogen breathed a sigh. Finally, someone said it. Jonah gaped, like he had no idea what they were talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just not finding anything. Me either,
Jake added in a bored tone.
It's going to take time,
Bane assured all of us.
But if we can find even one piece of information to help us in this war, this research will be worth it.
I agree, Luana signed.
Okay, but how is this ancient book on Anachi architecture going to help us?
Jonah asked, waving it around. Bane adjusted his glasses.
Architecture has many significant symbols, Mr. Chani. It's possible that the Anachi of old hid sacred messages in their architectural designs, just as they did in their sculptures and other artworks. Okay, big guy.
Jonah stopped him.
I don't need a lecture. I was being rhetorical.
Bane scowled.
Forgive me. Usually, when someone asks a question, they want it answered. Hey, Grandpa Bane,
Jonah scolded loudly.
There's no reason to get all snippy with me.
Ava Marie wiggled in my arms. Before I could calm her, she started wailing.
Great, Bane huffed. You've woken the baby.
Calm down, both of you, I snapped. I stood and rocked Ava Marie from side to side. I know we're all irritated we can't find anything, but we need to keep trying.
Sorry,
Jonah mumbled.
I think I'm just hungry.
Jake shot a nervous glance at Ava Marie, who was still crying.
Yeah, maybe we should go grab some takeout.
Imogen cocked an eyebrow. Is someone scared of the baby?
Pfft,
Jonah breathed.
Jake, he loves babies. It's true, Jake agreed. But I also love food, and we're going to need some if we're going to be here all day. Even the familiars are getting antsy.
He was right. Squeaks and Sabor were pacing around the room, and Esses patted his belly at the talk of food. Ava Marie was still crying really loud, and no amount of rocking her seemed to help. "Liam," I pleaded, "I don't know what's wrong."
Here, let me take her,
he offered. As soon as she was in his arms, Ava Marie settled. She cooed as he held her close. Ancestors, Ava Marie was such a daddy's girl. If I couldn't get her to calm down, he always could.
Jake, Jonah, you guys grab some food. We'll hold down the fort here,
Liam said. Watching Liam take care of our baby was a major turn-on. He was such a hot dad. Seriously, I wanted to make more babies with him. After Jake and Jonah left with their familiars, Ava Marie grew quiet again. Liam held her in his arms and started flipping through his book.
Take a break, Sophia. I've got her.
Thanks, I said. I really didn't want to let Ava Marie out of my arms, but I knew I couldn't be attached to her at all times. I stood to stretch out my legs, and the room got really quiet again. I paced near the bookshelves, eyeing the stacks of folders and books there. I stopped when a pile of files caught my eye. They were tattered around the edges of the pages, with burn marks scorched onto them. The ones on top were more burnt than others. I pulled the stack down and started thumbing through them.
What did you find?
Liam asked curiously. I don't know, I admitted. Some pages were older and written in quill and ink, while others looked to be typed on a typewriter. There were lists of names, all connected by various lines. I think it's a genealogy chart. I wonder why they're burnt up. Luana looked intrigued by the files I found. You're right. They are genealogy charts. Most of the Anachi's charts were destroyed in the war. The records didn't make it to Hokil. Then what are these? I asked. They're the most recent records, she answered. The library caught fire about 10 years ago. These were the files that made it. Barely, I signed back. I'm sorry, Sophia, Luana said. That's why I couldn't track your lineage. Bane leaned over and eyed the names as I flipped through the delicate pages. Imogen had come up behind me to peek over my shoulder. Wait, Bane cried, just as I started turning one of the pages. I flipped back. What?
That name there.
Bane pointed, his eyes widening.
William Azure.
The name was just at the edge of the burn marks. I could barely read it. Should that name mean something to us? I asked. Bane's gaze lifted to meet mine.
Sophia, that's Eleanor's father. Your grandfather.
My grandfather? I gasped and began sifting through the pages, searching for more information about my family line. My stomach sank the more I looked because there were no answers to be found. The scorch marks were so dark and deep that I couldn't read any of the other names. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No! My family has to be here! I flipped the pages again, but the edges crumbled beneath my fingers.
Soph,
Liam pressed.
Pawi, calm down.
There has to be an answer here, I cried. I flipped the page again, back and forth, but I couldn't read anything beneath the fire damage.
An answer to what?
Liam asked. I slumped in my chair and ran my fingers over my grandfather's name. I don't know. I thought there might be something to explain my heritage, why I'm so powerful. I'll help you look, Imogen offered. She grabbed half the stack, which was less damaged than the rest, and returned to her seat at the table. The room got really quiet again. but I felt a sinking feeling in my gut that we weren't going to find anything. I didn't know why I thought I'd find an answer in my lineage, because there wasn't one. Reading names wasn't going to help me understand the Azaimperiai. I wasn't sure there was an answer in the Anachi records at all. But we literally had nowhere else to go right now. We had to find something. After another long, agonizing silence, Imogen gasped. She shot to her feet. "Ancestors, you guys! I found something!" Just then, the door opened. Jake and Jonah stepped inside with bags of takeout. The scent of fried chicken hit my nose. Essis scrambled off the tabletop immediately and bounded over toward the food. Usually I'd be hungry too, but I didn't think about eating now. "What did you find?" I asked desperately.
You found a clue?
Jonah asked.
Then I guess we're just in time.
Imogen blinked a few times like she couldn't believe it. "What does it say?" Luana asked. Imogen took a deep breath. "I found Showana Harjo."
"The Showana Harjo?"
Bane asked. The whole room, including the familiars, had gone totally silent. Imogen nodded. "Yes, and her entire lineage is here. I've traced it down to her closest living ancestors."
"Wait,"
Liam said, rocking Ava Marie back and forth.
"If we can get in contact with one of them, we might be able to talk to Showana and get more answers. We could get the last piece of the prophecy."
"We can do that?" I balked. "I mean, outside of Ancestors' Day?"
"If Showana is one of her descendants' spirit guides, then yes,"
Liam said.
"They can communicate with her for us."
There was a slim chance, but it was the only chance we had. "Do we know any of her relatives?" I asked Imogen. Imogen's eyebrows rose. "Yeah, but you're not going to believe it."
"Who is it, Miss Onhild?"
Bane asked. Imogen drew a long breath. "Madam Wells." "I can't believe we've had a direct line of communication to Showana this whole time and haven't used it," I said to Liam as we walked toward the beach. Everyone agreed we had to talk to Madam Wells, but Bane suggested it was best if Liam went, since he was the Tawakwa chief and she was on the council. Imogen offered to watch Ava Marie until we got back. Essis followed at my feet and Julian flew overhead.
"I know,"
Liam said.
"I wonder why she didn't tell us. I mean, I knew Madam Wells was half Anachi. She grew up here in Hokavale before serving on my father's council. I just never thought she'd be related to Showana."
"Maybe she doesn't know she's related to Showana," I pointed out. "It's a long shot to assume Shawana's her spirit guide."
"I don't know,"
Liam said thoughtfully.
"Madam Wells has done so much in this war. She persuaded my father to side with the resistance. She knows something, and I intend to figure out what it is."
By the time Liam and I arrived at Madam Wells' house, the sun was starting to set. She lived on the beach in a house almost identical to Bane's. Liam knocked on the door and I held my breath. We didn't even know if she was home. For all we knew, she was swimming in the ocean with her killer whale familiar. To my relief, the door swung open. "Chief," Madam Wells greeted kindly. "What a surprise. What can I do for you?" Liam held his head high and spoke with a tone of authority. It really turned me on when he used his chief voice around me.
"Madam Wells, may we have a minute?"
"Yes, of course. You and your wife are always welcome in my home." She opened the door wider and we stepped inside. As I suspected, her house was laid out the same as Bane's, but it was a lot cleaner, and the furniture was nicer and set up at different angles. A plate of warm food sat on the table, salmon and rice. It looked like we'd interrupted her during dinner. "Please, have a seat," she offered, gesturing to the couch. Essis scurried onto the couch first and snuggled in the center. Liam and I took a seat on either side of him. Is there a problem, Chief? Madam Wells asked as she sat in the recliner across from us.
Yes and no,
Liam answered. He laced his fingers together like he wasn't sure how to approach the topic.
Madam Wells, were you aware that you're related to Shawana Harjo, the Natarai?
Her eyebrows knitted together. I am. Liam gaped at her like he didn't expect that answer.
Why didn't you tell us?
Because you won't like what she has to say, she said. Or rather, what she won't say. Liam's eyebrows shot up, though he kept a calm tone.
But the woman who made this prophecy is your ancestor. You may be able to contact her and learn the last piece of the prophecy, the Anachi piece.
Madam Wells sighed. Nothing gets past the chief, does it? Yes, Shawana Harjo is one of my spirit guides. I can contact her. But she will not share the last piece with you. Why not? I asked, feeling hopelessly defeated. She wants us to change this, doesn't she? Of course she does, Madam Wells said. But you do not know her like I do. I've already tried contacting her regarding the prophecy. Shawana doesn't give absolute answers. She will always be a Natarai, and Natarai know there are always choices to be made. She doesn't like to interfere. You don't think she'll make an exception just this once? I asked. Madam Wells sighed. We can try. That much I can do for my chief. But know that any answers she may give you may arrive too soon in your journey. You may not be prepared to hear them.
We need the soul prophecy piece,
Liam stated. Madam Wells nodded lightly. Very well. She stood from her chair and went over to a chest of drawers, where she pulled out a small leather skin bag and matches. She returned to her seat and opened the bag. The scent of sage hit my nose. I knew it was the herb used in sacred rituals for contacting spirit guides. What is it exactly you want to know? Madam Wells asked.
We want to know what the soul prophecy says,
Liam told her.
And anything she can tell us about the Azaimperiai. We don't know how to work it.
I can ask her that, she replied. Anything else? Liam looked to me, and I hesitated. This was my one chance to ask Shawana anything. I wanted all the answers we could. Ask her if I'm truly the chosen one, I added. Liam squeezed my hand, while Madam Wells nodded. You may want to sit back and relax, Madam Wells suggested. This may take some time. Essis snuggled between Liam and me like he was eager to watch the ritual. All he needed was a bag of popcorn. Madam Wells emptied her bag of sage into a decorative glass bowl, then lit the leaves on fire. The relaxing scent filled her living room, but Liam's fingers tightened in mine. We both remained on edge. Madam Wells closed her eyes and began muttering something under her breath in Hawkeye. I'd learned many Hawkeye words, but she spoke so fast I didn't catch any of them. On and on she went, until the sun dipped below the horizon and the room was cast in darkness. The clock on the wall ticked, but nobody moved. Finally, Madam Wells stilled, and the Hawkeye words died on her tongue. Her hands tightened on the armrests of her chair, and her eyes moved rapidly beneath her lids. I glanced to Liam for an explanation, but he was watching her intently. Madam Wells' breath slowed, and it was then I needed no other confirmation. I knew she had reached her ancestors in the trance. This was similar to what had happened when I'd spoken to my spirit guides the night I got my spirit name. Essis meeped and got to his feet. I glanced down at him, and he pressed his paws to my leg, looking up with deep interest. His gaze followed something I couldn't see. Liam shot a confused look down at him, obviously as curious as I was. Can he see our ancestors? I signed to Liam. Liam shrugged.
I don't know.
We both turned back to Madame Wells like we expected her to say something, but she didn't. Her eyes moved rapidly behind her lids, and I knew she was still in the trance. I just hoped Shawana was giving her answers. I held my breath until I thought my lungs might burst. Every so often I'd catch myself and drag in a deep gulp of air, but I feared the sound of my breath might disturb her. The longest silence I thought I'd ever endure stretched between us. I watched the sage burn down until the last of the embers disappeared. Madame Wells' eyes shot open, and she gasped, clutching her chest. Essis peeped and waved to thin air.
Madame Wells!
Liam cried, shooting to his feet. I'm fine, she said breathlessly. Liam hesitated, then returned to his seat. My heart raced in anticipation of the news. What did she say? Madame Wells took a few moments to catch her breath. I'm afraid it's as I predicted. She does not wish to interfere.
But she's a part of this,
Liam protested.
She made this prophecy. She interfered a long time ago. She can't abandon us now.
She will not abandon you, Madame Wells stated calmly. She says the answers will come to you when you are most desperate. We are desperate, I pointed out. We can't wait much longer. How much more desperate can we be? Madame Wells nodded in understanding. The answers will come, Sophia. But there are things you must do first before you are ready to use the Azaimperiai. So I am supposed to use it? I asked, confused by Shawana's crypticism. You're sure I'm the chosen one? Madame Wells nodded. Recall that the prophecy can be interpreted in many ways. It is what you make of it. Yes, she told me that before, I admitted. Then there's no need to question your interpretation, Sophia, Madame Wells reminded me. The end is not here yet, and you must wait to use the Azaimperiai until the final moments. So, that's it? I asked lamely. It will work when we're in our darkest moments? Not very reassuring when I wanted to use it now. I don't have all the answers, Madame Wells reminded me. But Shawana did want you to know one thing, Sophia. What is it? I asked. All the answers you seek are close to your heart, Madame Wells said. You must translate that which you have into that which you wish to know. I bit my lower lip, feeling the frustration rise in my chest. I don't know what that means. I wish I could be of more help, Madame Wells admitted. But that is all she told me. I hope that in time it all makes sense. I swallowed down the lump in my throat. I do too. I just hoped we figured out this mystery before the darkest times came.
Chapter 5. Liam.
Oh my gosh, Liam, look at your daughter.
Imogen gushed as she held Ava Marie up to me. I grinned. Imogen had put Ava into a big pink tutu skirt with a sparkly pink shirt that had a unicorn on it. She wore matching ruffled unicorn socks and tiny slip-on shoes. Ava Marie kicked happily and gurgled in Imogen's grasp. It was the last night before I went back to work. Imogen had come over with a new outfit for Ava Marie and insisted she had to try it on. Sassy poked her nose at the skirt, appreciating Imogen's choice. Sophia was making dinner. Her eyes lit up when she saw Ava Marie all dolled up. Ezra and Stevie lounged on the couch. When Stevie saw Ava Marie's outfit, she tilted her head curiously and got up to observe it.
It's almost perfect.
Stevie tapped her chin as Ava Marie squirmed.
But I think something's missing. I got it.
Stevie took the pink hair bow out of her ponytail and clipped it into Ava Marie's hair. It was almost as big as her head.
I couldn't take it anymore. I had to hold her. Aren't you pretty? I cooed as I lifted Ava Marie out of Imogen's grasp. I had to maneuver my arm. The skirt was huge on her. Yes, your daddy's pretty girl. Ava Marie spit up. Imogen gasped and rushed to wipe away the drool before she dripped it on her new outfit. She is a daddy's girl, Sophia said as she pulled the lasagna out of the oven. If I can't get her to stop crying, he can. There are times all she wants is Liam. I nuzzled Ava Marie close and kissed the top of her forehead. Yep, she was my girl. The minute the food was ready, Ezra hopped out of his seat and helped himself to a heaping plate. Essis, who sat on the counter, crossed his arms and grumbled. Lately, it was like he and Ezra were in an eating competition, and Essis didn't like sharing food. Soph, you make the best Italian, my brother said in appreciation. Essis stuck out his tongue. I can see you appreciate it, Sophia laughed as Ezra took 2 huge slices. Stevie giggled. He eats like a bro. Because he is a bro, Imogen said. You should have seen him at Orenda Academy. Total fuckboy. Yeah, I think my grocery bill has gone up since you've started coming over every day, I said flatly. Sophia gave me a warm bottle for Ava Marie, and I started feeding her. I try to avoid being at home unless Drew isn't there to watch Maddie, Ezra said. She knows I'm babysitting her. How's she doing? I asked this question all the time, but I had a right to be worried. Maddie was far from being in a good place. She's in therapy now, Ezra said. She started a few days ago. I felt a bit of tension in my back loosen. That's good. She's getting the help she needs. Just then, the front door burst open. I started. Ava Marie let out a cry before she went back to sucking on the bottle. Jonah stood in the doorway, his eyes wide and mouth open dramatically. His gaze fell on Imogen, and a slick grin spread across his face. You? Dirty? Ho! Jonah raced forward and hoisted Imogen up on his shoulders. She yelped and had to duck her head. She nearly hit the ceiling. Squeaks came stampeding in after Jonah and paraded around them both, swinging her head in a happy dance. Turn on the music! We have to celebrate, Jonah cried. Imogen held on for dear life while Sassy scrambled to get out of the way of Squeaks's hooves. Celebrate what? Sophia asked, bewildered. Ezra and Stevie glanced at each other. Jonah, put me down, Imogen demanded. She put a hand up to avoid smacking her head on the stone. Jonah obliged. He slipped Imogen off his shoulders and swung an arm around her. I am pleased to announce that Miss Arnold is no longer our sweet, pure virgin. Welcome to the world of debauchery, my dear. Imogen made a pshing sound, but her tone was playful. Wow, Jonah, you really couldn't wait to tell everyone when I finally got the D, could you? You promised me 2 years ago I could tell everyone when it finally happened. I wasn't going to hold off a moment longer, he burst. Sophia squealed. Imogen, is he serious? Did you and Cade? They did, Jonah gushed. Jonah, I scolded, and he fell silent. Sassy tilted her head, and Imogen turned pink. Her voice came out in a whimper as she said, yes? Jonah gave a girly cry and flung his arms around Imogen. I can't believe it! After all this time, you finally consummated your love. Wait a minute. How'd you find out? I said. Jonah's eyes flickered to Ezra. Imogen's tone was blunt. Couldn't keep a secret for more than a day, could you, Ez? Don't look at me, he said, throwing his hands up. I didn't say nothing.
Why are you involved? Stevie asked, giving a laugh. He came over to hang out and walked in on us at the end. Imogen facepalmed. It was already over by that point, but he saw. I wish he would have knocked. Knocking was not Ezra's strong suit. Maybe this would teach him to stop barging in everywhere. Hey, in my defense, I didn't see anything but Cade's ass, which was not something I ever wanted to see, Ezra objected. His look was introspective. Though I gotta say, my buddy must be doing some glute workouts because he is toned. Imogen nodded. Cade does have a nice ass. I bet you were groping that very fine ass just last night, Jonah teased. Imogen tossed her hair over her shoulder. As a matter of fact, I did, and I liked it. Ezra had nothing to do with it. I stopped by Cade's to drop something off for Jake, and I saw the condom in the trash. Jonah waggled his finger at Imogen. You've been caught. Imogen sighed. I guess we have. It was nice to keep to ourselves for 24 hours. You've got to be better than that with this group of whores, Stevie joked. Sophia nodded because she totally knew. Why are you always around when people lose their virginity? I asked. He'd been in the house when Sophia and I had sex for the first time, too. Ezra shrugged. I'm a good luck charm. I bet you were the reason a lot of girls lost their V card, Stevie said, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. I don't sleep with virgins, babe, Ezra countered. You were the only exception. Stevie softened, and Sophia said, Aw, that's so sweet. Sophia turned her attention toward Imogen. So, how was it? I groaned. Do we really need to hear this? Of course they ignored me. It was... Imogen sighed blissfully. It was absolutely wonderful. That good, huh? Jonah batted his eyelashes. Well, it was a little awkward at first. Neither of us had slept with anyone before, so we didn't know what to do, Imogen confessed. But we figured it out, and I tell you, it was amazing. Congratulations, boo. Jonah planted a kiss on Imogen's cheek. We're all very happy for you. Looks like you're the only one who hasn't banged his significant other, Jonah, Stevie teased. That's an unexpected plot twist. Jonah straightened up and sassily patted his bun. When the time is right, our fucking will be legendary. That's a word for it, I grumbled, and everyone laughed. The door flew open for the second time that night. A soaked figure stood in the doorway. It was Bane. It must have started raining. He dripped rainwater onto the floor as he stepped through. The dye that had turned his hair green seeped down his face. Does no one knock around here? I snapped. Seriously, people, boundaries. The baby started fussing. I put the bottle down and put her over my shoulder to burp her. I have information, Bane said breathlessly. It'd better be pretty damn important, I said. I mean, Bane was my father-in-law, so he could stop by at any time. But this was my last night off, and it'd be nice to just chill out with my family and not think about the war for 2 seconds. It is. Bane took a deep breath and looked at Ezra. By the way, your Thunderbird and Julian seem to be having an argument. Diami is making it storm. I could hear Julian's loud whines all the way from here, accompanied by the crackle of thunder. I sighed, gesturing to my brother that I had the baby. I got it, Ezra said, and he left his dinner to head out into the rain. Sophia got a towel from the bathroom. She handed it to Bane, and he wiped off his face. Ah, thank you, my dear. He was Toaqua and could have just dried the water off of himself, but he seemed to be too preoccupied to worry about his clothes. Or my fucking floor, for that matter. Stevie sat at the table. What's the big news? Yeah, can't it wait? I asked in irritation. I'm coming in tomorrow." "Chief Nahili is dead," Bane said abruptly. His words caused everyone in the room to pause. The familiars tilted their heads. I stopped bouncing Ava Marie long enough for her to give a loud cry, which was the only sound. "The chief of Navita is dead?" Sophia asked. An expression of surprise crossed her face. "Unfortunately," Bane replied. "Ancestors bless him." "Who's replacing him?" I asked. Chief Nahili hadn't any sons or daughters, which is why he was still acting as Navita chief. A chief's term only lasted until their firstborn child came of age and graduated from Orenda Academy. "No one, as of yet. I think Oleander is taking over the Navita tribe in his absence. Ancestors know the Navita elders don't dare oppose him," Bane stated. Imogen bore a sad expression. "It must have been old age," she said. "He was an elderly chief." Bane frowned. "Not exactly. He was caught in the crossfire between a member of the Air Council and his challenger." "What? That's insane," Imogen gasped. I was similarly shocked. I'd never known Nahili to get involved in the affairs of other houses. "Nahili was a peaceful individual. You all know he worked for harmony between the houses, even during these dark times." Bane's voice was troubled. It dropped as he said, "There must have been more division among the elders than we thought. He died trying to hold it all together." I nodded. During our trial, Chief Nahili had been one of the few voices of reason among the elders. "Do you have any details?" Imogen asked. Bane sighed. "Well, he stepped in during a duel, said that the elders needed to get along and work together for the good of the houses. He tried to stop it and got too close." "Who started the duel?" I asked. "Elder Rivero," Bane said. "He's dead." Jonah's fists tightened. I could hear his knuckles crack from here. I shared his hatred. Elder Rivero was a child predator who molested his own son. His death was no great loss. "Who killed him?" Sophia asked. Bane's tone was flat. "His son, Raynar." My mouth dropped open, though I shouldn't have been surprised. I knew what Rivero had done to Raynar. Looks like he'd finally gotten revenge. Jonah's tone was angry, yet conflicted. He hated Raynar, but he equally despised Elder Rivero. "Do you know how it happened?" Bane shrugged. "Raynar challenged his father to a duel for a spot on the Elder Council. Raynar's magic overpowered him." Bane stared at the floor. "The rumors say Raynar laughed while Alvarez ate his father alive, though we have no confirmation." My stomach churned. I didn't doubt the rumors. It sounded like something Raynar would do. "Wait, so Raynar isn't getting punished for this?" Sophia asked in confusion. "Duels are an old Hawkeye tradition," I said. If an opposer challenged an elder to a duel, they couldn't say no. If the elder killed their opponent, they kept their spot, but if the opponent won, they'd take the loser's place on the council. It's not very heavily practiced, since people don't want to take the risk of losing their life just to knock an elder off the council, but every now and then it happens. "So, Raynar's taken his dad's place on the Air Council," Jonah replied with a scowl. "Yes, which doesn't bear well for us. He's another one of Oleander's little puppets. At least with Elder Rivero, he was looking out for his own selfish interests," Bane noted. "Raynar will do whatever Oleander asks, as long as his cockatrice gets a meal." "The bastard likes watching," Jonah said in a low tone. "He gets a kick out of suffering." Horror crept over my skin. I had no sympathy for Raynar. What he'd been through as a child was horrible, but he'd become someone just as horrible as his father. He'd preyed on Jonah and became a rapist. He'd gotten his vengeance on his father, but he had crimes of his own. He'd get his one day. "What about the missing familiars?" I asked Bane. "Have we gotten any farther on those?" Bane shook his head. Small developments, but nothing substantial. We can speak of it tomorrow, during the Tawakwa Council meeting." There was silence until Sophia rushed forward.
"Please, Pata, stay for dinner," Sophia said. "You look like you need to eat."
No, I'm fine," Bane said wearily. "I must get back to my research."
"You've been researching the Anichi piece all day and night for us," Sophia said. She guided Bane into a chair and forced him to sit down. "Please stay."
Bane grimaced as he eyed the lasagna. "Oh, all right. I suppose I could stay for a small bite." A small bite was apparently half the fucking dish. He must have been hungry because he cleaned his plate. It wasn't a big deal. Sophia and I were used to making large meals because it was rare that no one stopped by for dinner. After everyone had left for home, we'd mopped up after Bane and put the baby down for the night. I sat on the couch with Sophia curled up on my lap. It was dark, the only light resonating from the fireplace. She played with my hair as she stared into the flames.
"This world is so strange," she said. "I've gotten everything I've ever wanted. It's like here in our house, we can make this perfect little world where no one can touch us. Then you step outside and horrible things are going on out there. I wish we could lock ourselves inside and keep all the bad stuff out."
It wouldn't be very fun. We'd miss out on all the gossip.
Sophia laughed lowly. "No, we wouldn't. Jonah would have to stop by with the latest issue every day."
Sophia's hands roamed over me. She'd been doing that since we were alone. She was fiddling with the button on my jeans. "I know what you're doing." Didn't stop to resist, though, as her fingers trailed my waistband.
"I want you," she moaned. "It's been so long."
I frowned. "I don't want to hurt you."
"I've stopped bleeding. I'm past the 6-week period," Sophia said. "Luana just checked me out this morning and said I'm good to go. It's safe, I promise."
"Is it killing you that bad to abstain for a month and a half?" I joked.
"I am literally dying," she pleaded. "We'll be safe. Please?"
"I always heard sex got worse after you had a kid," I joked. I'd lost my clothes somewhere in the process. We lay naked together under the blanket, enjoying the warmth of the firelight on our skin.
"We've always been the exception to everything," she replied.
She put her forehead against my chest and breathed in.
"When can we have more babies?"
I gave a throaty chuckle. "We just had a newborn. You're going at full speed here. Slow down."
"I know, but I'd like Ava Marie to have brothers and sisters," Sophia objected. "It feels nice planning for the future, even if it's a long way off."
I caught the hidden meaning she didn't say. If I plan for the future, then we'll have to survive long enough to see it. But you couldn't put a Band-Aid on things you couldn't control. Bringing more kids into this fucked up world, even without a war going on, was a major decision. "Wouldn't you like to finish college first?" I avoided mentioning the obvious, the war, the prophecy, all that, because sometimes it was good living in a fairy tale land instead of facing reality.
Sophia stared blankly ahead. "I'd love to go back to Orenda Academy, but I don't know if it'll ever happen."
I didn't know either. The school would have to be rebuilt before classes began again, if they ever did. Unlike the Azaimperiai, growing our family was something Sophia felt she could control. Probably the only thing. I kissed her hair. "We'll have more children after the war is over. If it ever was." Ancestors, can someone please simplify for me what's been going on? It was late in the evening the next day, and the Water Council was having a meeting with a special ops team devoted to getting the missing familiars back. Along with my elders, Tabitha, Carter, Sam, Maddox, and James were here going over what we knew. We knew fuck all, that's what we knew. We were no farther ahead with finding the familiars than we had been months ago. Lyra was also on their strategy team, but she'd failed to show up. I wondered where she could be. James leaned forward over the meeting table and gestured to the maps spread around. We've had our spies search everywhere. They've covered every corner of the county and haven't seen a damn thing. There's a lot of wilderness on the reservation. The Hawkeye tribal lands span for miles, Ezra said. It would be easy to hide them in a place too remote to find. That many familiars? Carter scoffed. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe they're not in California. They could be hiding them somewhere else, in another magical location, Madam Wells suggested. There's no shortage of supernatural communities to store them. Oleander would have to give someone a big payday, and he can't afford that right now. Funds are short due to the war effort. He has to be keeping them somewhere close by, I said as I scanned the maps. Not to mention transporting many magical creatures of that size is bound to attract attention, Tabitha said. The last thing Oleander wants is to deal with humans. He's keeping the familiars on the reservation somewhere, I'm sure. Then where? James slammed his fist on the table. One of the plants on the windowsill curled up and turned brown as a result of James's Navita magic. Carter put a hand on James's arm. James, calm down. We'll find them. James paused for a moment, then sat back. Wyatt scowled. He'd barely spoken this whole time, just played with his pencil. He looked like he'd all but given up. I promised you all we would get them back, I said. A chief doesn't go back on the vows he made to his people. What are you gonna do, Liam? Wyatt tossed his hands skyward. Make them materialize out of thin air? There are no more leads. We're just not looking hard enough, Tabitha objected. We can do this. Silence skittered around the table. Bane's head bobbed. He looked like he was struggling to keep himself awake. I put my face in my hands. Everyone out. Meeting's over. I need time to think. Chairs scuffled backward. I heard footsteps as the door clicked shut. We'd been going over this all day. Every minor clue our spies had managed to find was either irrelevant or coincidental. Where the fuck had this monster taken them? You didn't just make familiars disappear. The room was silent, but I knew better. I said everyone, Ez. I don't count. Ezra pulled a chair beside me and sat backward on it. Whenever you say you need time alone, you really need someone to bounce ideas off of. So, shoot. What are you thinking? It must be something crazy, otherwise you'd have asked the council to stay here. I let out a long breath. He's hiding them somewhere supernatural. Ezra's eyes widened. You mean? Yes. We would have found them by now if magic wasn't involved, I said. He's using some sort of ancestral land to cover his tracks. How many places on the reservation have magical power? Ezra put his hands on the top of the chair and leaned back. Well, there's the Anachi Temple, which is obviously ruled out, and the elders enchant parts of the forest for the elemental cup every year, but the magic only lasts a couple of days. That can't be it. I stared at the maps. There hasn't been an elemental cup since your year. Oleander postponed the tournament indefinitely until the war is over. The door opened and Stevie entered. She was carrying a cup of coffee and a takeout box from the Falcon's Nest, which she placed on the table in front of Ezra. Hey, babe, she said. Thought you might need this. I figured it'd be a long day. She looked between us. Doesn't look like it's going well, though. Not really, I said. We're more or less backed into a corner. Liam's worked out that Oleander has to be keeping the familiars in a magical spot, Ezra said, though we aren't sure where. The reservation is big, but supernatural locations are rare. There can't be too many around, Stevie offered. Ezra shrugged. I don't know of many supernatural spots on the res. Most of that shit is kept a secret from the tribe by the elders anyway. The answer clicked. It was just a theory. Didn't know if I was right, but I sprang out of my chair. Bad idea. The world immediately rushed to my feet and the room spun. I tried to sit back down again, but instead I slumped to the floor. I was only out for a second or so, enough time to black out from the time I fell to the time I hit the ground. "Bro!" Ezra shouted. He slid beside me. The colors in the room merged together into shapes as I regained consciousness. "Ha!" Stevie yelled. "I win!" Damn it. I had really wanted to beat her on this one. Ezra's gaze was hard. "You didn't eat today, did you?" "Forgot," I told him. I didn't mean to. It was my first day back to work and we'd had so much to cover. Though, on a quick calculation of my senses, I was starving and definitely dehydrated. I'd been so focused on my work I didn't notice. I'd promised Sophia I'd take better care of myself. I was intent on keeping that vow and had been doing good, but sometimes I slipped back into old habits of putting other people first instead of my health. Like today, for example. Ezra was still going on about it. "This is what Perot was talking about. Do I need to nanny you?" I wasn't getting a lecture from my little brother. My eyes flashed to Stevie. "Get my wallet?" I slurred. "What?" Ezra asked. "Why do you need that?" I reached my hand down and fumbled in my pocket. I then drew a 20 out, holding it weakly out to Stevie. She snatched it up and slid the 20 into her waitress apron. Ezra's mouth dropped open in confusion. She beamed. "We had a bet," Stevie sang. "First person to faint on the job has to give the other $20. I told Liam he'd collapse first, and I was right." Ezra's words contorted with anger. "That's fucking sick," he spat. He helped me sit up and get back into my chair. He pushed the food Stevie had brought toward me before he rounded on her. "Was this your idea?" he snapped. "Why can't you take your fucking disease seriously, Stevie? It's not funny." Stevie instantly went off like a cannon. "It's not funny? Well, no shit, Ezra. It was all shits and giggles when I was puking in the bathroom at work earlier, I tell you." Ezra's face fell. "You were sick this morning, and you didn't tell me?" "I'm sick every morning," she shot back. "And you know what I do? I get up off the floor, I get dressed, and I carry on with my life because that's what I have to do." "Why don't you tell me this stuff?" he asked. "I'm your boyfriend, and it's like you try to hide it from me." "You have the biggest heart, Ezra, but sometimes you want to keep me in a bubble, and I can't live life like that," she pleaded. Ezra's nostrils flared. "Okay, so I want to keep my girlfriend alive. That makes me a real shitty guy, huh? I think you'd be taking this seriously, too. Instead, you're off making bets with my brother on who's going to faint first. That sure makes me feel great." I wanted to sub in, but knew better. Couples handled this shit differently, and it was best to let them duke it out. Stevie's look was hard. "Look, I get that it's kind of fucked up, and yeah, maybe a little morbid, but you don't get to tell us how to handle our disease because you don't know how this feels. Being close to someone who has it is nothing like going through it yourself." "I know that," he yelled. "But don't you realize how twisted that is, to make a bet out of your health? Honestly, making a game out of it is the only way not to lose our fucking minds," Stevie snapped back. "The only way to survive something like this is to turn it into a joke. That's how we deal." Ezra made a pissed-off noise and turned his back on her. "Whatever. You guys do what you want. You're the two most important people in my life, and both of you are ill, and it's like neither of you care. I'm just done." Guilt grew in my gut. When he'd slammed the door behind him, Stevie gave a cry of rage. "Ah! Ancestors, he's so sensitive. She kicked a chair angrily. Ezra? No, he's not sensitive at all, I said sarcastically. He doesn't get how I feel, Stevie shouted. The next moment, she fell against the wall. She put a hand to her head, dazed. Careful, I said. You're still in uniform, which counts. You'll have to give that 20 back. Stevie slipped out a sly grin. In your dreams. I eyed the food. Ezra had stormed out, but I knew he was waiting outside. No matter how pissed he wasn't going to walk out on me after I'd just passed out, which meant he'd erupt if he saw I hadn't eaten by the time he cooled off and came back. I flipped the lid of the box open. A chicken wrap. One of my favorites. Good thing he doesn't know about the death bet, I said as I took the first bite. He'd flip a nut. He's just on edge. Stevie sank into the seat beside me with a sigh. He can't understand that this is our way of coping. If we did everything we had to in order to remain in optimal health at all times, that's all we'd ever do with our lives. Right, I agreed. And sometimes what we do doesn't help that much anyway. He keeps comparing me to Tegan. She drummed her fingers on the table. He thinks that my brother is healthier than I am, but CMSS affects him differently. We can do the same things, and I can end up in bed at the end of the week and he won't be, just because his disease isn't as progressive as mine. He loves you, I told her. He gets really protective of the people he cares about. Stevie twirled a map. I haven't gotten my period in a few months, she said. It's freaking him out. My eyes widened. Do you think you might be pregnant? She shook her head. No, I know I'm not. Perot confirmed that. This happens all the time. Used to happen before I met Ez. You know as well as I do that our bodies do weird shit at random times. Being a woman, it makes it even more complicated. I got it. Sometimes things were just off, and there wasn't much you could do except wait for the problem to correct itself. Thing is, now Ezra is worried there's something else wrong, and I've told him 1,000,000 times I'm fine, she insisted. It's just my body acting up, but he doesn't believe me. He's in paranoid mode. He's got this complex that everyone he cares about is going to get sick. That made me feel awful, like it was my fault. I knew it wasn't, but I wanted to handle the casualties from my illness as much as I could. I tried to protect Sophia, Ezra, and everyone else I cared about from the blowback, but that wasn't always possible. I knew in my heart my disease would hurt my daughter one day, and that sucked to think about. But what could I do? There was only so much in my control. Stevie was right. The best way of handling it was to turn it into a joke. Anyway, Stevie turned to me. You figured out something, didn't you? That's why you stood up so fast. Yeah, I said. Though it's just a theory. I figured we should talk about it with the others, back at my place. We gave Ezra 15 minutes to cool off before Stevie asked him to come back in. She gave him a hug when he entered. His eyes were red. Fuck, had he been crying again? I didn't want him to get so upset over this. There was no use being miserable over something you couldn't change. Ezra embraced her back, but his eyes remained open. He glanced at the empty takeout box before his shoulders relaxed. Okay, me fainting today didn't need to happen. Yeah, I was sick, but I could have prevented that. I needed to be better. Not just for Sophia, but for my brother, too. I'm good to go. I feel better, I told him gently. But I think I may have figured something out. Ezra nodded. Okay, so let's go. We didn't talk about the argument. We all knew it was over. We headed outside where Julian was waiting with Diami. The dragon breathed out a puff of smoke, which turned into a heart. Aw, buddy, I said, and I patted his scales. I missed you too. Julian curled his tail. I climbed on his back, and Stevie hitched a ride with Ezra on the back of Diami. We flew back to my house, where I heard salsa music blasting from inside. Okay, Imogen and Jonah had moved out, but they were around almost as much as they had been before they left, so it wasn't like our routines had completely changed. They had pushed the furniture in the living room aside and were practicing their dance routines for the cabaret. Luana was with them, twirling in the middle of the room. Sierra fluttered above while Sassy and Squeaks performed identical movements. Esses sat on the coffee table and clapped, while Sophia watched in amusement. "Where's Ava?" I yelled over the music to Sophia as I entered. The volume was intolerable for a baby. "Your mother took her. She's on a play date with Jackson," she said. Squeaks tripped. She leaned into Jonah while doing a crossover, which made him fall flat on his face. Imogen stumbled over him. Luana managed to leap over Sassy before she stepped on her tail. Esses put his paws over his mouth in shock. "Squeaky," Jonah whined. "You've got to get this routine down. The cabaret's only 10 weeks away." "Oh, only?" I replied. Jonah gave me a look of disgust. Imogen turned the music off, thanked the ancestors. "We'll get it down, Jonah. Luana, you're really rocking that salsa. Thanks for helping us practice." Luana grinned. "If I don't trip over Sassy, I'll be just fine." Now that the music was no longer blasting my ears off, I could hear outside. Someone was laughing hysterically. Several of us glanced out the window. Carter and James were walking by, probably on their way home from our meeting. Carter must have told a hilarious joke, because James was dying. Their two enormous reptiles, Carter's lindworm and James's dragon, walked side by side down the street. "My gaydar is majorly going off with those two," Jonah thumbed at the window. "Has anyone else noticed them acting very cozy lately?" "No way. They're just best friends. Buddies like Ezra and Cade," Imogen said kindly. Jonah's lips pursed. "Best friends, huh? Best friends in bed, maybe." "Stop. Carter and James aren't into each other," I said, waving him off. "I need you to focus. We have bigger problems." "Then Carter and James's love life? I would hope so," Jake replied as he swept inside. Sabor pushed the door open behind him in order to squeeze in. Squeaks eagerly cawed when she saw Sabor, and she went rushing to him. The two hippogriffs crooned as they nuzzled affectionately. "My boo!" Jonah exclaimed. He flung his arms around Jake and made out with him in front of the whole room, for the Great Spirit and everyone to see. Ugh, these two. They were bad. When they'd finally wrenched apart, Jonah ran his fingers through Jake's hair and said, "You look tired. Long day, honey?" Jake smiled. "It's a lot better, now that you're here." Ick. As I was about to barf, someone emerged from my bathroom. Seriously, how many damn people saw fit to crash my home? This wasn't the local party house. Except, this guy was someone who'd never stopped by before. Sam? What the hell was he doing here? Sophia noticed my confused look and said, "Sam said he wanted to talk to you. He'd been with me less than an hour ago. His complexion was pale. Had he been gagging in my bathroom?" Luana looked on in interest. Sam locked eyes with her and he turned completely red. Yeah, okay, talk to me. More like swing by to talk to my friend and he'd chickened out. "You got something to say?" I asked. Sam's eyes darted to Luana and he blushed harder. Just, Sam swallowed. He crossed the room to Luana and began signing. "Hi," he said as he signed. "I was wondering if, you'd like to go on a date?" I cringed. He definitely hadn't signed what he'd wanted to. Luana's expression was confused. She signed back. "Okay." Sam's face brightened, like he couldn't believe she'd say yes. Great! That's awesome, he gushed, still signing terribly. Next Friday, I'll pick you up at 8. Luana sent a hesitant glance at Sophia before she signed, Sure? Sam's face was ecstatic. Luana turned to me and signed like mad. I'm gonna go. Couldn't blame her for her awkward departure. See you later, I signed back. Luana darted out of the house, leaving Sam beaming. It worked, he exclaimed. I can't believe it worked. It didn't work quite as well as you thought, but points for trying, Imogen quipped. Sassy barked. Sam's mouth fell open in horror. What do you mean? You asked her if she wanted a cheese sandwich, Sophia said, which doesn't make sense. Sam groaned. I wanted to ask her out on a date. Yeah, then right after that you told her you would pick her up a tomato, not pick her up at 8, Jonah clarified. She probably thinks you're a crazy person. He scowled. Okay, that sign language program I bought is useless. I'd say you were ripped off, I confirmed. But why do you want to learn sign language anyway? Have you seen Luana? Sam asked, and he gestured after the way she'd gone, dramatically. That woman is smoking hot. He slapped himself in the face. And now I've made a total ass of myself. How can I tell her I like her if we can't communicate? Body language, baby, Jonah purred. It's all you need. I threw a pillow at him, and it smacked him on the side of the head. Jake sent me a warning glare, but I ignored him. Sophia faced Sam. If you want, I can teach you sign language. That way, when you flirt with Luana, she won't think you're talking about food. Sam's expression brightened hopefully. You do that for me, Sophia? Really? Of course, Sophia said. She leaned in. And by the way, Luana already thinks you're cute, so you've got that going for you. Sam swooned. There was a knock on the door. Imogen opened it. Lyra stood outside. Her hands were laced together, and she wore an ashamed expression. Lyra? I asked. Where have you been? We didn't see you at the meeting. She kept her gaze down. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. May I come in? Imogen stepped aside. Lyra softly closed the door behind herself and faced me. You're my chief. I have to ask for your forgiveness. What are you talking about? I asked. Lyra dropped her head. You know there's a traitor in Hokil, someone who turned the resistance into the task force and brought them here during the battle over Christmas. Yes, I said. Lyra, if you've been hiding them. It was me. Lyra brought her eyes up to lock onto mine. I'm the one who's been ferrying information to Oleander. Shock echoed throughout the room. Jake reacted before I did. It was you? He thundered. His voice became harsh and condemning. You're the one who revealed the resistance. Good Elementai died on your behalf. It was strange, seeing such a calm man like him completely lose his shit. Sabor gnashed his beak beside him, though squeaks got in the way to prevent him from charging. I'm aware, Lyra said. I know what I've done, and that lives have been lost for it. You do not know the gravity of your choices. You must be punished, Jake said. She is Toaqua, Jake, and therefore mine to deal with, I told him sharply. You have no authority at which to sentence her. She has committed a crime against the resistance. There must be justice, Jake cried. Let her explain, Sophia said calmly. Jonah put a hand on Jake's shoulder, and he calmed down, though only slightly. Sophia gestured for Lyra to continue. Lyra took a breath. Before we left Orenda Academy, and after he took our familiars, Oleander came to those of us who were still left at the school. He vowed to reunite any Elementai with their familiar, who'd be willing to spy on the Bayami. Naturally, all of us refused.
I was tempted, but I didn't want to let my friends down. But the distance became too much to bear. Her words cracked as she spoke. I tried to adjust to Hokil, but it was impossible. I was desperate. I was dying for my chance to see my familiar again. So I reached out to Oleander. I told him I would give him information if he let me see my familiar, and Oleander agreed. Lyra's voice thickened with hatred. But Oleander tricked me. He promised to let me see my familiar, but when I got to the meeting point, she wasn't there. Oleander said he was keeping her in a special holding cell. I was to tell him everything I knew. At first I said no, but he told his men to torture her. I could feel it, though I was miles away. Lyra wrapped her arms around her torso and shuddered. I tried to hold off, but my girl was suffering so badly. So I told him about the resistance. I told him where to find us. I thought that afterward, Oleander would reward me by giving her back. A tear fell down her face, and Lyra turned away from us. But he didn't, and now she's dying. She's not going to last much longer. I know I'm going to die too, so I have no reason to keep Oleander's secrets anymore. How could you do this, Lyra? Sam asked. His voice was only slightly held back from a snarl. Do you realize how much I miss Zarya? Yet I never turn to sin. I'm not as strong as you, Lyra shouted back. My parents died in the riots. I have no one left but her. Sam drew back. I noticed Jake's anger ebbing away. He understood how difficult the situation was. If Sabor was being tortured, if any of our familiars were, we all might have done the same thing. I'm not trying to buy my freedom, Lyra said. I know what I did was wrong, but I know where the missing familiars are. And you didn't tell us? Sam snapped. You've been on our special ops team for months. I was afraid of the consequences that would be given to me by Liam, but I'm not afraid anymore, Lyra replied. Nothing scares you when you can feel death creeping across your skin. Tell us, Imogen said. Where did he put them? Lyra looked to Sophia. You know the above-ground cave system, the one you and Liam wandered through during your elemental cup run? Yes, Sophia said, and she grasped the spirit totem around her neck. Those caves were where we'd found it. The familiars are there, Lyra said confidently. I'm sure of it. What? Jonah blinked. Why would they be there? Because they need a place that has magic, I said. I thought we'd hit a dead end, but my theory had ended up being correct. But the elders surveyed those caves after our tournament and didn't find anything, Sophia said. They said the area wasn't magical. Because they were looking for healing magic, I said. That doesn't mean the area doesn't have other supernatural qualities. Why would the ancestors ask Amelia to leave the spirit totem there if it wasn't special? It doesn't have to be anything specific. It could just be a place of ancestral power. Lyra nodded in confirmation. Exactly. After your trial, Oleander went back to the caves and investigated. He discovered that it was a place of ancestral power, and he's been using that power to hide where the familiars are, keep them contained, and hide their cries from the rest of the world. Ancestral magic would be the only magic powerful to contain that many magical creatures of such a powerful class, Imogen mused. I agreed. Holding creatures like dragons, wyverns, and other strong creatures hostage required a lot of magical energy. The task force had to draw that energy from somewhere. How do we know you're not lying and luring us into a trap for Oleander? Jake asked suspiciously. Lyra's gaze was cold. Believe me or not, but I have nothing to lose. If my familiar isn't freed, I'll be dead soon. Lyra's words carried a lot of weight. Jake was still unsure, but I believed her. Lyra had that look in her eyes people got just before their magical creatures died. I'd seen it one too many times. I can't let this slide, Lyra, I said. There have to be consequences. Sentence me now. I waive my right to a trial, Lyra said. I want all your focus to be on saving those familiars, and saving the life of my own, if there's still a chance. I frowned. I know you're my friend, and I appreciate that you came forward and told the truth. I know you were backed into a corner. I sighed. But I also know you ferried information to Oleander, and it nearly cost us everything. Winning that battle over Christmas was the only thing that kept the resistance alive. Treason against the tribe is a crime punishable by death, but I refuse to take your life. Therefore, I have no choice but to banish you from Hokil, Kinpago, and the rest of the Tawakwa tribe. If your familiar survives and we bring her back, the two of you must leave tribal lands and never return. I don't care, Lyra replied. I don't want to be involved in this war any longer. I just want my familiar back. I'll take banishment if that's what's required. Then I will banish you, I said. Once you help us find a way into those caves without getting caught. Lyra didn't flinch. I have an idea. I know I'm asking for a lot, but you have to trust me on this. How can we trust you after what you've done? Jake asked. Lyra's reply was flat. Because it's the only chance we've got.
Chapter 6. Sophia.
We're going in through the tunnels,
Jake announced. A huge group gathered around the long table in the military headquarters. We'd met here before, in the cave that connected to the back of Jake's house. Jake had wanted to keep the extraction teams small, but once news spread that we were heading in to get the familiars, everyone wanted to help. Almost 2 weeks had passed since Lyra's confession. I could tell that it was literally killing her to wait this long, but we'd needed more intel before we could make a move. Jake was leading the reject team. I hated to leave Ava Marie right now, but Jake insisted we needed my healing power, and I couldn't argue. Luana and I were our only hope of getting the larger familiars out of the caves, since they needed our spirit powers to move them.
Our spies will be waiting for us at these 3 entrances.
Jake stabbed a spot on the map Carter had drawn up, based on intel Jake's team had gathered. It wasn't a complete map, but it was enough to guide us in and out of the cave system.
Once we're inside, we work quickly and efficiently.
Are you sure you know what we're doing? Imogen asked. She didn't like the fact that the map was unfinished. I entwined my fingers with Liam's as my pulse quickened. I hoped this worked.
We can't wait a moment longer,
Jake said.
Our spies just learned that Oleander's getting in another shipment of Noxite tomorrow. The war has depleted most of the tribe's funds, but he's managed to pull enough together to keep these familiars sedated and chained up for at least another 6 months. We have to act before that shipment comes in. It's our only chance. I totally agree,
Jonah said. He stood there with his arms crossed, looking very serious. He got that way whenever he and Jake talked about military stuff. Do we know how many familiars are being held? Tabitha asked. She'd lost her familiar before she'd been rescued from Kinpago. Drew, Wyatt, Maddox, and Sam were all in the same boat, and they'd be running in with their own team, along with Lyra. Sam stood close by, shooting glances at Luana every 2 seconds. I could tell he really wanted to be on our team, but he wanted Zarya back more than he wanted to flirt with Luana. He'd be on the team that would get to the familiars soonest.
At least 200,
Jake said with a frown. The location of these familiars was one of Oleander's best-kept secrets. Even Jake's spies had never heard whispers of it until Lyra's confession. For the last 2 weeks, they'd been working their way inside and funneling Jake information.
We're lucky Oleander's low on Noxite,
Jake added.
According to intel, the smaller creatures are being locked in regular cages.
Good thing, Lindsay exclaimed. If all those cages were made of Noxite, our powers would be shit in there.
Exactly.
Jake agreed.
We can't wait around for Oleander to build the rest of those Noxite cages. That said, Noxite is still present within the caves. Larger and more powerful creatures are being sedated with it. That's why Sophia, Luana, and their familiars are on my team.
Essis stood on the tabletop and drew himself up proudly. Jake continued.
We'll be targeting the sedated creatures and using Anachi healing to get that Noxite out of their system. Wyatt's team is going for the smaller cages.
Wyatt sent him a firm nod. I hadn't seen Wyatt look so confident in months. He'd been depressed since his familiar went missing. To know that he'd see him again brought his spirits back.
As for the others, Amelia and Trace's team will take care of that,
Jake said. Amelia bounced on her toes. She looked eager to be heading a team. Finally, someone gave her permission to be the boss, and no one was going to complain about it.
The others, as in...
Bren trailed off. He'd be on Amelia's team, along with Lindsay, Miranda, and Cade.
As in the ones that are locked up with Noxite chains,
Jake answered.
There aren't many. Like I said, Oleander's running low on supplies.
How are we getting through the chains? Cade asked. It's impossible.
Not impossible,
Trace assured him.
Just difficult. Our powers won't work on the Noxite.
Which is why we're going with brute force, Amelia finished for him proudly. Lindsay cracked her knuckles. Rough, just how I like it. Jonah smirked and glanced between Lindsay and Miranda.
I'll bet you do.
Liam rolled his eyes.
Can we focus, guys?
Jonah cleared his throat and went back into military mode. Miranda and Lindsay were still snickering under their breath.
We'll have backup teams in the tunnels,
Jake said, gesturing to his soldiers stationed around the room. I noticed they seemed split into two groups, Coigny on one side of the room and Tawakwa on the other. Though we were united here in Hokavale, the Hawkeye continued to stick to tradition, and Coigny and Tawakwa were still polar opposites.
Should anything go wrong, we'll have enough people to get the familiars out.
Let's hope nothing goes wrong, Liam stated. But I could hear it in his tone. He wasn't counting on it. I didn't think any of us were.
We're all clear on our roles?
Jake asked, his eyes traveling around the room. He was met with a collection of nods.
Good,
he said.
Then let's move out.
We left the military cave through Jake's apartment and started across the canyon toward the best cave entrance. When we exited Jake's home, I was shocked to see Doya standing outside the door. Instead of her usual velvet dress, she wore black cargo pants and a matching jacket. Her hair was tied into a bun at the base of her neck. She looked like a combat agent or something. My heart lurched when I saw Ava Marie wasn't with her. She was supposed to be babysitting her for the night.
Where's Ava Marie?
Liam demanded the second he saw her. Liam and I stopped, but Jake led everyone else ahead. Relax, Doya said. Naomi was at her side, and the fire lion narrowed her eyes at Liam. I left her with your mother. Why? I asked, worry seeping into my tone. Essis squirmed in my arms, obviously feeling the same way I did. What's wrong? Nothing is wrong, Doya insisted, except you didn't tell me the real reason you left her with me tonight.
It wasn't really for the entire village to know about,
Liam grumbled.
We don't need anyone leaking our plans to Oleander.
Liam, I hissed. His eyes were dark as he eyed Doya. Their relationship was better than it had ever been, but it was far from perfect. I knew Liam trusted Doya with our daughter, but I wasn't sure he entirely trusted her in this war. Doya ignored Liam's harsh glare. Elliot happened to mention something and...
Fucking Bane,
Liam sighed.
You two talk about everything, don't you?
Doya cocked an eyebrow. She still looked scary every time she did that.
More than you think. That's not something you want to tell the Tawakwa chief about one of his council members,
Liam growled.
Doya huffed. Can we stop this bickering for one night? I came to tell you I'm coming with you. I wish to help.
Liam opened his mouth like he was about to shoot something back at her, but he paused when he processed what she'd said.
You want to help us rescue the familiars?
Liam looked uncertain, as if questioning whether she had ulterior motives. To be honest, I wasn't sure at first either. Doya had been a completely different person since she came to Hokavale. Picturing her in battle made me uncomfortable. But if I wanted a relationship with my birth mother, I had to give her the benefit of the doubt. I had to give her the chance I'd want Ava Marie to give me if I were in her position.
Our team's full up,
Liam said, making up excuses. Liam, I protested. I turned to my mother and said, "Excuse us a moment." I grabbed Liam by the arm and dragged him out of Doya's earshot. We have to let her come.
Why?
He demanded.
She could ruin the whole operation. She must have some ulterior motive.
And so what if she does? I asked. If she wants to come along to kill Oleander, then let her. She'd be doing us all a favor. Liam pressed his fingers to his eyes.
Look, I trust Doya with our daughter, but I still don't know her position in this war. I don't know how much we can trust her.
Then trust me, I pressed. I glanced back to Doya, and I noticed something in her eyes. She wore a subtle expression I knew all too well as I shared it with her. Doya really did want to help us, and she had more than enough power to do it. She'd be an asset on our team. My mother wants to make up for what she's done in the past, I said. That's why she spends all her time helping us with Ava. I believe she wants to change, or she never would have come to Hokavale to reconnect with me. We have to give her a chance.
On this, though?
Liam asked.
This is important, Pawi.
We need her, I said. How come you trust her with Ava and not with this? Liam gaped at me like he didn't know how to answer.
Ava's her granddaughter. She's proven herself with her.
Let her prove herself with this, then, I argued. Doya's the most powerful Coigni we know. She can help get those big familiars out. Liam glanced between Doya and me. Essis purred in my arms, as if taking my side. To be honest, Liam, I haven't been entirely certain of Doya since she returned either, I told him. But if she does have an ulterior motive, at least we'll get a chance to test that.
Is that something you really want to risk?
He asked. I have no reason to believe she'd hurt any familiars. A silent beat passed before I added, You're the Tawakwa chief. It's your call. Liam drew a deep breath. Finally, he sighed and dropped his shoulders, then turned to Doya.
You and Naomi will stay close on our team.
Doya smiled, which looked strange when she wasn't holding her granddaughter. I still wasn't used to it. Very well. Doya started walking to follow behind the extraction teams, but Liam took her stance as offensive. He quickened his pace to step ahead of her, where he would lead the way as chief. My mother scowled. Though she'd been stripped of her title, she still had the pride and leadership of an elder. But she was trying to play nice, so she didn't protest. I'm glad you're coming along, I whispered to her. Doya smirked and whispered back, I'm glad you know how to persuade him. Coigni women have a way with our Tawakwa men, don't we? I chuckled and Essis chittered. Yeah, we do. As we hurried to catch up with the group, I realized Liam and I weren't the only ones who'd been held back. Imogen had stopped in the middle of the path, shooting a pointed look at her younger brothers, Soren and Roland. Liam and I paused to watch their exchange. You two need to get it out of your heads that you're coming, Imogen said. You'll get yourselves hurt.
We've been training, Soren shot back.
Imogen placed a hand on her hip. It doesn't matter how good you are at throwing punches. Neither of you are bonded. And until you are, your magic won't stand a chance against the task force.
Come on, Em, Roland groaned. Give us a chance. You didn't let us break the kids out of the camps. Let us come on one mission.
And let you get hurt? Imogen cocked an eyebrow. I don't think so.
You don't think we're strong enough,
Roland accused, crossing his arms. Imogen pressed her fingers to the corners of her eyes. It's not that. These kinds of missions are for bonded elementi only.
Soren frowned. You're just saying that. The second we bond, you'll come up with a new excuse.
Imogen sighed and tapped her foot. She pointed to a nearby tree that was barely as thick as my leg. Uproot that tree, and you can come with me. Her brothers gaped at her.
What?
Soren demanded. Uproot that tree, she repeated. Prove to me you have the power to tag along on this mission. The boys looked shocked, but they each turned to the tree and tried to use their powers on it. Roland's powers were useless. Even as he knitted his brows in concentration, nothing about the tree changed.
Let me try,
Soren insisted. He aimed his hands at the tree, and the ground wiggled beneath it. Some of the leaves fell off as the tree gave heavy tremors, but he couldn't uproot it. Soren was close to bonding, and his powers were starting to awaken, but without a familiar, he couldn't perform any impressive feats of magic. See? Imogen said, like she'd proven her point. You're not ready. Please understand that I'm trying to protect you. You're staying behind until you're bonded, and that's final. The boys groaned, and their shoulders sagged. There was nothing they could do to convince her.
Fine, we'll stay,
Soren grumbled. At least then you'll be safe, Imogen said. She turned and started toward the group again, and we fell into step beside her. Too bad your brothers aren't bonded, I told her. We could use the extra men. She sighed. Yeah, but they're not good at following instructions. The second either of them bonds and comes along on one of these things, they're going to get themselves hurt.
Well, let's hope we end this war before that happens,
Liam said. Imogen chewed her lip, looking a little unsure. We caught up with the group, and Jake led the way through the tunnels. We climbed on the backs of the massive cave snakes, as we'd done when we went to break the kids out of the child camps. I got a strange sense of déjà vu as I held on to the snake's scales, and it slithered through the caves. This time was different, though, because Liam was right behind me, holding me close. Doya sat in front of me. Strands of red hair flew around her as the creature moved quickly. My stomach sank as we departed Hokil. I knew I was doing the right thing going after the familiars, but it broke my heart to leave Ava Marie behind. Julian wasn't coming along either because he couldn't fit into the caves. We didn't have an air team this time, because we didn't want the task force spotting us from outside. I took a deep breath and reminded myself my daughter was safe in Hokil. No matter what went down tonight, that was what mattered. I steeled my nerves and focused my eyes forward. Those familiars needed me. Whether I wanted it or not, I was a beacon of hope for this resistance, and I was prepared to do whatever my people needed. Right now, it meant rescuing those familiars from Oleander's evil, slimy grasp. The snakes slowed, and we dismounted in a wide tunnel. Jake led the teams through a smaller tunnel where the snakes couldn't fit.
We walk from here,
he announced. We all moved quickly, quietly, and efficiently. Liam stayed close to my side, and so did Doya. At the front of the group, Luana used her powers to light the path. Naomi's eyes darted the tunnels, keeping watch for any signs of danger. The tunnels narrowed the further we walked. Soon we came to a fork in the path. My heart leapt when I saw 3 task force members standing at the intersection. Each wore their dark uniform with a helmet on their heads. They carried Noxite guns. Essus stood higher on my shoulder and shook a fist at them. Without thinking about it, I grabbed for Liam's hand and squeezed it tight.
Relax,
He said under his breath.
they're on our side.
He nodded forward. I followed his gaze to see Jake stepping toward the task force. One of the men lifted the visor on his helmet. I was surprised to see I knew him. It was Jones. He'd rented us the Peritons to fly us to Orenda Academy my first day in Kinpago. He must have been one of Jake's spies that had infiltrated the familiar holding cells. Jake spoke lowly to Jones, so I couldn't hear what they were saying. After a few moments, Jake turned back to the group. He didn't say a word. Instead, he used hand signals to point the teams in different directions. Quietly, teams broke up as planned and followed the spies down various tunnels. Imogen and Cade exchanged a long, passionate kiss before saying goodbye. Cade left with Amelia while Imogen came with us. Luana's light dimmed as we followed behind Jones. Ahead, Jonah stayed close to Jake's side. Their familiars followed the sentiment, their feathers brushing up against each other. Naomi crept along with slow, deliberate steps, and Sassy copied her to avoid making noise. Soon, the sound of animal cries echoed through the cave. Birds squawked, their protests echoing down the tunnels. I heard the growl of feline familiars and the howls of a wolf. Metal chains clinked together, and scratching could be heard from afar, like creatures were trying to dig their way out of their cages. My pulse quickened as my heart tore into pieces for the familiars. Liam squeezed my hand tighter until we saw a light ahead, and the tunnel widened. The sounds of terrified familiars were deafening. Luana closed her fist, and the light in her hand dimmed. Beyond the opening to the cavern, we could see flames flickering off the cave walls, but I couldn't see anything else yet. Jake put an index finger to his lips and whispered quietly,
There are task force members stationed at every other entrance to the cavern. We move as quietly as possible. If one of them spots us before we get those sedated familiars healed, we're done for. Now let's get in there.
Our group shared a collective nod, and we started forward. It was worse than I could ever imagine. Inside, the cavern was massive. The ceiling must have been at least 30 feet tall. There were so many tall cages, I couldn't see to the other side. The cages were made of metal bars like jail cells, and lined in rows that created aisles throughout the uneven cavern floor. Torches had been lit along the walls to light the space, but it was still dark and gloomy. The cages closest to us housed large familiars like griffins and pegasi. Dirt covered their beautiful white coats. They were crammed so tightly together that the creatures hardly had room to move. Inside a basilisk cage, the serpents were layered so thick we couldn't see the floor, and they slithered over one another. Food dishes were empty, and the cave was filled with the strong scent of urine and manure. A manticore lay inside a nearby cage. He tried to lift his head and bare his fangs, but he was so sedated, he didn't have the strength to roar. My stomach sank when my eyes landed upon a kelpie. She seemed like she'd been beautiful at one time, but now the seaweed along the equine familiar's back had shriveled up and was brown instead of green. Her head lay in the water dish in her cell, but there was nothing left except a few drops. She'd been left without enough water and was dying for it.
Let's go,
Jake hissed. Liam and I hurried to the nearest cage, the one with the pegasi in it. Liam drew water from the air and wrapped it around the lock on the cage. He turned it to ice. The lock made a loud cracking noise, but with the sounds of angry familiars shaking their chains and cages further down the row, it was barely audible. Liam quickly melted the water and the door swung open.
I rushed inside and knelt beside the first Pegasus. She was young, and her feathers were matted together. She'd been sedated and lay on the ground, barely able to lift her head. I placed my hands on her back and took a deep breath. My magic channeled into the creature's body, and a strong metallic taste like copper filled my mouth. I pushed against the resistance of the noxite. Her metabolism sped up, processing the noxite quickly out of her system. I knew it worked the moment she lifted her head. Her eyes seemed brighter, and she looked pleased by my help. I sensed something deeper within her, damage to her kidneys from the malnourishment. I wanted to fix that too, but there were so many familiars I had to heal. I couldn't overwork myself and risk not saving them all. The Pegasus stood, and I knew that had to be enough for now. Liam guided her out of the cell and led her down the tunnel we came through. The Pegasus started running at the first sign of freedom. She'd soon meet up with the other teams who'd held back, as they would help guide the familiars out of the caves. I moved on to the next Pegasus in line. In the adjacent cell, Doya had melted the lock with her fire to get inside, and Essus was healing griffins. Jake and Jonah had used their air power to manipulate the lock mechanism in another cage. Sierra was helping to heal the poor Kelpie. Imogen had blasted a hole straight through the lock on a cell of a 3-headed dog. The creature perked up when Luana placed her hands on him. It licked her with each of its 3 faces. Down the line of cages, Jonah used his earth magic to open the cells of the other sedated animals. He waited eagerly with the Periton herd as we hurried to make it to all the creatures. I was working on healing a pack of wolves when Liam grabbed my arm and ducked. "Get down," he hissed. I immediately ducked as low as I could. My eyes darted around the cavern. I caught sight of 2 task force walking by at the end of the row. Joan's eyes met Liam's, and Liam gestured to the task force. Jones nodded firmly. The 2 task force turned down our row, but Jones lowered his visor and walked toward them. I held my breath, my heart pounding fiercely in my chest. Jones spoke to the 2 men, though we couldn't hear what he was saying. I breathed a sigh of relief when the men turned away. Whatever Jones had said to them must have convinced them he'd already covered surveillance of this row.
"Let's hurry up," Liam said under his breath. "There will be more coming."
I worked quickly, but I could feel my magic waning the more creatures I healed. Essus and I were powerful together, but healing magic took a lot of energy, and we were both using it up quickly. I swayed on my feet when I entered the Periton cage. A 6 Periton were packed in there so tightly their wings were folded over one another.
"Quickly, please,"
Jones begged. Liam steadied me as I knelt next to the Periton. I glanced to a nearby cage. Luana looked worse for wear than I did. Her face was pale, and she had her arm over Imogen's shoulders. I placed my hands on the head of one of the deer, right between its broken antler. I had to push harder with my magic than I did with the Pegasi, but slowly and surely the creature's eyes opened and he became alert. Others nudged their noses forward, and I placed my hands on 2 at once to heal them.
"Almost there, Pawi,"
Liam encouraged. The cavern had significantly quieted down now that we'd gotten a lot of the creatures out of their cages, but there were hundreds more still locked in. It wouldn't be long until the task force realized some had gone missing. Just as I finished healing the last Periton, my fears were confirmed. A deafening squawk filled the cavern. It was so loud that the ground rumbled beneath our feet and rocks started to crumble above our heads. Essus squealed and ran into the Periton cage to hide in my lap. Squeaks and Sabor immediately perked up, and Sassy started barking. Naomi growled, and Doya instinctively formed a fireball in her hand. I threw my hands over my ears and looked toward the source of the noise. A gigantic beast, the size of a dragon, flapped its wings and rose above the metal cages. I watched in awe as I noticed it was entirely covered in feathers, in red and gold hues. It was a Minokawa. I'd seen one in Hokivale before, but they were rare in the Hawkeye tribe. A Noxite collar was attached around its neck, and the chains clanged against each other as the creature rose toward the ceiling. Amelia's team must have set him free, but he was too anxious to escape to go quietly. A dozen task force men ran into the cavern from all different angles. They'd been guarding the tunnels and came to see what was making all the noise. As soon as they saw the Minokawa was free, they started barking orders at each other. They quickly called for backup, then aimed their Noxite guns. Several darts landed in the Minokawa's chest, while others were fired down the line of cells. I heard the shrill cry of Lindsay screaming, and my stomach plummeted to my toes. My friends had been caught. The Minokawa spiraled down from the ceiling, and we heard it crash in the distance. Metal groaned beneath its weight, and creatures cried as the huge bird crushed a handful of cages. "Move!" Liam cried. Task force began flooding in from all angles, and we were quickly spotted. "There they are!" someone shouted, pointing at us. A man raised his weapon, but I realized with horror that it wasn't a Noxite gun. It was a crossbow. "Down!" Liam shouted. He grabbed me by the shoulders, and we ducked a second before an arrow whizzed through the bars of the cell and flew above our heads. I heard the pained cry of the Periton behind us as the arrow pierced its chest cavity. My pulse pounded in my ears when I turned to see the creature collapse. I rushed to place my hands over the wound, but I was too late. The sound of a hiss came. I knew the arrow had punctured its lungs. The creature's eyes rolled back into its skull. Essis hesitated beside me. His bottom lip quivered, and his big blue eyes watered as he looked up at me. I shook my head regrettably. There was nothing we could do. "No!" Jones wailed. A huge blast of air swept by us a moment later. "Attack!" Jake shouted. I noticed immediately that he didn't give orders to retreat. These familiars were important. If they died, so did our people. We weren't just here to defend ourselves from the task force. We came to play offense, to get these creatures out, no matter the cost. And I was intent on following those orders. The blast of air continued onward until it grew in intensity. When it hit the task force members, they were swept off their feet. Jake stood in the center of the aisle, his arms held at his sides as he manipulated the air. Jonah, Squeaks, and Sabor all went to join him. They aimed their furious magic at the task force. Wind swirled around the pair of them, and I could see they were about to attack again. But before they could, one of the task force members whistled loudly. A huge hawk landed in front of our opponents. It wasn't as big as the Minokawa or Diami, but it was one hell of a beast. Big enough to ride, at least. Jake and Jonah thrust their magic forward, but the hawk opened its wings. Their attack bounced off the creature, and the air blasted back in our direction. Liam, Essis, and I were thrown into the side of the cage we were in. I screamed as my shoulder slammed into one of the bars. Essis was small enough that he slipped right through and rolled on the ground in the next cage. The assholes were using their familiars against us now. Our entire team had been blasted back. Imogen and Luana had been tossed backward in their cage as well. Jonah and Jake had flown back nearly to the end of the aisle, along with their familiars. Doya had caught her shoulder on the corner of one of the cages. Her arm hung off her body at an odd angle, but she staggered to her feet and shoved her dislocated shoulder back into place. "You want to play dirty?" she shouted at the task force. "Be my guest." Doya thrust her palms outward, and streams of fire erupted from her hands. Naomi transformed into a fire beast, the flames consuming her entire body. She sprinted forward and jumped onto the hawk's chest, sinking her powerful jaws into the flesh where its wing met its back. The creature threw its head backward and screeched as Naomi ripped its wing from its body.
Doya's fire caught several of the task force uniforms. Their legs went up in flames and they screamed out in pain. Though the Coigny task force tried to put the fires out, Doya overpowered them, and the flames kept climbing up their bodies. But she'd only gotten a portion of them. The ground rumbled beneath our feet from Navita soldiers, and rocks started flying.
"We have to help her," Liam barked. "Soph, how's your magic?"
Essis scurried back into my arms. "A little weak, but I have some left," I admitted. Liam grabbed my arm and dragged me to my feet.
"Let's get rid of the task force. Jones, get the parrot into safety."
Jones' eyes went wide at the sound of his name. He was still trying to recover from seeing one of the Periton die right in front of his eyes. Though this guy was a trustworthy spy, it was clear he wasn't cut out for war.
"You've got it, Chief," he said, saluting Liam. "Now, let's go," Liam cried.
We rushed out of the Periton holding cell and straight in front of the task force. I barely had a second to take everything in. Down the aisle, the tunnel we'd come through was crowded with familiars eager to escape. Imogen, Luana, and their familiars had rushed down there to help the creatures through, but the tunnel was small. It would take time. Jake and Jonah had been distracted by a group of task force that had flown over the cages on the backs of their hippogriff familiars. The hippogriffs fought one another, and feathers flew everywhere. I saw the flicker of Jonah's lightning in his hands, but he hesitated attacking, as he didn't want to hurt Squeaks or Sabor. The bulk of the task force were fighting against Doya, but she dodged their attacks or used massive fireballs to counterattack. The fight had broken out only moments ago, and already there was blood everywhere, mostly from the hawk Naomi was ripping to shreds. Liam and I rushed to Doya's side. The three of us moved forward as a unit, advancing on the task force. Liam gathered water from the air and from what was left in the familiar water dishes. He formed it into long whips and slashed them at the task force members. By the angry look on his face, I wouldn't have put it past him to stop their hearts, but he wasn't close enough. They retaliated with water balls of their own. With each one they threw, I laser-focused a force field toward it. The water balls erupted against my force fields and melted onto the cave floor. Liam was close enough to manipulate the water and add it to his whips. Not a single drop touched us.
"Jones!" Liam shouted. "Get those creatures out of here! We've got you covered!"
I expected Jones to head off behind us, where the other familiars had gone, but he must have noticed the tunnel was congested and decided to go a different way. Jones hopped on the back of one of the Periton and gave an order. They flew out of the cell together and flapped their wings toward the ceiling of the cave. "Jones, no!" I started to say, but it was already too late. Crossbow triggers sounded, and the Periton let out a collective cry. Jones screamed as arrows stuck into his chest. His head lolled on his shoulders. Then everything gave out. His body slumped off the Periton and spiraled downward until... thwack! Jones' body landed on the ground between us and the task force. 5 arrows stuck out of his chest, and blood seeped down his task force uniform, pooling into the rocks beneath him. His neck twisted oddly toward me. I'd seen that look in his eyes too many times. They'd gone completely lifeless. The Periton flew off, crying for Jones, but knowing they'd die if they stuck around. Essis went to run toward Jones, but I grabbed him and dragged him backward. "Essis, stay!" Liam lashed out with another water whip, and Doya increased the intensity of her fire. Essis screeched, and to my surprise, Anichi light burst out of his tiny little palms. He aimed it at the task force members to blind them, and several staggered backward at the assault. Naomi landed a killing blow to the hawk's throat, and the creature slumped to the ground in a pool of its own blood. Its feathers had caught Naomi's fire, and the creature began to burn. "No!" one of the task force screamed. He dropped to his knees and cradled the hawk's head in his lap.
It was obvious it had been his familiar.
"What are you waiting for?"
He growled at his men.
"Get them!"
A few men raised their crossbows. I noticed at least half the soldiers had them. It must have been Oleander's weapon of choice after Noxite guns, now that they were running low on supply. One of the men aimed an arrow straight at Essus' heart. I guess he thought going for my familiar would be an easy way to take me out. Big mistake. At that moment, I fucking lost it. A passionate feeling, akin to rage, ignited inside of me, but it wasn't anger. It didn't spark my fire like I was so used to. It wasn't aimed at the task force, and I wasn't out for revenge. Rather, a deep-seated love for Essus swept through me with so much force it nearly knocked me off my feet. All I wanted to do was protect him. My spirit magic responded to the call for protection, and power surged through me like never before. My fatigue from earlier was completely forgotten. I threw up a force field around Essus the second the man pulled the trigger, but the force field expanded further than I expected, encasing Liam, Doya, and me inside it as well. The arrow connected with my force field and shattered to pieces. Splinters flew off in all directions. I couldn't see the men's eyes beneath their visors, but they stiffened in surprise. No one had expected an Anichi bitch to step in. Nobody tried to kill my familiar and got away with it. Anichi magic began to glow out of my skin, light pouring out of every pore in my body. Even Liam halted in surprise as he took me in. But I wasn't focused on him. All I could think about was protection. The task force were a threat to the people I loved, and I had to eliminate that threat. I stepped forward, my force field expanding around me. It shimmered slightly, but the task force couldn't see it. All they knew was I was lighting up like a Christmas tree, and it was totally unnatural. "Fire!" one of the task force members shouted. Noxite darts and crossbow arrows shot toward me, but they fell flat when they hit my force field. Some of the men hesitated as I continued walking, and they started backing up. "You want to fuck with my familiar?" I growled. "Burn in Aya Nokshan!" My spirit magic exploded out of me. My force field expanded like a bomb going off, throwing the task force backward. Cages upended and crashed down into heaps, crumpling like tissue paper. I stalked forward until my magic was within reach of the man who'd tried to kill Essus. My own force field was still up to protect me, but I formed another one around the task force member. He freaked out and shot another arrow at me, but it was useless. It shattered like the others. I tightened my fingers, controlling the force field and ordering it to shrink around him. He let out a shrill cry as it started to squeeze him tightly, until it was so tight that I'd crushed all the air from his lungs. The man's back arched, and he went completely rigid under my control. The other task force members backed away in utter horror as the invisible force crushed him so hard his helmet cracked. I squeezed harder until I heard the sound of bones breaking. I couldn't see his eyes beneath his visor. Perhaps that made killing him easier. But I did see the slacked-jawed look he gave, and I saw his veins engorge beneath his skin. The blood vessels exploded, filling his skin with a purple hue. As my spirit magic encompassed him, I could feel something within him, the same way I healed. I couldn't explain it, but it was like I could feel his spirit. It was bitter and cold, tainted by Oleander's rule. I wasn't proud of taking his life, but I knew it had to be done to save the ones I loved. Suddenly, the spirit I felt within him vanished. It was there 1 second and gone the next. I knew then I'd actually done it. I'd killed him. I dropped my force field around the man, and his body slumped to the ground. 3 task force members remained. The others had either burned to death at Doya's hand or had been slashed bloody by Liam's water power. One task force member stared down at the other man's body, then looked up at me. He must have been scared shitless, because he didn't even try to shoot Noxite my way. Instead, he dropped his gun and fled toward the nearest tunnel. The others quickly followed. I let them go, then dropped my force field. It took a few seconds for the fatigue to hit me, and when it did, Liam was there to catch me.
Holy shit, Sophia,
he breathed as he steadied me.
That was
impressive, Doya said as she approached. Liam's eyes were wide, like he couldn't believe what he'd seen. Honestly, he looked a little scared. Doya, on the other hand, dropped her chin slightly, like she saw me as an equal. Essis tittered proudly and climbed up my pant leg to stand on my shoulder. He clapped his paws together as if celebrating my newfound power. Then he tapped me on the cheek, and when I looked, he flashed Anachi light in my eyes. "Hey!" I protested, shielding my eyes. "Be proud of your light, Essis, but don't shine it at me." Liam let me go, and I found my balance again. Naomi returned to Doya's side, back in her regular form.
"Are you okay, Pawi?"
Liam asked breathlessly. I drew myself up. The fatigue was already starting to fade, as if my magic was being replenished quickly. "Yes, I'll be fine."
"But what you did there..."
Liam trailed off. I didn't think he knew what to say. I'd surprised him.
"She did incredible,"
Doya said. I never thought I'd hear her say that. Considering my first day in her class, I couldn't even light a candle. I didn't like that it took killing someone to make my mother proud, but it felt good to get a compliment from her. But the high was short-lived. Across the cavern, we could hear the roars of various creatures. Cages rattled as others tried to break out. Our friends were still trying to fight off the task force. "Don't congratulate me just yet," I replied. "We have a lot more familiars to save."
"Then let's go,"
Doya said firmly. I glanced around for our team, but they'd been distracted by their own fights and had moved on. I didn't see them anywhere and prayed they were all right. We hurried to the next aisle, where our backup teams were rushing back and forth to unlock the cages. Almost all the creatures there had been released. Above us, I caught sight of Lindsay and Miranda escaping on the back of a chimera. We continued on until I caught sight of the minawa at the center of the cavern. It lay atop a heap of twisted cages. The Noxite darts it had been shot with wasn't enough to knock out the huge creature, but they'd been enough to sedate it so it couldn't fly. "This way!" I shouted to Liam and Doya, over the roar of battle echoing throughout the cavern. They ran behind me as I rushed over to the bird. "Essis, we're going to heal it," I told him. "This bird is getting out of here today." Essis nodded firmly. The creature startled when we approached. It was so big that when it moved, I jumped backward. For a second, I thought its talons might get me. Then its eyes connected with mine, and they softened. "Relax, big guy," I told him. "I'm here to help." I placed my hands over massive feathers and channeled my magic into the bird. Essis did the same. The metallic taste of Noxite filled my mouth again, but with as many creatures as I healed earlier, I was practically a pro at this now. It was difficult to heal with the Noxite collar around the creature's neck, but not impossible if I channeled to other areas of its body. The metallic taste started to wane. I almost thought I was done until my magic slammed into massive resistance. Pain shot out through my arm, and I realized in horror that one of its wings was hurt. "What is it?" Doya demanded when I gasped. "It's hurt," I said. I continued to explore its body for diagnosis. "Impaled, I think. It's not going to fly without healing." The creature lifted its wing as if to explain. A huge, bloody hole ran straight through the center of its wing. One of the cage rods must have snapped and impaled the creature when it fell.
Hurry up,
Liam said.
I don't think we have much.
Just then, a herd of alicorns swooped down from above. They'd been flying so high toward the ceiling, I didn't see them at first. Task force members jumped off their backs. A sharp breath passed my lips. I didn't have time. I raised my hands to fight back, but Liam stopped me.
Heal, Sophia. We'll fight them off.
Fire ignited in Doya's hands, shooting higher than flames I'd ever made before. Naomi immediately shifted into a fire lion, and Liam advanced forward. He twisted his hands, and task force members started to fall at the drop of a hat. He'd gotten so good at killing people with his magic that all it took was approximate proximity. It wasn't fast enough, though. Other task force retaliated. A Yapluma man twisted his fingers and Liam gasped for breath. He'd sucked the air straight out of his lungs. Doya realized it before I did. Without conjuring a single fireball, she directed her magic through the elements around us and lit the man's uniform on fire from a distance. He screamed under her attack. It all happened so fast that I didn't have a second to react. The next moment, the two were on their feet, fighting back.
I'm impressed,
Liam said, still gasping to catch his breath. What? She asked as she threw a fireball at some guy's head. You didn't think I had it in me to save a Toaqua? Liam shrugged as he sucked water from a pool of blood on the ground. But it wasn't just water. The blood cells came with it, and Liam held a blood-red water ball in his hand. He instinctively threw it at a task force member.
I didn't realize you'd gone soft.
Pff, Doya breathed. You're my daughter's husband and chief to the man I love. Don't fool yourself into thinking I wouldn't protect you. Liam and Doya worked quickly and together seamlessly. I didn't know how they did it with all the differences they'd faced in the past, but they sure as hell knew how to work together in combat. Essis chirped, and I turned back to the Minakawa. We worked double time to heal the creature. I threw a frantic glance back at Liam and Doya to see another team had come in and they were each fighting their own battles. Doya was waging war against 3 Coigni men, while Liam was fighting off a huge 3-headed serpent. I pinched my eyes shut and focused on healing the Minakawa. In under a minute, the hole in its wing was completely healed up, and feathers had started to grow back. The creature stood and shook its feathers, then bowed its head gracefully at us. I didn't need the translation to know it was offering us service if we wanted it. He was willing to stay to see this thing through. I reached up for the feathers on the back of its neck, then pulled myself onto its back. Essis didn't follow at first. Come on, Essis, I called down to him. We have to break these cages open. Essis hesitated, looking out toward the battle. I followed his gaze and my guts sank. Bodies littered the floor, both Hawkeye and familiars. Flames blazed in the crowd. Doya was finishing off one last task force member, but I didn't see Liam anywhere. Doya formed her flames into the shape of a phoenix, then sent the fiery bird diving toward the task force member. His body lit up in flames. Doya! I screamed down at her. She didn't hear me at first over all the screams, or she wasn't listening. I had to try something else. Mother! Her gaze snapped in my direction. Where's Liam? I screeched. He'd been right here seconds before. She glanced around, startled. I don't know. I lost him. Shit. He better be okay or there'd be hell to pay. Let's go, I called down to her. We have work to do. Doya ran over and gracefully jumped onto the back of the Minakawa. Naomi followed shortly after. The Minakawa turned to take flight, and I noticed something nearby. Wait! I called out to the creature, and it halted in its tracks. Down the aisle, the resistance was supposed to be breaking creatures out of their cages.
Instead, half a dozen Tawakwa and Coigni resistance members were engaged in a scuffle. They weren't trying to kill each other, like with the task force, but they sure as hell weren't getting along. "You're Tawakwa scum, you are!" a girl shouted to another. "Coigni, bitch!" she snarled back. Fists started flying. Ancestors, did they have to do this now? I kicked my heels against the Minakawa's side, and he started forward. It wasn't until the creature's shadow crossed over them that they noticed us. "Hey!" I snapped from above them. All eyes turned up to me in shock. "We're here to fight the task force, not turn against our own. Like it or not, we are one people now, united against Oleander and what he's doing here. You must set your differences aside and realize that we all share one common goal. Those creatures in cages are what is most important." A couple of the Tawakwa hesitated, like they weren't willing to put their pride aside and listen to a Coigni. My anger flared. I was about done with this shit. They needed to get it together now. "If your Tawakwa chief can fuck a Coigni, you can work together to pick a few locks," I growled. "Turn your rage to the cages and get those familiars to safety." They all seemed flustered by my comment, but they turned to nearby cages and started using their powers to break them open. I glanced back at Doya, expecting her to have given them her look that had the power to ignite fear in anyone. But she wasn't giving it. She was looking at me with pride. "Very good, Sophia," Doya praised, sounding impressed. "You sound a lot like me when you're ordering people around." I snorted. "Yeah, well, I didn't get it from my pata." Doya chuckled, but it didn't last long. She quickly got serious again. "What's your plan, Sophia?" I held tight to the Minakawa's feathers and scanned the cavern in determination. Liam had to be out there somewhere. "We're going to find my husband."
Chapter 7. Liam. I'd lost my wife in the chaos, and everyone else. It was fucking madness in here. The tunnels were crowded with familiars. Animals were stampeding everywhere. The ones that could fly were pushed against the ceiling, while task force swarmed into the caves. I had used most of the water in my possession to kill the three-headed serpent, but I still had a water ball left. I tossed it into the helmets of task force members I couldn't reach, calling the water back so I could use it over and over. Anyone who was close enough to me to stop their heart, I killed. I didn't want to take lives, but at this point I had no choice. Wounding the enemy only increased the chances the rest of my team didn't make it out of here. They couldn't fight back or interfere if they were dead. I heard a yell. Jonah was pressed up against a corner, surrounded by 5 task force members. He whipped out his wind at them, but the task force brought up earth shields to block it. They were all Navita. Squeaks clacked her beak in a warning to stay back. I ran up from behind. I sent my water ball whizzing out, freezing it to ice. It went sailing in an arc, connecting with task force members and crushing their helmets inward. The water ball ricocheted around the room until all were out of commission. They sank to the ground, and I reached out and pulled Jonah out from the circle. Squeaks squawked in relief. "I lost Jake!" Jonah's eyes were panicky as he floundered to stay on his feet. It was so loud in here, I barely heard him over the noise. "We'll find him, Jonah. Jake's a general. He knows how to survive," I told him. My eyes scanned the room. It should have been easy finding someone as big as Jake in all this mess, but I didn't see him. There were simply too many bodies. "I can't use my powers in this cave. We're too close quarters," Jonah complained. "If I start shooting off Stormlord powers, I'll kill us all." "Then let's get out in the open." I turned in place, looking for more allies. "Imogen!" Imogen was still trying to help the creatures escape, but she was going under. Sassy perched on her shoulder, trying to maintain her balance. A periton knocked her down. She screamed as familiars began trampling over her in a mad dash. Sassy let out a cry of pain. "Im!" Jonah sent a shockwave of air through the cave. It caused several familiars to stumble and others to lose their balance. A Pegasus nearly fell over on her, but Jonah used his air magic to grab Imogen and yank her and Sassy back to us. He lifted her to her feet, and her head lolled in a daze. Squeaks nudged Sassy in worry. The fox rose with Squeaks's help. "You okay, Im?" I asked. She was covered in cuts and bruises. Luana had been with her the last time I saw, but she wasn't anymore. I had no idea where she'd run off to. A gash above her eye bled, but Imogen lifted her gaze. "I'm fine. Where's Sophia?" "I lost her. I think she took off with her mother." Seriously having a mini freakout right now. "If she's with Doya, she's alive," Jonah said. "Let's get the rest of these familiars out of these caves." "How?" Imogen yelled. "There's not enough space for—" An explosion boomed throughout the cavern. Jonah knocked Imogen to the floor and crawled over her protectively, while I fell on my face from the blast. Squeaks and Sassy were tossed into the wall. The water I'd had splattered everywhere. I covered my head. Debris littered down, and I saw familiars and task force go flying with the burst of the explosion. My ears painfully rang with the sound. I lifted my head. As the smoke cleared, I saw bodies, both elementi and animal. Blood leaked into the stone. Some creatures were ripped in half. Limbs littered the area. A large hole had been blown in one of the cave walls. There stood Jamin Risk, two of her Navita demolitionists beside her. She stood victoriously as familiars rushed through to escape. I staggered to my feet. Jonah led Imogen up and helped her stand. They rushed to their creatures. Squeaks was okay, but Sassy looked exhausted. Familiars flooded through the exit Risk had created. With hatred, Jamin Risk began bringing down parts of the ceiling. They crashed into task force members, smashing them flat, and winged familiars flew out of the cavern. I couldn't hear Jonah's words. He signed to me instead. Jake didn't approve of her being here. She'd found out regardless. I ran toward Jamin until I was standing feet away from her. "This wasn't part of the plan!" I screamed. We had no one waiting for those familiars on the other side through the holes she'd created to lead them back to Hokil. They'd be lost and confused. Jamin said nothing, just smirked at me and ran off. She viciously attacked the task force members with a vengeance, smashing boulders together in order to crush them. Whatever. Fuck her. I had no time to deal with her nonsense. We'd created a plan with Jake, and we were going to stick to it. "Sophia!" I cried. I didn't hear my own shout. The cave was starting to clear out now. Most of the familiars had fled through the various exits, and the task force was either mostly dead or fighting off Jamin and her cronies. Imogen shouted something, but neither of us could hear her. She signed quickly. "Sophia's not in here. She might have moved on." I nodded. There were two parts to the cave system. We were assigned to the first, where most of the creatures were, but another part held dragons and other large creatures. Sophia and Doya could have moved on to the second. "Let's go," I signed. We scrambled over bodies. I slipped on a puddle of blood, but Jonah grabbed my arm to keep me steady. Squeaks led the way to clear a path, and blood smeared on her feathers. The hippogriff almost looked like she was enjoying this. Her species had a weird way of appreciating violence. As we came to a narrow tunnel that led to the second part of the cave's system, we found Luana. She was kneeling next to a tiger-like creature that had 4 tails and a horn on its head. The creature gasped quickly while Sierra fluttered above its head. Luana tried healing it, her glowing hands encompassing the creature's body, but it didn't work. The creature gave a shuddering breath and went limp. Luana's eyebrows knitted together and her face dropped. She clambered slowly to her feet. Sierra landed on her shoulder and glowed white, giving her elementi some of her remaining healing energy. Luana's eyes widened as she noticed us. "You guys okay?" "We lost our hearing from the explosion," I signed. "We were right next to it." Luana didn't waste any time. She put her hands over my ears, and I felt my hearing return in its fullest. She healed Jonah, Imogen, and Squeaks before turning to Sassy, who was the worst for wear. As Luana's healing magic flooded through her, Sassy recovered, and she gave a few yips in thanks. Luana's eyelids fluttered. "I'm running out of healing energy," Luana signed. "I don't have much left in me." "Then let's get the rest of those creatures and get out," I replied, signing as I spoke. We slunk along the wall. I expected the task force to have set up a blockade, but we didn't come across any. The hall opened to reveal a cavern larger than the first. The roars of dragons and other monstrous creatures shook the walls. There was the sound of women shouting up ahead. We came to a halt as we witnessed Doya and Sophia totally making the task force their bitch. Doya had whipped up a firestorm. She was directing a whirlwind of fire toward anyone who dared to get too close. Naomi ran within the whirlwind as a fire lion, leading the charge. As Doya spun her hands, Naomi pounced, and Doya grew the firestorm so large that a whole line of task force recruits was wiped out, burned to ash. Damn, Doya was such a fucking badass. Having her on our side was definitely an asset. Sophia tossed fireballs at the task force members who'd managed to writhe out of Doya's grasp. A band of task force tried to escape the cave, but Sophia conjured up the fire dragon she'd created on the beach and sent it after the brigade. The fire dragon swallowed up the entire brigade, engulfing them in flame. I could see nothing but shadows within the tremendous flames as the bodies burned. Yep, that was my wife. Esses sat on her shoulder. He shook his tail, and as he did so, a dome of light burst from his paws. It expanded, colliding with the bodies of the task force and sending them flying. Several task force hit the walls of the cave hard, their bodies sliding down and going still. Other resistance teams were in here, but they'd left the fighting of the task force up to Doya and Sophia, who were more than capable, while they tried to get the other creatures out. I passed Amelia and Trace on my way to Sophia. Both of them knelt beside a cell. "There you guys are! How are you getting them out?" Jonah breathed. Amelia held up a pair of bolt cutters. "Hey, where magic doesn't do the trick, tools will." "Where's the rest of your team?" I asked. "Lindsay, Bren, and Miranda are escorting the familiars back through the caves," Trace said in a rush. "Cade ran off with Jake somewhere." This was a crazy situation. We were breaking ranks all over the place. I'd planned to help Sophia take out the rest of the task force, but she didn't need my assistance. There were only a few task force members left. Sophia didn't even need to raise her hands. All she did was look at them, and they burst into flames, bodies collapsing onto the stone floor. "Well, hey there, Mrs. Badass," Jonah called out. She glanced our way and came running. "Thank the ancestors." Sophia embraced me and ran a hand through my hair. "Where have you all been?" Esses kissed my cheek. I shrugged and said, "Pretty much everywhere, but that's not important. Where are we at?" "We don't have a lot of time before the task force comes back with reinforcements," Sophia rushed to say. "We have to get the rest of these creatures out." "Have you seen Jake?" Jonah asked. "Or Cade?" Imogen added. Sophia shook her head. "No, but the faster we work, the faster we can find them." "Let's move," I said. "Jonah, help Amelia and Trace with the cells on the left. Sophia, Luana, and I will work on the cells on the right." I'll block the task force and buy you time, Doya said, storming toward the tunnel opposite the one we'd come down. They aren't getting past me. Naomi growled in agreement as she charged after Doya. Sophia and I turned to the closest cell. These cells were different from the rest. Instead of bars, large iron doors, big enough to fit a dragon through, were built into alcoves of the cave walls. I could hear the dragons inside, roaring to get out. The sound of chains clanking could be heard as the dragons scraped their claws against the stone. The doors were locked by a large sliding bolt. I could feel the noxite emitting from the doors. I tried to yank on the bolt, but it wouldn't move. There was some kind of locking mechanism holding it in place. Sophia conjured a fireball, but I grabbed her arm. Our magic isn't going to work on these, I said. We need another plan. Squeaks came stampeding out of nowhere. She rose up on her front legs and kicked the bolt that held the door open over and over. Eventually, the bolt broke off. Squeaks ran to the next cell, pounding her hooves on another. Sassy changed into a kitsune and wrapped her vines around another bolt, using her strength to rip it off. Here! Amelia tossed me a set of bolt cutters. I caught it, and Sophia and Luana squeezed their way through the heavy iron door. I tried to push it open, but even with 3 people, it was an impossible task. These doors were meant to stay shut permanently. It was pitch black inside. Sophia, Luana, and Essis shone light from their hands so we could see. As the cave lit up, revulsion crawled over my skin. The cell was filthy, a dirty water bowl in the corner with matted straw scattered throughout. There was nothing but a small slot in the cave wall to shove food through. The dragon in the cell was held by a noxite collar and chains around its ankles. The collar and chains were padlocked to the wall. The dragon had scale rot, and several sores on its side were festering with infection. He slept, sedated from the noxite. I had to take a few breaths to stay calm. I hated seeing animals being kept in this way. Our familiars deserved more than this. It was hard to witness. Luana, Sierra, Sophia, and Essis began healing the creature. Luana tended to the sores and scale rot, while Sophia and Essis worked on getting the noxite out of his system. I used the bolt cutters to cut through the noxite chains binding the dragon's legs, destroying the iron collar around his neck. The dragon started. Essis jumped out of the way as its fangs snapped, and I pushed Sophia down so she wouldn't get bitten in half. I laid a calm hand on its neck. Easy, bud, I told him. We're here to help. The dragon calmed, though smoke furled from his nostrils. He noticed we'd freed him from his chains, though his eyelids still lolled from the sedation. I'm out, Luana sighed, almost in devastation. Tears sparked in her eyes. Sierra tried to emit a beam of light, but her wings flickered like a flashlight. I'm done too, Sophia said. If I heal any more, you'll have to carry me out of here. I need time to recover. Their magic had done enough to get the dragon conscious, but we couldn't get that door open wide enough for the dragon to fit through. It would have to come down completely. I put a hand on the familiar's side. You're free now. I know you're tired, but we're gonna need your help to get out of here, buddy. The lock's broken. We just need a little push. The dragon shook its head. It gave a small moan before it backed up, preparing to charge. I yanked the girls out of the way just as the dragon lowered its horns and ran forward. It slammed its horns into the door, and it fell forward with a crash. The dragon stumbled out of it, and we followed. The dragon shouted with ecstasy once it was free. It spread its wings and groaned, wincing due to the pain. The cell wasn't big enough for him to stretch his wings, so this was probably the first time he'd opened them in months. Let's move on to the next cell, Sophia said, and we slipped into another, one that Squeaks had already broken the lock on. Most of the creatures weren't heavily sedated. The task force really had been running out of Noxite to keep them drugged. They were tired, but they could walk. Some could even fight. I thank the ancestors they could, because we didn't have a backup plan to carry such big creatures out of here. It wasn't all happy endings. A sea serpent we'd found in a cell was dead. It couldn't survive long outside of water, and there was no saving it. A lot of the water creatures were like that. Being Toaqua, it broke my heart to see them like that, but there was nothing we could do. We had to save the ones we knew could make it. A well-known cooing caught my attention at the other end of the cave. That had to be Irakari. The lock to her cell had been broken, but the door was twisted. It had jumped off its track, and therefore was impossible to slide. Somebody was trying. Drew yanked at the door, angrily trying to get Irakari out. I reached forward to help him pull the door aside, bending the iron back. I felt the Noxite draining my powers the moment I touched the door, but Drew wasn't giving up, so neither was I. Together, Drew and I were able to force our way in. Irakari was waiting inside, but she wasn't the only one. Drew's familiar, Ace, was also there. He barked happily and spun in circles the moment he saw Drew. "Ace!" Drew flung his arms around his German shepherd. Ace licked Drew's face in joy. Irakari huddled in the corner of her cell, frightened of the noise outside. I scratched her behind the horns. "How are you doing, Ira? Ready to see Maddie?" Ira let out a low moan. I used the bolt cutters to free her from her chains before I released Ace. Ira wrapped her wings around me in a hug, while Ace jumped up and down. "How do we get them out of here?" Drew asked. "That door's not moving, and Ira's not big enough to charge it down." Drew's question was answered when the head of a dragon burst through the iron door. It was the same male we'd freed on our first try. The dragon bellowed for Irakari to follow, and the dragoness romped through it. Irakari was the last dragon we had to free. All the cells were busted. My mouth fell open when I saw someone I knew step out of the doorway Luana and Sophia were prying back. "Hudson?" I asked in shock. He was the Coigny guy who'd been to Fortai and reassigned to Bayami after he'd bonded with a giant snail. He looked pretty rough. He was filthy, and I could see the outline of bones that jutted out of his clothes due to starvation. He had this crazy look in his eyes that was somewhat off-putting. "What are you doing here?" "I've been in here for a couple of weeks," Hudson admitted, and a blush rose to his cheeks. I tried to sneak in to break Gooby out and got stuck in his cell. The task force thought it'd be funny to keep me here." I facepalmed. Only Hudson. "Why would they keep Gooby in here, though?" Imogen questioned. "I mean, he's small, isn't he?" There was the creaking of iron busting apart. Sophia and Luana ran out of the way. Squeaks's beak dropped, and Sassy craned her head backward. Many of the dragons in the cave swiveled their heads to watch as a massive familiar slid free. Gooby had a growth spurt. A major growth spurt. The giant snail was now 20 feet tall and just as long. His feelers reached out, scanning the cave walls. Hudson climbed onto his familiar's neck and sat just before the shell, giving a major grin. "You haven't seen him in a while, but he's grown a bit," Hudson patted the snail's shell. "I think it's time we showed the task force what he's made out of." "Ancestors' cock!" A wail came from across the cavern, along with a lion's roar. That was Doya for sure. She'd been overwhelmed. She ran into the cavern, blasting fireballs off behind her. They took down 3 soldiers at a time, but the reinforcements had arrived. 3 brigades of task force members flooded into the tunnel, outnumbering us. They weren't carrying Noxite guns, which meant their elements were shoot to kill. A task force general at the start of the brigade screeched to a halt when he saw Drew. I couldn't see his expression behind his helmet, but by his tone I knew he was smiling. "Back for more, boy?" he asked. "You must have liked it when I broke your legs." "You can go to hell," Drew seethed. Ace bared his teeth and growled lowly. The general emitted a low laugh. "Torturing you was the highlight of my job. I got pleasure from taking off your fingernails one by one. Now that you're all healed up, I can't wait to start all over again." Drew gave a rageful cry. He shot out a jet of fire from his fist, but the task force general jumped out of the way. It gave Ace just enough time to fire up. Before our very eyes, Ace began changing. His fur became fire, and his eyes shone red with all the fury of hell. Flames roared off of him so large I could feel the heat from here. Drew's eyes widened in shock as he watched his familiar morph. His familiar wasn't a dog at all. Ace was a hellhound. Ace bounded forward. The footprints he made singed the stone and made it turn black. Ace pounced. He dove his fangs into the general's jugular, and the general screamed in agony. The hellhound's flames lit up the task force member's uniform and licked at the helmet, melting it around his face. The screams died out. In seconds, skin and muscle turned to ash, and all that was left of the task force general was bones, his singed skeleton giving off a gross smell that permeated the whole cave. Drew stroked Ace's head, his fingers fanning over the flames. "Good boy." Ace barked and licked his hand. One down, dozens more to go. The dragons that had been captured turned and faced the task force brigades, preparing to die fighting rather than be captured again. Hudson's teeth were bared. He pointed to the task force. "Okay, Gooby, let's bring it on." Gooby lunged out. The snail opened his mouth. I, along with several other people, gasped aloud as Gooby enveloped 3 task force members into his giant mouth. There was a horrible crunching sound, and then silence as the snail swallowed the soldiers in one bite. Holy shit, I was never making fun of Hudson ever again. The task force freaked as Gooby moved in. The cops shot their elements at Hudson and the snail, but the spells merely bounced off his shell, sending elements ricocheting in every direction. Gooby continued to scarf up task force like they were his last meal. I watched with revulsion, while Sophia cringed and the rest of them observed with disgusted faces. Hudson was laughing like a fucking madman as his familiar devoured the task force alive. He was getting a kick out of this. It was terrifying that a creature who had basically been a big joke at the start of the year had become a man-eating monster. Hudson and his familiar had been the laughingstock of the school only a few months ago, but nobody was laughing now. The task force that tried to run got stuck in the snail's thick mucus trails. It caught them like goo, trapping them so they couldn't escape. Gooby slid over them, and the soldiers were sucked into the snail's waiting mouth. Doya watched in appreciation, tapping her chin. Perhaps I underestimated him." The task force created a traffic jam as they dove out of Gooby's way in an attempt to escape. The snail reared back. When he opened his mouth, flames erupted, engulfing the task force in one breath. No fucking way. He was breathing fire. "Run!" I grabbed Sophia's wrist and pulled her along behind me. Hudson wasn't careful about where his familiar was shooting fire. It was going everywhere. The guy was a loose cannon. The dragons had begun a stampede in the chaos. Irakari pressed close to the wall so she wouldn't get crushed. I looked for an exit, but the task force's fight with Hudson had blocked off the main cavern, and the one we'd come through earlier was too small to fit dragons through. "Imogen, we need a way out," I called. Imogen took a few deep breaths. She looked upward and threw her arms above her head. She gritted her teeth as she concentrated. Above us, cracks appeared in the rock. Plants grew through them, making the rock overhead unstable. Her vines weaved throughout the cave ceiling, forcing the rocks apart. Sassy helped, her vines reaching up to the ceiling to pull rocks away from the hole she was creating. When the hole was big enough for the first dragon to fly through, Irakari left. She flew upward, crawling her way through the opening. More dragons followed as the hole became bigger and bigger. Imogen collapsed to her knees in exhaustion, and the last dragon slipped through. "Good job, Im," Jonah said. He lifted her into his arms, carrying her closely to his chest. "You're just as strong as the rest of us." Imogen's head collapsed against Jonah's shoulder. Sassy had passed out. Squeaks hefted her onto her back and flew out the hole. The resistance members that were Yapluma began flying people out. "Hudson, come on!" Sophia screamed. Hudson wasn't listening. His maniacal laughter rang throughout the caves as Gooby continued his carnage. Okay, it was official. Kid was nuts. He was on his own. "He can take care of himself. Let's go," I cried. Jonah didn't wait for Sophia to argue. He used his air powers to fly us upward, out through the escape Imogen had created. The dragons and the rest of the resistance were waiting in the forest beside the cave system. We landed beside them. Jonah didn't put Imogen down, though Trace rushed over. "Is she going to be okay?" Trace worried as he observed Imogen's features. "She just needs a minute," Jonah said. "I've got her." Sam had reappeared. He was riding Zarya, who had a saddlebag flung over her back. I was glad to see the two of them had been reunited. The black alicorn's fur glimmered dark blue as she tossed her head. "We've got all the familiars out," Sam breathed. "Now it's just a matter of holding off the task force until we get them back to Hokil. Did you find Lyra's familiar?" I asked. He nodded and opened the saddlebag. Lyra's familiar, a small blue ferret, was resting inside. I hoped she lasted long enough to get her back to Lyra. "Where are the others?" Sam should have had a whole team with him. He frowned. "Tabitha took Lyra back. She collapsed before we got to the caves. Wyatt managed to free Tuscan and Tabitha's familiar, so they made it out." "What about Maddox?" I insisted. Sam dropped his head. "His familiar died while trying to escape. Maddox didn't make it." A pit grew in my stomach. I didn't ask for details. I didn't need to know. The only thing that mattered was Maddox, just like Jones, was gone. "Everyone follow me," I shouted. "We have to get to the vantage point." Our team walked through the forest while the dragons flew overhead. About a half a mile away, Julian was waiting in a clearing to lead the rest of the dragons to safety. Julian saw me coming and roared a greeting, pushing his head into me affectionately. I almost fell over. "I'm okay, Jules. Any task force around?" I asked. Julian huffed and shook his head. It wouldn't stay that way for long. Jake and Cade were both in the clearing. Jonah put Imogen down, and she fell against Cade. He held her close, while Jonah embraced Jake. "I thought I lost you," Jonah said in a thick voice. Jake gave a humored noise, though it sounded off. "Never." Saber helped Squeaks put Sassy down. Arabelle curled against her, purring. Imogen put a hand to her temple. Sassy came to and padded to her elementai's side. "I'm okay. I can walk," Imogen forced out. though I don't think I could grow a plant to save my life.
Magic's not needed. We're almost home free, I said. We just have to get back. Jake didn't respond. Jonah squeezed Jake's hand.
Babe, something's on your mind. I can tell.
Jake's eye slightly twitched. I've received intel that Oleander's familiar is somewhere within the area.
Skyless? Jonah asked.
No, Jake said. His real familiar, the one he's bonded to, not the one he's got under mind control. We think the creature is nearby.
What? You mean the caves?
Imogen squeaked. The task force headquarters. It's to the south, within a mile of here. Jake scowled. But we don't know what building, and it's too uncertain to risk a team going in to search.
Fuck that,
I started. If there's a chance we can kill Oleander, we're taking it. We were supposed to go back with Julian and the others, but this was too good an opportunity to waste.
Where'd you get the intel from?
Sophia asked. Jake scowled. Jamin Risk. Jonah's jaw dropped.
Babe, you can't be seriously considering listening to her.
Jamin wants to win this war as badly as we do, Jake said. And though I don't trust her, she wouldn't lie about something like this. She despises Oleander with a passion.
Yeah, and she wants him gone so she can seek power for herself, Imogen grumbled.
Sophia chewed her lip as she worked things over.
Jamin Risk or not, we have to believe her. There might be a chance to stop this war for good.
Jake shook his head. No, it's been decided. We only have a shred of information. That's not enough intelligence to act upon.
Sophia came forward. I'll do it. We're not walking out on this.
You're the chosen one, Sophia. We can't risk losing you, Jake argued.
I'm the one who's prophesied to bring an end to this war. I have a chance to end it now, Sophia said firmly. You have no choice but to let me go.
Jake couldn't argue. His mouth became thin as he said, Fine, but you're not going alone. Of course she's not. I'm going with her, I stated.
And me,
Imogen offered weakly, though she wavered on her feet.
I'll come along too, as always,
Jonah added. Jake's eyes looked sad. Why is it whenever I have you, you always slip back out of my grasp?
I'm high maintenance, baby, Jonah purred. You knew that when you met me.
You're bringing me, Doya said.
No exceptions. No, Mother, Sophia said. Most of these creatures are too weak to fight. They'll need you if they're spotted by the task force.
Madame Doya's lip twitched.
I will not leave you alone in a time like this. I'm Eleanor Doya's daughter. I'll be fine, Sophia insisted. And I don't like leaving Ava Marie alone for so long. If something happens to Liam and me, I want someone back in Hokil who can help protect her.
Madame Doya hesitated.
Very well. I suppose you're right. Same goes for you, Cade.
Imogen sighed.
We need strong elementi to get those dragons back.
You're tired, Imogen. I won't leave your side, he protested.
She's got the Storm Lord, Jonah said.
I'll die before they lay a finger on her.
You can't go out there. You're exhausted, Cade argued.
A twinge of guilt ran through me. I knew Imogen should head back to Hokil, but we needed her brains if we were going to figure out where Oleander's familiar was, and quickly.
Cade, I need you at my side,
Jake said. I know it's difficult leaving her, but understand I am in your same position. A muscle worked in Cade's jaw as he looked between Jake and Jonah, then back to Imogen. He was trying to decide between his loyalty to the Resistance and his need to protect Imogen. Imogen's eyes were pleading. Finally, he said, Fine, but if you guys aren't back in a few hours, I'm coming to look for you.
As am I,
Doya added sternly. Go, I glanced behind us, before the task force catches up. Reluctantly, Jake climbed onto Sabor. Cade swung onto Arabelle, while Doya and Naomi lifted themselves onto the male dragon we'd freed. Amelia and Trace took a singular dragon, while Drew and Ace hopped onto Julian. Luana swung herself on behind Sam. She wrapped his arms around his waist, and he blushed. Zarya gave a playful nicker. Julian headbutted me. I gave him a pat. "See you soon, Jules." He growled and lifted his wings. The dragons followed him as Julian took to the air. Soon their wings blocked out the skies as they soared toward home. The surrounding forest was quiet. Jonah sighed, almost in relaxation. "Isn't this nice? We've finally got the original gang to go back in the field. No distractions included." "Focus, guys," I said. "We're on a time limit."
"Agreed," Sophia said nervously. "The task force is bound to show up any moment. We should move." "I can't walk another step, honestly," Imogen said. "I need help."
"Up you go."
Jonah lifted Imogen onto Squeaks's back. She and Sassy rode, while the rest of us walked through the woods. We wandered around the cave system instead of through it, as we knew the remaining task force was searching inside.
"The task force headquarters will be crawling with cops," Jonah said.
"Yes, but most of them won't be there. They're in the caves trying to find us or elsewhere in Kinpago," Imogen pointed out. "If we hurry, we might be able to get in and out." Jonah's tone was anxious as we walked.
"Guys, what if Oleander's familiar is something really terrifying?"
"That doesn't make sense. He wouldn't have captured Skyless if it was," I argued. "It might be dangerous, but it can't be anything special. Otherwise, he'd be parading it around." "I don't get how Skyless is controlled by Oleander anyway," Sophia said. "I know it's the collar, but a creature that powerful has to be enslaved by strong magic." When I was looking through his files at tribal headquarters, the collar instructions said it was a mind control device, I commented. "Don't know where he'd get it."
"Mind control is a vampire gift," Imogen stated. "That collar was probably made by Midnighters."
Jonah blanched.
"Oleander has vampires working for him now."
"Vampires don't work for anyone," Imogen said. "They get paid, and a device like that needs to be recharged. If Oleander is running out of funds, he won't have the cash to pay the Midnighters, and eventually the magic on that collar will run out. Skyless will hopefully turn on him then."
"That'd be the fucking day," I muttered. But I wasn't counting on it. The task force headquarters came into view as we left the forest. The military base was set up in a square, barbed wire fencing circling the perimeter. Our vantage point was on a cliffside overlooking the base. The camp had a few task force walking around it, but it seemed vacant except for one building.
"There,"
Imogen said. She pointed to a small cabin on the military base. Several guards were stationed around it.
"I'll bet anything that's where Oleander keeps his familiar. Why else would it be so heavily guarded when the rest of the buildings are vacant?" "We need a distraction," Sophia whispered.
"Leave it to me,"
Jonah replied. He slipped into the trees. As we waited, we watched over the task force base. Sophia tilted her head as she observed a soldier wheel a motorbike past one of the mess halls. He placed it up against a wall and left it there.
"Liam, it's your bike,"
Sophia hushed. My eyes widened in realization as I recognized it. Holy shit, that was my bike. They must have found it after the Battle of Arenda Academy, the bastards. Imogen gave me a sympathetic look.
"I'm sorry, Liam, but we can't retrieve it. It's too risky."
I know. Still disappointing, though. That bike was one of the few things I had left of my dad, and it was in the task force's hands. A lightning bolt crackled down from above. It struck one of the barracks, lighting it ablaze. There were shouts. The guards protecting the cabin left their posts and ran toward the hall to help put the fire out.
"That was Jonah. Let's go,"
Imogen said. We slid down the embankment and to the barbed wire fencing. Sophia's fingers burned red, and she ran them along the fencing. The fence cut in half down the trail she'd created, leaving a hole big enough for us to slip through. "Sorry, Squeaks, you gotta stay outside," Imogen said as she slid off. "Sassy, you should stay with her." Sassy gave a lonesome call as Imogen slipped through the fence. Essus was the only familiar that came with us. Jonah reappeared. He squeezed himself through the hole. "That should keep them busy for a while." "Not too long," I said. "Let's move." We crouched down as we ran toward the cabin. There were guards around the back entrance. They turned their guns on us as they saw us coming, but I stopped their hearts and they dropped to the ground. I barely flinched when I took a life now. It was almost like second nature. I did it without thinking, like breathing. It was something to worry about. Jonah dragged the bodies to a nearby alleyway while we fiddled with the back door. The back entrance was locked, but I took some water from the air and froze the lock inside. The door burst, and we headed in. This was some kind of headquarters for Oleander. His stuff was all over it. Tribal files, paperwork, and office supplies littered the desk inside. On top of a cabinet was a small creature. The creature was a tiny rodent, a squirrel-mongoose hybrid called a Rades. It had soft brown fur and large black eyes that sparkled as they widened, with tiny paws and a fluffy tail. Honestly, it looked a lot like Essus. The Raiju noticed us. It squeaked and jumped off the cabinet, running forward. It climbed onto the desk beside us and swished its tail, happy to see us. I bet the creature had been kept locked up in this office for who knew how long. All of us paused. None of us said anything. We didn't expect Oleander's familiar to be so small. "Are you sure it's Oleander's?" Jonah asked. At Oleander's name, the Raiju's ears perked up. It stood on its hind legs, sniffing the air. It was pretty much confirmation. I started forward. "Let's get this over with." I went to snatch the Raiju, but it jumped backward, alarmed. Its little chest panted as he took me in. The Raiju began quivering, and I reached out again. Essus gave a trill and sailed off Sophia's shoulder. He planted himself in front of the Raiju and spread his arms, giving loud squeaks. "Essus doesn't want us to kill it," Sophia marveled. The Raiju cowered behind Essus, who stood his ground. "Are you kidding me? This is the familiar of the most evil fucking man alive," I burst. "We have no choice. Ouch!" Essus had bitten my hand when I'd tried to grab the Raiju again. Oh, that hurt, the little bastard. "Maybe we should listen to him," Sophia mused. "You said yourself Essus has good instincts." "Essus doesn't understand," I shot back at her. "This has to be done." Jonah seemed torn. "Does it, though? Come on, guys. We shouldn't be sitting here arguing about killing Oleander because this thing is cute," I snapped. The Raiju lay against the desk and shook. It looked really pathetic, but I refused to let it tug at my heartstrings. This was war. Some terrible shit had to be done. "It can't even defend itself," Jonah said quietly. Essus made loud squeaks and shook his arms, pointing at Sophia and then at me. Sophia tilted her head. She didn't get what he was trying to say, and neither did I. Imogen put a hand to her chin. "We could take it back to the Resistance, use it as a bargaining chip." "What's the point of that? We kill it now, the war's over," I hissed. "There's no guarantee that if we kill Oleander, the war is done," Jonah argued. "The other elders still want to wipe us out." "But it'll be a heavy blow," I insisted. "We'll have the advantage." "Jonah might be right," Imogen said slowly. "Taking it prisoner and using it as a hostage might be the better move." "Regardless, Oleander needs to die," I said. And if we kill him, his creature dies too, so sparing it is irrelevant. We need to be smart about this and strategize, Imogen argued. Using this creature as bait might be a way to get Oleander to agree to a truce. That way, no one else has to die, in battle or otherwise. If we kill this creature now, Oleander will die, but the war might continue. I gave a skeptical noise. If you think Oleander is going to agree to a stalemate, you're delusional. That man wants us eradicated. For his familiar, he might, Jonah spoke up. That's a bond that goes deeper than anything, and he knows his life is on the line if we have his creature. It doesn't always have to end in violence. Jonah, your stupid morals aren't going to help us, I shouted back, and Jonah cringed. Don't be like that. You always want to go with the hard call, Imogen protested. Yeah, because I'm a chief, I shot at her. That's my job, to make the hard choices no one else wants to. I'll do it, Sophia volunteered, and our argument broke. I'm the chosen one. This is my decision. Essis's face fell. She picked him up and moved him aside before she faced the Raiju. Her face softened. I'm sorry, little guy. The Raiju whimpered as Sophia raised a fireball. She took aim. It was then an explosion rocked the ground beneath us. We staggered. It wasn't close enough to harm us, but the windows in the cabin shattered. Someone was setting off bombs in the camp. The Raiju bolted. It ran throughout the cabin, bouncing off furniture. Grab it! I cried. Sophia shot fireballs after the creature. I flung water balls, while Jonah whipped out his air. All of us missed. The Raiju jumped onto a chair, then slipped out the broken window. It ran, vanishing out of our sight. Fucking damn it! I roared. I kicked the desk, and it skittered to the side. We had it in our grasp, and a moment of indecision had ruined our chances. What the hell was that? Jonah gasped. We could smell smoke coming in from the barracks nearby. Let's not stick around long enough to find out. Come on, Imogen shouted. We ran out of the cabin. My eyes searched the area for the Raiju, but I didn't see it anywhere. The creature was long gone. The task force base was in chaos. Several buildings had exploded, and fire was overtaking the campus. Task force soldiers ran everywhere, trying to control the flames. We pressed against the cabin to avoid being spotted. My eyes were glued to the hole in the fence, but we couldn't slip through it without being seen. In here! Sophia ran toward the nearest building, and we followed. It was a nearby barrack, void of task force. The recruits were out battling the fires. But the barracks weren't completely empty. 2 blonde-haired boys, ages 12 and 17, were setting up fucking explosives around the barracks. Sophia gasped as she recognized who they were. Imogen's eyes popped out of her head at the sight of her brothers. Are you kidding me? What are you two doing here? Jamin said we could help, Soren yelled. He didn't stop to confront Imogen, just kept setting up explosives like nothing was wrong. He was the oldest of the 2 brothers, but even though he was almost of age, he didn't belong here. The kid had no idea what he was getting into. I told you to stay home. You're not ready, Imogen seethed. Stop telling us we're too young, Roland burst. We can do this. My insides boiled with rage. It was like Jamin Risk to use child soldiers to further her cause. The bitch knew no bounds. We've already placed explosives all over the barracks, Soren shot back. All we have to do is set them off like the rest. You need to get out of here before the place goes up in smoke, Imogen cried. We can do this, Roland said. We're capable. Boom. Fire billowed around us. Sophia instinctively formed a shield, but though she tried, her magic didn't reach the boys in time. Imogen's scream shattered the air. The barracks crumbled inward. A beam fell, smashing against Sophia's shield. It broke, and the four of us were forced apart, Imogen and Jonah on one side and Sophia and I on another. I pushed Sophia out of the way of a heavy block of concrete and crawled over her body, protecting her from the blast. The explosion took seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When the building finally stopped crumbling, I looked up. Part of the ceiling was still intact, but most of it was rubble around us, blocking our way from reaching the rest of our team. Esses gave a scared chitter. He'd clung to Sophia during the blast and was alive, but scared. My ears didn't ring. Sophia's shield had protected our hearing from the blast. I was still collecting my bearings as the smoke cleared, putting the pieces together. Jamin's team had set off another explosive device with the boys still inside. The boys were already dead. I knew that. We'd all seen it. Poor Roland had been blown to pieces. Soren's voice came out, choked and gasping. "I'm sorry, Imogen." Through a gap in the destruction, I saw Imogen clutching Soren. His chest had been split open. His blood soaked her clothes as she whispered, "You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it." Esses slipped out of Sophia's grasp. He writhed through the small opening in the rubble to Soren's side. By the time he reached them, Soren had already drawn his last breath. Imogen was wailing in grief. "Esses, it won't help," Sophia choked out. Esses either didn't hear or didn't listen. I watched through a tiny gap as Esses put his paws on Soren's chest, his blue eyes narrowing in concentration. Nothing happened. Esses's little mouth dropped open. He tried again, but though his paws glowed white, Soren didn't stir. Esses stepped back and gasped, almost in shock. Little guy didn't understand what death was. He didn't know it was permanent. I'd seen him try to heal people who died before. As his ears drooped, he drew his paw away and the glowing faded. His lip trembled as his blue eyes dripped tears. "Liam! Sophia!" Jonah was viciously trying to clear the rubble to get to us. As he moved concrete and bricks, I heard the creaking of the ceiling overhead. "Jonah, stop!" I cried. "If you keep moving shit around, the whole building might topple in." Jonah stopped. I could still hear the sound of his ragged breathing, on the edge of panic. "What do I do?" Jonah asked. "Get yourselves out. Sophia and I will find another way." "I won't leave them," Imogen sobbed. I knew she was still holding Soren's body close. "You have to, Im." I listened to Jonah forcibly dragging her away. Another beam came down. I yanked Sophia aside before she could be crushed by it. "Esses, come on," Sophia called. Esses wiggled his way to us. He jumped into Sophia's arms and clung to her shirt. "Come on, Soph. Let's try to dig our way out." I began moving things aside carefully, though my arms didn't seem to work right. They ached, and every movement made my back surge with pain. I was so tired. I wanted to give up. The only instinct that kept driving me on was an urge to preserve Sophia's life at all costs, and a promise to myself I wouldn't leave my daughter fatherless. Sophia and I finally pulled ourselves out of the wreckage. She helped me to stand. We searched for Imogen and Jonah, but didn't see them anywhere. The whole base was going up in flames from the explosions. Sophia turned on the spot. Task Force were coming in from all surroundings, summoned back here to handle the situation. There was no way out. Any second we'd be caught. I spotted the bike. It was a short distance away. I grabbed Sophia's hand and broke into a run. We were feet away from it when I felt someone grab me by the collar and yank me down. "Liam!" Sophia screamed, and Esses cried out. A task force member had grabbed me around the neck and forced me down. He tried to climb on top of me, but I threw him off. I didn't have time to scramble to my feet before he yanked me to the earth again, trying to detain me.
"Start the bike!" I cried. I turned over on my back. The task force member had lost his helmet and was bleeding from a cut on his face. His teeth were clenched in rage. "You kids have caused enough trouble," he growled. "I'm ending it all." I heard the engine fire up. The task force member put me in a chokehold. I began seeing stars as he deprived me of oxygen. I heard Sophia cry out my name again, and it gave me the last boost of energy I needed. I forced the soldier off of me. He grabbed my ankle in a last-ditch attempt to contain me. He was strong, and I was exhausted. If he got over me again, no way would I get back up. "I'll make it painless, kid," he grunted. "Stop resisting. Eat a bag of dicks." I kicked the task force member in the face as hard as I could. I heard a crunching sound as my foot connected. He cried out and fell to the side. I got up and ran, slinging a leg over the bike. My hands curled around the handlebars. "Hold on to me," I said breathlessly. Sophia wrapped her arms around my middle, and I felt Essis's claws latch onto my jacket. I revved the bike and shot forward. The bike kicked from 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds. I rode the bike through the headquarters while explosions were going off behind us. I could literally feel the heat as it emitted from buildings, fire blazing out from the structures in monstrous infernos. Sophia calmed the flames so we could drive through. Task force members jumped out of the way to avoid being run over as I headed for the main exit. A battalion of task force stood in front of the main gate. They raised their hands, elements brewing in their palms as we grew close. They began firing them off, but I weaved the bike so their shots wouldn't connect. The battalion wasn't going to move. If I tried to drive through them, I'd crash the bike and we'd be done for. But the main gate was our only way out. If I drove back, the explosions would kill us both. Sophia's hold tightened on me. She didn't think we'd make it. Fuck all if I wasn't going to try. My eyes landed on a ramp near the main gate. It was meant for loading supplies, but we could use it as a jump. Most people wouldn't have the balls to try something like that, but I was a crazy motherfucker and I was going to do it. I pushed the bike to its limit until the engine was whining in protest. We took the ramp. Sophia squeezed me, crushing the air from my lungs as we sailed over the task force. The jump was 10 feet long. I heard Esses give a high-pitched scream behind me as the ground drew near. It was a rough landing. The bike skittered to the side, but I saved it at the last second. The task force was too dumbfounded to shoot after us as I drove the bike back onto the main road toward the beach. We could ride the ocean all the way to Hokil. Ancestors, I hoped this thing had enough gas. Sophia's hold had lightened on me, but I could feel her ragged breathing against my back. When we got to the beach, I slowed the bike to a stop and looked back to Sophia. "Everyone all right?" Esses's fur was poofy all around him. He made a grumbling noise. Sophia swept her hair back. "I'm fine. I can't believe we made it out of there. Do you think Jonah and Imogen—" She drifted off, unable to ask the question. "We'll find out when we get back to Hokil." Not much more I could say. I drove the bike onto the waves. I had enough magical energy to suspend the bike on the ocean's surface, but it was all I could do at the moment. Water rushed out in 2 equal arcs on the sides of the wheel as I pushed the bike to go as fast as it could. The engine sputtered and died just as we drove the bike onto Hokil's beach. Sophia clambered off. I pushed the bike to my mom's house, where I rested it against the porch. We were supposed to regroup in the town square once the mission was over. Sophia and I rushed back into the village, where hundreds of familiars were being reunited with their elementi. Relief flooded through me when I spotted Jonah, though I felt sick when I realized Imogen wasn't with him. Squeaks was at his side, though her head was hung low.
Jonah's shoulders dropped when he saw us. "You guys are safe. Thank the ancestors." "Where's Im?" Sophia asked. His face fell. "She and Sassy are with her family. She had to tell them the news. So she was okay. On the outside. Inside, she was torn apart. 2 of her brothers had died right before her eyes, so soon after she'd gotten Trace back. Thinking of losing Ez like that. My throat got tight, and I pushed the thought out of my head. I couldn't bear to consider it. Sophia frowned. "Do you think that she'll relapse?" "I don't see how she could," Jonah said with a sigh. "There's no nightshade available." "That doesn't mean there aren't other drugs, and she's at a vulnerable point in her recovery," Sophia pointed out. "We'll be there for her," I offered. "We'll do our best to make sure she doesn't slip back." I looked at Jonah. "How'd you guys make it out anyway?" "Doya and Cade came back for us," Jonah said. "Doya about wrung my neck when she realized Sophia wasn't with us. You should go see her." Sophia stroked her familiar. "Come on, Essis." As Sophia vanished into the crowd, Jonah dropped his voice. "I didn't tell Imogen yet, because I think she'll lose her mind if she finds out. Jake told me that Jamin Risk, she got away." "What?" I snarled. "How did that happen?" "I don't know. She vanished after the explosions. The Resistance sent people to chase after her, but Jake doesn't think they're gonna find her." Jonah stared at the ground. "She's gonna get away with it." I hoped Jamin had been taken out by one of her own bombs and we had yet to recover the body, but I wasn't that optimistic. Sometimes fate could be so cruel. Imogen's brothers were dead. Jamin Risk was responsible for their deaths, and she was nowhere to be found.
Chapter 8. Sophia. A week had passed since we'd saved the familiars. For the most part, Hokil had changed for the better. People had been reunited with their familiars and all seemed fine, for now. But things weren't okay for everyone, and it was as if Ava Marie knew it. Her cries cut through the stillness of the morning, tearing my heart apart. "It's going to be okay," I whispered, though it sounded like a lie. I cradled Ava Marie in my arms, rocking her back and forth on a chair in the living room. It was early morning, and the sun hadn't even risen yet. Liam was still asleep in the bedroom, and I was doing all I could to calm my wailing child. "Ava, please. Daddy needs to sleep. He has important work to do this morning. It's going to be all right. Mommy's here," I promised. I'd never let anything hurt her. I couldn't say the same for my friends. Imogen had been devastated by the death of her brothers. This was different from when she grieved for Trace and Cade. She'd seen her younger brothers die with her own eyes, held their bodies in her arms. There was no chance they were coming back. Ever. Imogen wasn't the only one struggling. Liam had been working long days, dealing with the aftermath of the fight, from conducting funerals as chief to working with Jake and Jonah on military strategy. We were preparing for the elders to retaliate at any time. It wasn't like our location was a secret anymore, not after the battle that ensued on Christmas Eve. But Luana hadn't reported any suspicious activity surrounding her shield. The elders had lost a lot of task force members recently, and they were running low on supplies. Not to mention their headquarters had just been demolished. Their numbers still far exceeded ours, but they needed time to recover too. We'd be ready for them when they did. My training involved daily lessons with Luana, learning how to help her shield the valley. It was different from any other magic I'd used before because it was cast at a distance. It was harder to control magic I couldn't see with my own 2 eyes. Ava Marie wailed again, and I pulled her closer to my chest. Earth, water, fire, and air. I began to sing the ancestors' song, gifted to us by the breath of a prayer. Ava Marie began to settle. I continued singing and rocking her until she drifted off. I was so exhausted and wanted to return to bed, but I worried about waking her, so I didn't move. Soon I heard stirring from the bedroom. Essis walked into the living room, rubbing his eyes. I could hear Liam starting to get out of bed. "Hey, buddy," I whispered softly, as Essis jumped onto the arm of my chair. "How'd you sleep?" Essis responded by yawning widely. In other words, Ava Marie had kept him up, too. I scratched him behind the ears, and he leaned into me, purring. He rested his head on my shoulder and stared down at Ava Marie. "The sleep deprivation is worth it, though, isn't it?" I asked him. "Family is so important. She's perfect." Essis chittered in agreement.
Hey, Bowie,
Liam said in a tired voice as he left the bedroom. The sunlight had just started to fill the living room. "Good morning," I said quietly, so I wouldn't wake Ava Marie. Liam leaned down and kissed me on the lips.
How is she?
He gazed down at his daughter in admiration. "Sleeping for now," I said. "How'd it go last night?" Liam hadn't made it back from work until after I'd gone to bed. He sighed.
Cade and I had a chat about Imogen.
My eyebrows shot up. "How's she doing?" I hadn't seen her yesterday, as she was tied up with the military strategy team, like the rest of my friends. Even Doya had joined the team, as Jake had promoted her after she proved herself useful in freeing the familiars. Liam frowned.
Not well. Carter's pulling her from the strategy team for a while, until she gets back on track.
I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. "What do you mean?" Liam sat on the couch and raked his fingers through his hair.
She's dead set on revenge against Jamin. Every suggestion she makes ties into tracking Jamin down. It's distracting the team from the real issues.
"Jamin is a real issue," I pointed out. "But I get what you're saying. We have bigger problems to deal with." Liam drew another deep breath.
Thing is, Im knows she's going down a dark road again. She agreed with Carter that she needed to take a step back. Cade's afraid she's going to start using again.
"She won't," I stated confidently. But I wasn't sure. I'd never been addicted to nightshade. I didn't really know what it was like.
She's taking precautionary measures this time,
Liam said.
Along with a leave from work, she's doubling her therapy sessions. I think you should visit her today.
"I will," I promised.
Thanks, Pawi.
Liam stood and placed a kiss on my forehead.
Make sure to send her my love. And maybe some cupcakes. Cupcakes make everything better.
I crinkled my nose at him. "Unless you scrape the frosting off before you eat them." He rolled his eyes.
I thought we agreed you'd stop picking on me for that.
"Not that one," I teased. "You'll never live that one down." Liam shook his head.
I love you, Soph.
I smiled. "I love you too." It wasn't long before Liam left for work. I fed Ava Marie and was just changing her into a cute outfit with unicorns on it when Luana arrived for our lesson. "Change of plans," I told her. "We're going to visit Imogen today."
Is she okay?
Luana asked. "She needs us," I signed. Luana helped me bundle Ava Marie up, and we left the house with our familiars. We hit up the Falcon's Nest for takeout, then stopped by Jaguar Confections to pick up some cupcakes. Each was powdered with a fine, edible glitter that was enchanted by the Arcania sorceress who ran the shop. The glitter changed colors in a mesmerizing display.
When we arrived at Cade and Imogen's apartment, Imogen was alone. She answered the door. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she clutched a clump of used tissues in her fist. She wore an untied bathrobe over her pajamas. I'd become attuned to her bloodshot eyes ever since we found out she was doing drugs, and I had a moment of panic. But I quickly realized it was because she'd been crying, not because she was high. "What are you doing here?" Imogen asked, signing as she spoke. Sassy yipped in excitement when she saw Essus in the doorway. "We came to bring you breakfast," I stated simply. I placed the takeout bag in her hand and stepped inside without asking for an invitation. That was nice," Imogen said, sounding unsure about the gesture. Luana followed behind me. Sassy barked as Essus rushed over to her and Sierra fluttered onto her head. The three started chasing each other around the apartment. Cade's apartment looked different from the last time I'd seen it. I hadn't been over here much since we had more room at our place. The ping-pong table was moved over to the edge of the room, and there was a lot more color. A tapestry with floral designs all over it was hung on the wall, and there were matching throw pillows on the couch. A beautiful flower arrangement sat on the kitchen counter, but it was slightly wilted, as if reflecting Imogen's grief. I walked over to the couch and dropped my diaper bag, then pulled Ava Marie out of the cradleboard I'd been carrying her in. I laid a blanket on the ground and set her on top of it. "Tummy time," I announced. She stared up at me with wide eyes. Imogen and Luana both sat. Imogen reached into the bag we'd brought and handed out breakfast sandwiches. "Thank you," Luana signed when she took hers. "How are you doing, Im?" I asked, settling into the couch beside Luana. Imogen unwrapped her sandwich and took a bite. She went silent for a few moments, but didn't seem like she was enjoying the food. It seemed like an excuse to mull over her answer. Finally, she swallowed and set her breakfast aside on the end table. She signed while she spoke. "Not well, as you can imagine. I know the funeral was supposed to help me cope, but—" "I get it, Im," I said sadly. "I went through the same thing with my grandparents." I didn't say it out loud, but we all knew what I meant. Seeing someone die in front of you made it 100 times harder to keep going. "I'm not asking you to move on," I promised. "I don't think you ever really can. But please know we are here for you." Imogen took a deep breath and wiped her nose with a tissue. "This isn't like last time. I don't want to hide from you guys. I don't want to do this alone. I want your help." "That's good," Luana signed. Imogen frowned. "I just don't know how you can help." "There's a ritual we can try," Luana offered. "It's a blessing on the spirit." Imogen hesitated. I don't think I'm ready to let my brothers go." "Of course not," Luana replied. "I'd never ask you to do that. But this might help you say goodbye." Imogen wiped at her eyes. "Okay, I can try." We finished our breakfast, but Imogen barely took a glance at the enchanted cupcakes. I left them on the counter for her to snack on later. "For the ritual, we'll need something to represent your brothers," Luana told Imogen. "Something you're willing to give up." Imogen pressed her finger to her chin, thinking. After a few moments, something sparked in her eyes. "I think I have something." Imogen went into the kitchen and stood on her toes to reach high into one of the cupboards. She pulled down a mug that was shaped to look like a fox. Imogen teared up as she cradled it in her hands. "Soren and Roland brought this to me in rehab. It was a get-well gift." My heart fell for her. "Im, are you sure you want to use that for the ritual?" She sniffled, then nodded.
Yes, it's the one thing I have from both of them.
That will work perfectly, Luana told her.
Luana explained the ritual would have to take place outside, but she didn't tell us how it worked. Imogen didn't ask, just went to the bedroom to get dressed. I bundled up Ava Marie again, and we left the apartment with our familiars. We walked up a path carved in the edge of the canyon and entered the forest surrounding Hokil. The village was long behind us when we finally stopped. The trees were thick, but the foliage was dull, as it was only the end of February. Above us, the clouds blocked out the sunlight. "This spot is perfect," Luana signed when we entered a small clearing. She lowered herself to her knees, and Sierra fluttered onto the branch of a black walnut tree nearby. Essis jumped off my shoulder and scurried up the tree to sit next to her. Sassy stopped alongside Imogen. "How does the ritual work?" Imogen asked, kneeling beside Luana. I removed Ava Marie from the cradle board and sat at the base of a tree to watch. My daughter slept soundlessly. Luana gestured around the forest. It was really quiet, and though it was chilly out, it was peaceful. "The ritual requires a combination of Navita and Anachi magic. It is a simple prayer, but if you open your heart to the ancestors, they will hear you. Choose a seed." Imogen glanced around the forest floor and picked up a walnut from next to her. Sassy sniffed it, then nodded in approval. "I choose this one," Imogen said, holding it out to Luana. Luana smiled sweetly. "I need you to dig a hole." Imogen placed the walnut into the mug to free up one of her hands, and she waved her palm over the ground. Her magic brushed dirt away until there was a small but deep hole between the two of them. Luana signed, "New life comes from death. Where one thing falls, another may grow. Something beautiful and wondrous to honor what was lost. But you must be ready to allow your love for your brothers to change into something else, to transform into something that will benefit the world. But you must choose to allow your pain to grow into something beautiful, instead of something that will harm others." Imogen blinked at her. The forest was quiet. "Let us pray," Luana signed. She reached out her hands, and Imogen joined her hands with hers. Together they cradled the mug and walnut in their hands. For several long moments, there was nothing but silence as I observed. Then Imogen bowed her head and began to pray. "Dear ancestors, I pray for the strength to make it through this difficult time. My brothers are gone far too soon, and all I wanted to do was protect them." As she spoke, tears beaded in her eyes. Luana's hands glowed a brilliant white, but Imogen didn't seem to notice as she squeezed her eyes shut tightly. My chest tightened as I watched. "I am not the only one who's hurting," Imogen admitted to the ancestors. "I wish the best for all of Hokil. I pray that my brothers are taken care of in the ancestral lands. I pray that my parents are able to recover from their deaths. I pray for those who have lost anyone in this war on both sides, that we may see them again. I pray I will forge ahead in my recovery and remain clean even while I am suffering. I pray for the strength to help the resistance win this war, for the guidance for each of us to do that which you desire of us. I pray that whatever happens, my brothers' deaths won't be in vain, that something good might come out of this terrible war." Imogen blinked her eyes open just in time to see Luana's Anachi magic swirl into wisps, encompassing the mug and the seed inside. Luana's eyebrows knitted together tightly in concentration. Her light seeped into the object, filling it as if infusing her magic inside. "Akoti et veni," Imogen whispered. Together, Imogen and Luana lowered the mug into the hole.
Tears began to stream down Imogen's face, dripping into the soil. She didn't use her magic to cover the hole, but instead filled it with her hands, burying the spirit-infused mug with the seed inside. She smoothed her hands over the ground, as if the hole had never been there in the first place. Luana reached out and rubbed Imogen's shoulder, then signed, "It's time to let go." Imogen nodded in understanding, as if she knew exactly what to do without instruction. Imogen let one last tear fall into the dirt, then got to her knees and backed up. Sassy quickly backpedaled a few steps to follow, and Luana came to stand by me. Imogen closed her eyes and lifted her face toward the sky. At that moment, it was like she could control all the elements at once. Sunlight broke through the clouds and poured down through the canopy to touch her face. The wind blew, but it wasn't as cold as before. It was warm and pleasant, like a blessing from the ancestors. As the wind picked up and the sun shined brighter, Imogen's power grew. A sapling poked up through the dirt where they'd planted the seed. At a record pace, the sapling sprouted and grew faster than I'd ever seen Imogen revive a plant before. Within seconds, it was as tall as Imogen, sprouting branches and leaves that glowed with the spirit magic Luana had infused into the seed. I scrambled to my feet, holding tightly to Ava Marie as I watched in awe. The tree continued to grow, expanding out through the clearing and higher than our heads. Essis' jaw dropped from the branch he sat on, and Sierra fluttered her wings in excitement. Branches continued to grow, and green leaves sprouted in a vibrant display. The tree trunk expanded until it was the thickest tree in the woods and taller than any other trees around us. I'd gone speechless as I stared up at the towering branches. Imogen took a deep breath, then let it out in a huge sigh of relief. When she opened her eyes, peace washed over her features. The glowing of the tree dimmed, and the wind died down until the forest returned to normal. It was as if the tree had been there all along. "Im," I said breathlessly, "that was beautiful." She wiped the remaining tears from her face. "It felt amazing." Sassy barked happily and jumped up and down from Imogen's feet. Sierra fluttered around the tree, observing it from every angle, and Essis clapped from his branch. He let out a bright cheer, and the sound of his voice echoed back to us. My gaze snapped upward. For a second, I thought it was an echo, but it was too localized for that. I saw a blip of white in a nearby tree, but the creature was gone before I could make sense of what it was. "Did I just see—" Luana didn't finish signing. She was too shocked by the creature. "I saw it too," I signed back. I looked to Essis as if he could explain what we'd just seen. He jumped down from his branch and stood on his hind legs. His eyes went wide and he sniffed the air. "What?" Imogen asked. "What is it?" "I think," I started to say, but I was cut off when Essis started scampering in the direction the creature went. There was no warning, he just started running. "Essis!" I screamed. It woke Ava Marie and she started crying. I ran after Essis, but I couldn't keep up with the baby in my arms. Sassy was quicker than I. She rushed on ahead, barking to get Essis' attention, but he didn't seem to care. He sprinted forward like nothing else in the world mattered to him but catching up with that animal. "Sassy, slow down!" Imogen called. Imogen ran after her and surpassed me, and Luana followed close behind. "Essis, you'll get lost!" I yelled. I could hear his upbeat chitters far ahead in the forest, but I couldn't see him or Sassy from here. Eventually, Imogen came to a halt. Sassy was digging in the dirt, her nose shoved into a deep hole. Luana stopped beside me, trying to catch her breath. "Where'd he go?" I gasped. Ava Marie had stopped crying, thank the ancestors, but she wiggled in my arms. "Down there!" Imogen pointed at the hole. It was big enough for Essis, but Sassy didn't fit. She stuck her head inside, her butt pointed up into the air. Frustrated, she yanked her head out of the hole and started sniffing the ground. Sierra fluttered ahead to follow Sassy. "Wait, where's she going?" I asked. "I think she caught his scent," Imogen said. Sassy's steps slowed to a careful crawl, but we followed behind. The terrain was uneven. I was getting more and more uncomfortable by the second carrying my daughter through the woods. "Essis!" I shouted. We couldn't be out here forever with a newborn. She needed to eat soon. Just then, Sassy let out an excited bark. She led us down a steep hill until we spotted a cave opening tucked deep into the rock. It was hidden between two large boulders and we could have easily missed it, but it was large enough for us to fit through. Sassy went through first and Sierra followed. I glanced between Imogen and Luana. "Do you know this place?" I asked Luana. She glanced to the cave opening without an ounce of recognition in her eyes. "I've never been here, but I trust our familiars." "Me too," Imogen added. The crevice leading inside the cave was dark and ominous. I questioned if Sassy actually knew what she was doing, but I agreed with them. We could trust our familiars, and they obviously knew something we didn't. "Okay," I agreed. "Let's go." Imogen led the way, and the three of us entered through the opening in the rock. Ava Marie's eyes scanned the cave ceiling as we walked. The crevice opened to a wide tunnel. Ahead, Sassy barked, and we could see Sierra lighting the way with her magic. "Come on!" Imogen gestured us forward. "I feel a cavern up ahead." The tunnel was long, but it was less than a minute before we saw sunlight up ahead. The tunnel widened, giving way to a large cavern, and I wasn't prepared for what we saw next. Hundreds of rodent-like creatures filled the cave. They were the size of squirrels, with fat bellies and big tails. Their noses were small and their eyes huge. Each had long, fox-like ears, and some had curved horns on their heads. Kerbals. "Ancestors," I breathed, unable to believe what I was seeing. My heart pitter-pattered at the sight. "We found them!" The cavern spanned wide and stretched 40 feet above our heads. There was a huge hole at the top of the cave, shaded by overhanging trees. A waterfall trickled into the cave, and green vines hung along the walls. Sunlight poured through the opening, glistening off the water. A huge tree grew up from the center of the cavern, poking out the hole at the top of the cave. A rainbow reflected off the waterfall's stream. Along the edge of the cave were various holes, like cubbies, just big enough for one Kerbal family to fit into each. Kerbals of all ages hung from branches or swung from vines, using them to leap into their cubbyholes. Others bathed in the trickling stream, or shot spouts of water out of their mouths at each other. Huge piles of shiny rocks had been placed all throughout the cavern. Kerbals stood on top of them, as if guarding their stash. Gleeful chittering filled the entire cave. For a moment, all we could do was stop and stare. The Kerbals were all different colors, and some had marbling in their fur, stripes or spots. Others were brown with various shimmering undertones. Female Kerbals had pouches, I realized. Several hopped around with big-eared joeys peeking out of their pouches. They were marsupials. I couldn't believe I'd never thought of that before. I'd always figured Essis to be some kind of rodent. Most of the Kerbals were crowded toward the far end of the cavern. I didn't see why until they hoisted one of the Kerbals upward and started cheering loudly. The Kerbal on top shot his fists into the air and squealed happily. It was then that I realized it was Essis. "Essis!" I cried, stepping further into the cave.
I didn't realize what I was doing until I did it. Hundreds of eyes turned toward me. They were all different colors: sapphire, emerald, and ruby. Instantly, the entire cave went silent as the Kerbals were alerted of our presence. Not a single one moved as they took us in. My breath halted in my chest. I worried that I'd frightened them, when the truth was I'd just been scared for my familiar. Essis was the only one that didn't seem to be holding his breath. He hopped down from the other Kerbal's shoulders and scurried toward me, then turned back to his friends. He stretched tall and spread his arms out wide, then turned his nose to the ceiling and let out a high-pitched tune. The Kerbals went wild. Hundreds of them echoed Essis' tune, filling the cavern and the forest with their glorious song of homecoming. I let out a sigh of relief. They were celebrating. All at once, Kerbals started rushing toward us from all angles. 5 of them scurried up my pant leg and fought to sit on my shoulders. 2 of them made it to my head while I laughed incredulously. They couldn't fit. One of them tumbled off, but the Kerbals at my feet caught him. Imogen and Luana were in a similar situation, practically being tackled by Kerbal kisses. Imogen held her arms out wide, and 8 Kerbals perched on her outstretched arms. Luana laughed gleefully as she knelt down to pet each of them in turn. They scampered onto her back and started playing with her white hair. Sassy rolled around in the dirt, yipping happily as Kerbals licked her face. Sierra glowed. A group of Kerbals had stopped to stare at her, mesmerized, as she landed on one of their noses. The Kerbals on my back snuggled in close and looked over my shoulder to eye Ava Marie. She stared up at them in absolute wonder. "Essis, this is amazing!" I cried. I looked down to him, only to realize he was gone. I glanced around the cavern and spotted him near the stream. He was on all fours with his head bent down, aiming his horns at a black Kerbal that was bigger than he was. The black Kerbal mirrored his posture, and my heart leapt. "Essis, no!" I started. But it was already too late. The Kerbals charged for each other, and their skulls connected. Neither gave up, though. They kept pushing against each other, locked in a testosterone-fueled battle. Essis curled up his little nose, and an Anachi glow began to illuminate his horns. Blast! Essis' Anachi magic exploded into a shield, blasting the black Kerbal backward. The Kerbal somersaulted, coming to a halt at the base of one of the rock piles. "Essis!" I scolded. But he just looked at me with a cheeky grin on his face. The black Kerbal stood and dusted off his fur like he wasn't bothered at all. He scurried over to Essis and held out his paw. The 2 clapped them together like a handshake, and I realized they hadn't been fighting, they'd been sparring. It had to be something male Kerbals did. Another Kerbal came up to Essis then. I guessed it to be a female because it was slightly larger than Essis but didn't have any horns. She was all white, except for a tuft of blue fur in the center of her forehead to match her eyes. She tapped Essis on the shoulder, and he turned. When he saw her, Essis threw his arms up and cried out in exhilaration. He threw his arms around her, and the 2 locked into a tight embrace. I observed curiously, but it didn't hit me until Essis drew away with tears in his eyes. Essis knew her. "Essis?" I asked, stepping forward cautiously so I wouldn't step on any tails or paws. He looked up to me brightly and clapped the female Kerbal on the shoulder. I knelt down beside them. "Essis, is this your mother?" He beamed and nodded eagerly, and my heart warmed. We'd found Essis' family. "Ancestors," I breathed. "This is where you came from." He tittered proudly, and I took that to mean yes. I couldn't believe it. This was Essis' home, and he'd left it and journeyed miles to find me in Kinpago so we could bond. He'd left his family so he could find me. Love for my little guy spread so far throughout my core that it almost made my heart shatter. Essus had been apart from his family so he could be my familiar, but now they were reunited. I was so happy that he'd finally found his home again, and that we'd solved the mystery of where he'd come from. "This is fantastic!" Imogen squealed. One Kerbal was trying to lick inside her ear, while another was pulling her necklace off. A striped Kerbal with ruby eyes got hold of the bow she wore and ripped the rhinestone off of it, then scurried over to one of the rock piles to add it to his rock collection. "It's amazing," I agreed. I couldn't find any other words. I'd never seen anything like it. I turned back to Essus to see another Kerbal had come up to him. She was smaller than his mother, with brown fur and green eyes. She fluttered her eyelashes at him and chittered. Essus looked totally starstruck. He reached an elbow out, like he was going to lean up against a nearby rock, but he kept his eyes on the female Kerbal and missed the rock entirely. He went reeling backward, head over heels, into the stream. Luana bust a gut laughing, and I couldn't stop either. Essus grumbled as he crawled out of the stream and shook his fur out. "Wow, Essus," I teased. "You have a strong game." Essus narrowed his eyes at me and flipped me off. "He gets that from you and Liam," Luana signed, still laughing. "Liam for sure," I teased back. Watching Essus interact with his own kind was incredible. They chased each other around, and he bounded through the cavern brightly like I'd never seen him before. He even seemed to climb the tree and swing from the vines with much more agility and ease. The Kerbals were the most friendly creatures I'd ever met, and they kept swooning over Ava Marie and touching her head like she was a precious gem. When I nursed her, they just sat there, staring at me like breastfeeding was some sort of spectacle. It was sort of creepy at first, until I realized they'd never seen it before and were just curious. Luana sat on the ground. The Kerbals gathered in layers around her, so much that she was practically drowning in them. Imogen helped a group of Kerbals sort their rocks, and Sassy splashed with them in the water. It was pure bliss. But eventually, Ava Marie couldn't take it anymore. Essus noticed her getting fussy and started waving goodbye to the other Kerbals. He looked up at me with hope in his eyes, as if asking if we could come back again. "You'll see them again, buddy," I said, patting him on the head. "I promise." He beamed. The Kerbals sang a delightful tune as we left the cave. I was still riding the high of the Kerbal cavern when we returned to town. Imogen and Luana were raving about the experience beside me. I was still trying to process it all. "Let's go tell the others," I burst in excitement. "We finally found out where Essus came from." It was strange that a day that started out so melancholy, by mourning Imogen's brothers, had turned so bright by reuniting Essus with his family. And that's when I realized that the Kerbals were a sign of hope. No matter how tough this war proved to be, we could always find love and wonder in our lives.
Chapter 9. Liam. Since the battle over Christmas, I'd moved on from training students to training soldiers. Everyone who was of age and who we could spare was preparing for another inevitable fight with the elders. My Anachi students had made excellent progress since they'd helped restore the shield around the town. Many of them were able to do other forms of minor Anachi magic, like make light, though they still needed to gather power from crystals and the earth to access their powers. I just wished we could break the block on their magic so they could bond with familiars and use their powers for themselves instead of relying on harnessing magic from other sources. Today, we were in the clearing that was used for education inside Hokil, blasting targets. Linus and Zoe were two of my former students who'd been assigned to the soldier group I was training. They'd recently turned 18 and had signed up for the Resistance Army. They were getting ready for their first battle, whenever that was to come. Linus was Anichi, unbonded, and Zoe was a Coigny girl with an Enfield familiar, a fox-wolf hybrid. Linus was one of the people who'd gotten the shield back up during the crisis. He held a crystal tightly in his hand and absorbed its energy as he sent larger and larger blasts of white orbs toward the targets we'd set up at the end of the clearing. One of the orbs was 6 feet across, and it knocked over the target as it went sailing by. "Careful," I said as Linus wavered backward. "You're playing with fire by using too much energy at once. Keep doing that and you'll hurt yourself." Julian growled in agreement. He beat his wings behind me, and Linus gave him a surly look. "Is that even possible?" Linus asked. His tone was skeptical. Several people looked our way, and I sighed. Linus liked to backtalk. He was a good student, but he still assumed he knew it all. I gestured for the class to come inward. "Gather round. This is important." The young soldiers circled around me. I opened my palm and took water from the air, growing it into a small orb. We've already discussed before how magic is energy. Elementi take energy from their familiars. Anichi currently access their powers by harnessing what is in the earth around them, or in crystals. I grew the water ball so that it was a foot across. Some elementi naturally have more magical potential than others. They're able to access, store, and harness more energy than other elementals can. An elementi's abilities can be increased steadily over time, like working a muscle. But if too much magic is expended at the same time, there can be consequences. "Like what?" Linus asked as he watched the ball spin in my hand. "Magic can be replenished. It's like any other form of bodily energy. When we eat and sleep, we restore energy to our bodies. Magic can also recharge, depending on how often we give it rest. But like food and sleep, if we don't give our magic enough time to refill, we die. If we become sleep-deprived, we go mad. If we don't eat, we starve." I closed my fingers, and the water ball vanished. Our magic has limits. Any supernatural that goes past that limit puts themselves at risk. "I thought you said the connection between an elementi and a familiar provided an endless source of life energy," Zoe said. "In a way, but that life energy isn't meant to be used up in one go," I explained. Pushing yourself past the boundaries of your own magic results in your body being forced to find that energy elsewhere. If you go slightly over the limits, you'll faint. If you push farther than that, your magic will suck energy from your organs and tissues, potentially leaving you with lifelong health issues. Beyond even that, if you perform magic that's far beyond your reach, all of the energy will be depleted from you at once to perform the spell, and you will die. Imagine running a marathon for days on end, not stopping to eat or rest until you collapse from heart failure. It's more or less the same thing. I shifted. Once that happens, your body dissolves. You become your element as you die. Coigny turn to ash. Yupluma fade into the wind. Navita become the earth, and Tawakwa are reduced to puddles of water. I assume Anichi would turn into spirit ether, though I can't say for certain. "Can't you just stop it if you sense you're going too far?" Linus said. "It's like pulling the trigger," I said. "Once it's done, you can't reverse it. That's why it's important to know your limits before you head into battle and to rest your powers after performing impressive feats of magic." "You did it," Zoe pointed out, "when you took magic away from Elder Poole and Elder Malison during the battle. Something like that should have killed you, and you survived." "I got very lucky. I was only able to do so for a few seconds, and I didn't hold on to it for long," I stated. "If not for Julian, I would have died." Julian groaned, and I patted him on the cheek. "I think that's enough for today.
We've been practicing drills all morning. Rest your magic, and we'll pick back up tomorrow." The soldiers dispersed. Linus muttered something under his breath and eyed the targets. I knew he was going to come back later and keep firing at targets. If the kid kept this up, he'd knock himself on his ass, but whatever. Some people didn't learn unless it was the hard way.
"Liam, can I have a moment?"
Taylor came up to my side. She was one of the soldiers I was training. She held her red armadillo close as she walked up to me. Taylor had been the first person we'd helped to escape Orenda Academy after her brother Levi had been burned to death by Haley's magic. She hadn't always been the nicest, but since she'd been here in Hokil, she'd been a great asset to some of our special ops teams. "What's going on?" By her tone, it didn't sound like good news. Taylor took a breath.
"I wanted to talk to you about Lyra."
Surprise stirred within me. Lyra was Toaqua and Taylor was Coigny. I'd seen them talking a few times, but hardly ever saw them together. Why did Taylor want to know about her? "Lyra left," I told her. "She and her familiar headed out days ago." After we'd rescued the familiars, Lyra had been allowed to stay long enough for her creature to heal before she'd been banished. She took her familiar and left, though she didn't say where to. I felt bad that she had to leave, but Lyra didn't show any reservations about it. I think she was tired of Hawkeye society as a whole and was ready to start over somewhere else.
"I know," Taylor said. "I was going to go with her. I stayed behind because I thought I should help the war effort until I realized—"
Taylor drifted off. She didn't need to finish her sentence. I could tell what she wanted to say. "I didn't know you two were that close," I said.
"We kept it pretty quiet," Taylor said softly. "We broke up when Lyra confessed where the familiars were. I was mad at her for keeping it from me, but now I've come to realize that was the wrong decision."
"And now you want to go after her?"
"My aunt says that I need to follow my heart," Taylor started. "And Lyra took it with her. I don't know if she'll have me, but I have to try."
"I think Lyra will be very glad for the company," I said. She didn't have anyone left.
"I know," Taylor said sadly. "Besides my aunt, I don't have any family left either. It's one of the things we bonded over."
Taylor looked away.
"I thought that we might be able to create a new family together."
"Do you even know where she went?"
"The west coast of Florida. Her family left her a house down there. They used to take vacations to Orlando every summer," Taylor said. "If I leave now, I can catch her. That is, if you guys don't need me here."
We did need Taylor. We needed every living body who could contribute to the war effort against the Elders. But if I was separated from Sophia, nothing could keep me from her. Not even a damn war. And I could tell just by hearing Taylor's voice, whatever she and Lyra had shared was real. Some people would call her a deserter. Not me. I knew that this war would lead everyone on different paths. "Go after her," I told Taylor. "You can save yourself from whatever happens. And I thank you for telling me and not just ditching."
"I didn't think I could leave without telling at least one person," Taylor said. "You all deserve an explanation."
"You don't need to explain," I said. "Anyone who doesn't get it hasn't been there." Taylor smiled.
"Thanks, Liam. I wish you all luck."
The curls on her back bounced as she ran away. I didn't think I'd ever see her again. In fact, I hoped not to. The more people that were far away from here, the fewer casualties there'd be when shit hit the fan. "Bro!" Jonah came hurtling in from out of nowhere. He was panting. He leaned over his knees and breathed hard when he got to me. Squeaks wasn't with him. "Fucking ancestors! What's going on now?" I complained. Couldn't get one day of peace around here. Your wife is going nutty in the square, that's what," Jonah shot at me while trying to catch his breath. "I tried to stop her, but she went full-on psycho." "What? Why?" I asked. "Mia, here," Jonah gasped. I gaped. "My ex?" "No, some random-ass bitch." "Yes, your ex," Jonah shouted. Mia had come to Hokil? That was bad news. How'd she get through Luana's shield? "She asked for sanctuary. The guards let her in," Jonah said. Hokil law states they can't turn away anyone asking for shelter, permitted they're not an enemy, and she wasn't on any of the watch lists. Whether Mia was an enemy or not was still to be seen. Did she bring the task force with her? "Nah, man, it's just her," Jonah said. "And I suggest you get to her before Sophia turns her into a shish kebab." "Jules." I yanked myself onto Julian's back. The dragon crouched down and sprang forward, launching himself into the sky. Julian tilted in midair. I pressed myself to his scales and clung on tight as he flew toward the center of town. People were holed up in their houses and hiding behind walls as fireballs soared throughout the square. In the middle of it, I spotted Mia. She danced around the fireballs and jumped from spot to spot, screaming in fear. She had a large coat wrapped around her form, the edges singed with flame. There were wild yells coming from the square that weren't Mia. Sophia was chasing her around like a fucking maniac. She flung fireball after fireball, nearly missing each time, while Mia cried out for her to stop. I didn't see Esses anywhere. Julian landed. I jumped off his back and sprinted forward, hoping I'd stop this before it was too late. Mia tripped and fell on her knees a few feet in front of Sophia. Sophia raised a tremendous fireball to deliver a killing blow. "Sophia, stop!" I shouted. I grabbed her and held her back. I almost got a fireball to the face, but Sophia held back when she saw it was me. "Let me have her," Sophia raged. "She's mine." In front of us, Mia cowered, quivering and shaking. "Soph, where's the baby?" I asked when I noticed Ava Marie was missing. "With Luana," Sophia growled. "I needed my chance to get a shot at this bitch. I ran out of the house when I heard she was in town." Tears streamed down Mia's face. She wasn't wearing any makeup. Her long hair had been cut short around her ears in a jagged fashion, and her nails were broken. Her clothes were ragged and torn, like she'd been living in the woods for weeks. I'd never seen her look so poorly. "I came alone. Just give me a few moments to speak." "You don't deserve last words," Sophia yelled. "You almost got my husband killed." Mia's lip trembled and she didn't say anything more. She dropped her coat and revealed a small bundle in her arms. My heart caught. It was a little boy, only a month or so older than Ava Marie. He had Micah's features but Mia's eyes. He squirmed in the blanket, and Sophia's eyes widened. Julian gave a surprised growl. The whimpers of a dog could be heard nearby. A canine familiar with a gem on its forehead limped out from behind a building, holding a hurt paw. It was Mia's familiar, Taryn. "We've left the elders. Micah is looking for me," Mia begged. "We need sanctuary." "Why should we give you sanctuary? You're a traitor," Sophia snarled, though her eyes lingered on the infant. Her mothering instincts were warring with her to calm down. Mia gave a sob. "If you won't accept me, take my son." Mia lifted the baby up to us. "Kill me and spare him. I don't care what happens, as long as my child lives." Taryn gave a whine, and Sophia's eye twitched. She looked like she wanted to reach out and snatch the baby out of Mia's arms. Before I stepped forward, I put a hand on Mia's arm and helped her to her feet. Why are you here, Mia? I asked. This better not be some sort of trick.
It's probably a trap. I bet her husband is setting us up, Sophia said.
Mia hiccuped.
No, Micah and I aren't married. We didn't go through with the marriage. We postponed the wedding because of the war.
She took a quivering breath.
I tried to stay with him, but Micah shook the baby. I knew if I didn't leave him, Maddie would die.
Sophia stared coldly.
That's a pretty story, but I'm not sure I believe it. You don't have to believe anything. I came here to save my son,
Mia shot at her.
Execute me if you'd like, but my son is an innocent.
The baby wiggled in her arms. Mia noticed me staring at her jagged haircut.
I had to cut it.
Mia touched the uneven ends.
So he couldn't grab it and force me to remain.
Sophia crossed her arms. She was going to say something else, but was cut off by the sound of footsteps. Wyatt skidded on scene. He stood in front of us, blocking Sophia's path to Mia.
You can't do this, he burst. It's wrong. Wyatt, get out of the way, Sophia hissed. I'll vouch for her, Wyatt offered. Anything she does while she's here, I'll take responsibility for.
Mia's eyes widened like she couldn't believe that Wyatt would offer to do such a thing. Sophia scoffed and rolled her eyes.
Please.
Fuck if she wasn't acting like Doya right now. I took Sophia by the shoulders and pulled her aside, far enough away so no one could hear us speak. Pawi, Hokil has rules. Chief Kawak wouldn't appreciate you turning the square into an execution ring. You aren't judge and jury here.
You are, Sophia burst. Mia is Toakwa, so you have precedence over her fate.
I'm not going to kill her, if that's what you're asking, I said flatly. Mia had betrayed all of us, most of all me, but though she might deserve death, I wasn't going to be the one to hand it out. All of us had been in a tough spot when we left Arenda Academy. I understood her choice, even though I couldn't forgive her for it.
You can't keep her around. She's a liability. She could be ferrying information to the elders, Sophia said.
Her son's more important than all of that. She was devoted to Micah. She wouldn't have left him if she didn't want to protect her child, I said. She's going to do whatever it takes to keep him safe.
How can we trust her? This might be some sort of trick, Sophia accused.
We can't trust her. But she needs our help.
So? We don't have any obligation to her. She had a hand in your execution, Sophia snarled.
I stared at her. Sophia, if you're okay with abandoning a single mother and an infant to the streets, you're not the woman I married.
Then we take the baby and kill her, Sophia shrugged. Problem solved.
Ancestors, has Doya gotten to you? I hissed. Do you want that baby to grow up without his mother? His father's already an asshole. Sophia flinched. She cast a look back at Mia, and though it was full of disgust, I could see her breaking. As much as she despised Mia, she couldn't take her away from her son. Sophia cared about kids too much, even kids that weren't her own, and that would always be her biggest weakness.
So we can't cast her out, and you won't throw her in jail, Sophia seethed. What do we do with her?
We offer her sanctuary, but at a price. She has to live with Wyatt so he can watch her.
Wyatt has some stupid crush on her. He's not infallible,
Sophia protested. No, but he can keep an eye on her, I pointed out, and ferry that information back to me. Sophia let out a breath.
He's in love with her. That's not going to work.
Yes, he loves her, but he's not dumb. He's loyal to me, and he knows the war effort is more important than his personal feelings. Sophia ran a furious hand through her hair.
How dumb can you be to put your faith in Mia a third time?
I'm not, which is why I'll be putting surveillance on her beyond what Wyatt can offer until I'm sure she's here for the right reasons. Sophia gave a pout.
This is a lot of work to maintain one traitor. Soph, we gave Doya a chance, I reminded her gently. Mia deserves the same treatment. That got to her. Sophia's shoulders slumped, and she muttered, "If not for that baby, I'd be frying her." Believe me, I know. We turned back to Wyatt and Mia. Wyatt had his arm around her, and Mia was still sniffling. The baby gurgled in her arms, while Taryn kept low. "Okay, here's the deal," I stated. "Mia, we can give you sanctuary, but you have to live with Wyatt. Wyatt, since you're keen to take responsibility, anything she does, you'll be held accountable for, which means taking the sentence if she commits a crime against the Resistance." "Deal," Wyatt said. He didn't even hesitate. "Thank you, Liam," Mia said. She began crying tears of relief. They hardly moved me. Her kid was the only thing that had saved her ass today. "Do you have any information you can offer to the Resistance in exchange for your safety?" I asked Mia. She shook her head. "Micah kept me out of everything. I think he knew I was going to run." "Of course," Sophia muttered. Wyatt shot her a glare. "Come on, Mia. Let's get you settled into your new home." Mia's sniffles could be heard as Wyatt guided her out of the square. I sighed. With Sophia and Mia in the same vicinity, I wasn't sure this village was big enough for the two of them. "Take it easy, sweetheart. Mind your head." Ava Marie flailed as I placed her into the bath sling in the sink. She let out a happy high note as she touched the warm water. Soap bubbles went everywhere. They fluttered into the air, and Ava Marie watched them rise, giving a wide grin. She could smile now. My stomach flip-flopped every time I watched her do it. I couldn't help a smile from spreading over my face whenever she grinned back. Ava Marie kicked her feet and smiled wider. She loved baths. She liked playing with the water. She smacked her hands down and made a loud noise, sending droplets everywhere. "You're Toaqua, aren't you?" I cooed. "Yes, you are." I knew Elementi inherited the powers of their same-sex parent, and Ava Marie would be Coigni. But hey, she had 2 generations of Toaqua in her bloodline, so fingers crossed. I put a few bubbles on her nose. She wrinkled her nose and sneezed. The movement surprised her, and her eyes grew wide. "Was that scary?" I gasped. "Don't worry. Watch." I moved my fingers, and Ava Marie's eyes sparkled as she watched water rise out of the sink, forming into tiny creatures like dragons and unicorns. Ava Marie gurgled and reached out her hands. The water animals skimmed over her fingertips. I made them dance and run up her arms. She squealed with joy. My insides stuttered. I didn't know if there'd be a time when I got tired of observing her. She was so little, but she had such a big personality. I bathed her while she played with the water animals. I heard the clicking sound of little nails. Esses skittered onto the counter, tilting his head at Ava Marie. He put a paw in to test the water. "Esses, don't you—" Too late. Esses slid into the sink. The water splashed upward and hit Ava Marie in the face. The water animals dropped. Ava Marie took a deep breath and started wailing. "You bastard," I told Esses with a sigh. He shrugged at me. At Ava Marie's whines, Esses swam over to her and patted her on the head. Her whimpers stopped, though her lip stuck out with a tremble. "It's okay, honey. It's just a little water." I poured the water over her back, and she calmed down. Meanwhile, Esses inched closer to her. He took the bubbles and made a beard around his chin before giving himself a hat. Ava Marie smiled again. Esses was one of her favorite familiars. Ava Marie ran her fingers up and down Esses's wet fur while I finished her bath. Esses scrubbed himself like he was in the shower. His tail flicked soapy water into my eye. I swore loudly and tried not to kill him. When Ava Marie was done with her bath, I wrapped her in a fluffy pink baby towel with a hood that looked like a unicorn. I swear everything people bought my daughter was pink and unicorn related. It had become some kind of theme. Esses held his arms up for me to pick him up too, but I scowled at him. Get your own towel, asshole. Esses slumped in the water and blew bubbles in disappointment. The door opened, and Jonah and Squeaks squeezed through. Isn't it my favorite girl? Jonah cried upon seeing Ava Marie. Don't you look so adorable in that pink wrap Auntie Jonah got you? Ava Marie squealed. For some reason, she thought Jonah was hilarious. She grinned and made loud sounds whenever he walked into the room. Squeaks nuzzled the blanket, and Ava Marie stroked her soft head feathers. I must be funny, huh, Ava? Jonah sang. You think Auntie Jonah's funny. Funny looking, maybe. Jonah stuck out a hip. You mind your mouth. Jonah turned on the TV, looking for a soccer game. There was some big sports thing on tonight, and everyone was coming over to watch. I opened the bedroom door, and a group of Kerbals came scampering out of it. Since Sophia had found the Kerbal group, Esses had brought over a lot of friends. My house was constantly packed with the little buggers now. The flood of Kerbals jumped onto Squeaks's back, while some of them ran to the sink to take baths. Others rummaged through the cupboards for food. It was annoying, but I didn't bark at them. Sophia liked them hanging around, and if she was happy, I was happy. A female Kerbal with brown fur and green eyes ran along the windowsill. Esses clambered out of the sink and shook the water out of his fur. He slicked his hair back and strode up to her, puffing out his chest. She preened, and Esses began singing this awful song that sounded more like noise than music. Esses's girlfriend never left. She was more or less a permanent fixture in the house. Sophia had named her Buttercup. I closed the door behind myself and set Ava Marie on the changing table. I used my powers to dry her off and put on her diaper, then went through her clothes. I held up a onesie and a pair of leggings. I got the onesie on easily enough, but that's not what I was worried about. You want to try this again? I asked. I tried to slip on the leggings, but Ava Marie flailed her legs and screamed. I sighed. Stevie, Imogen, and Jonah had done their damage and ruined pants for Ava Marie. She hated to have them on. I think she wanted her legs free. As such, she made it clear she liked the skirts and dresses she'd been gifted. I gave up and put her into a skirt that looked like a bunch of multicolored ribbons with rainbow socks. I knew she'd get the socks off one way or another, but I'd be damned if I let her get cold. It was getting warmer now, so we didn't need to bundle her up as much, but it still wasn't pleasant to deal with a baby who screamed whenever we tried to slip her into leggings. You're a little drama queen, I told her. Ava Marie cooed in what sounded like agreement. I emerged from the bedroom. By this time, Jonah was sprawled on the couch, Squeaks lying on the rug with the Kerbals all around her. Their wide eyes were planted on the screen, while Esses and his girlfriend held hands on the armchair. Sophia, Luana, and Imogen walked through the door, carrying groceries for tonight's pre-game meal. The Kerbals raced up and started going through grocery bags. Sophia smiled as she saw me carrying Ava Marie. How was she? Sophia said. Like a little angel. Hardly fussed, I said. Why can't you be like that for Mommy? Sophia teased. She nuzzled her nose to Ava's, and the baby cooed. Sophia's mood had drastically improved since yesterday. Mia had meekly agreed to all her demands. I asked Sophia what rules she'd imposed on Mia, and all she responded with was making sure she knows to stay the fuck away from us. Imogen had a sly look on her face. Sassy nosed through the bags as Imogen pulled out a clear glass jar. Luana giggled. What's that for? I asked. Sophia took the baby from me. It's a swear jar, Sophia said confidently as she bounced Ava Marie on her hip. $1 per word. We came up with it on the way to the store. Imogen laughed. Are you fucking kidding me? Liam, I don't want our daughter's first word to be fuck, Sophia said. This is the only way you'll curb the habit. I took out my wallet, shoved a 20 in the jar, and said, There, for the rest of today's fucking fucks. You only have 18 left now, Jonah said. Come on, guys, this is stupid, I whined. Sophia sighed. Liam, I'm tired of your shit. Ha! I pointed at the jar. That's a swear word. Sophia scowled and put a $1 bill in the jar. I had a feeling that swear jar was going to pay for Ava Marie's wedding by the time she was 6 months old. Ezra entered, and Jonah raised his head. Hey, man, Jonah said. Ready to watch the game? Ezra paused. He mulled his words over before he said, Maddie said she wants to talk to us. Jonah lowered the volume. All of us turned Ezra's way. What about? Sophia asked. I don't know. Ezra's face was puzzled. She said it was important. Right now? Well, okay. Who'd she want to speak to? I asked. All of us, Ezra said. She said it wouldn't take long. Jonah turned off the TV and got up. Well, let's talk to her then. Nobody objected. Maddie rarely spoke. If she wanted to speak with all of us at once, it had to be about something that couldn't wait. Sophia wrapped Ava Marie in a large baby blanket and handed her off to me. We followed Ezra out of the house and through town until he led us to a pathway that wandered into the forest. We came to a pool where a group of hippocampi were swimming and playing. Kelpies lounged on the rocky shore near the pool, watching as the hippocampi jumped out of the water to do flips and tricks. One hippocampus with zebra scales whinnied and splashed its mermaid tail at a kelpie, who shook its seaweed mane and snorted out salt water. Maddie and Drew were in the clearing, feeding the creatures. Maddie carried a basket of seaweed that she hand-fed the hippocampi with, while Drew tossed them grain. Irakari laid nearby, curled around Ace. The hellhound barked a hello, and Maddie turned to greet us. Hey, Mads, I said. What's up? Maddie smiled. Actually smiled for the first time in forever. She'd gotten some color back into her cheeks and had gained weight. She looked a lot better than she had a few weeks ago. Hey, she said. Glad you all could come. Have a seat. She gestured to the multicolored rocks clustered around the pond. I sat down. A hippocampus rose out of the water and touched her nose to Ava Marie's chest. Ava's eyes grew wide, and her fingertips lightly touched the creature. Sassy perched on top of Squeaks and Sierra on top of Sassy. Diami was nestled close by in the trees. Ezra, Jonah, Luana, and Sophia all took seats next to mine, while Drew and Maddie shared a seat across from us. It was peaceful at this pool. Maybe that was the reason why Maddie had chosen this place to break whatever news she had to offer. Maddie took a breath, and her smile faltered. I'm doing better, thanks to the support of all of you. I'm finally getting a handle on my emotions, and for the first time in a long time, I think I have control of my life again. That's great, Imogen said. I sensed my sister wasn't done. But, Maddie started, to keep getting better, my therapist said I needed to let you guys know some things, so I could move past it. Drew put a hand on her knee. She entwined her fingers with his and said, I think it's time I tell you guys what Oleander did to me at Orenda Academy. Blackness curled up and settled amongst my insides. I didn't want to know what had happened to her. It made me feel nauseous just thinking about it. Yet this wasn't about me. It was about Maddie, so I had to get a grip and be strong enough to shoulder whatever she was about to tell me. Mads, you don't have to do that, Sophia said. But Maddie shook her head. It's important. You need to know. Maddie squeezed Drew's hand again. But I'm only going to talk about this once and never again. So pay attention, because I never want to relive what I went through after today." "We're listening, sis," Ezra encouraged. "Go ahead." Maddie's face became ashen. "The truth is, they tortured Drew while we were in Oleander's custody, but they tortured me too, just in a different way." Maddie stared at the water like it was easier to talk about it while looking at the hippocampi instead of at us. "Have you guys heard of a place called Dark Island?" "No," I said. All of us wore blank faces, except for Imogen. "Dark Island?" Imogen repeated. "That's a place of exile for supernaturals." I was surprised. I didn't know such a thing existed. I guess if I racked my brain hard enough, it sounded familiar, but it wasn't something I typically thought about. "Exactly," Maddie nodded. "There's a prison there, Dark Institute for Supernatural Offenders. It's where they send the worst of the worst." "What does that have to do with—" Jonas said, but Squeaks made a noise to shush him. Maddie swallowed. "There are rumors. At the Institute, they perform experiments on the prisoners. Stuff that's highly illegal. Stuff you couldn't get away with unless you were experimenting on people that no one would notice missing." "What kind of experiments?" Imogen asked. Drew began rubbing Maddie's back. Her voice shook a little as she said, "Experiments to take away a person's magic. And Oleander performed them on me." Several people gasped. My jaw dropped open. Imogen managed to stutter out, "But that's impossible." "I don't know if it's possible or not," Maddie said. "It's unclear if a person can take away another supernatural's magic, but Oleander damn sure tried." How sickening to consider. If someone took my magic away from me permanently and then used it to make themselves stronger, I think I'd lose my mind. Next to losing my familiar, I didn't think anything could be so painful. Maddie's hands became fists. "He wanted to see if he could harness my powers for himself. He was jealous of me. He wanted to be a prophet and foretell the future. He heard the Institute was trying to transfer magic from one person to another and thought that he might succeed with my Natterai powers. That way he could foresee how to win the war." Maddie let out a cruel laugh. "He wasn't successful, anyway. Everything he tried failed. He didn't even come close." "What did he do to you?" Sophia whispered. Maddie's eye twitched. "He weakened me first by withholding food and water. He forced me to stay awake and deprived me of sleep. When I was almost certain I'd gone crazy, he took me to this chamber, fastened me down with these leather cuffs on this cold metal table so I couldn't move." Bile rose in my throat. Damn Oleander. Damn him to hell for everything he did. "He put these crystals by my head." Maddie shivered. "I'd never seen them before. They were blood red and jagged. Some sort of black liquid ran within the crevices, like smoke. I didn't know what they were, but my magic could tell there was something in them that was pure evil. I didn't think they came from nature. They came from something awful." Maddie's eyes became distant. "When he commanded the crystals to take my power, there was so much pain. It felt like my veins were on fire, like my head was going to erupt. Every part of me felt like I was getting torn to shreds. Visions raced through my head. I saw so many things, visions of the future, but I couldn't hold on to them because my body was in agony." Maddie's breaths became ragged. "Then the crystals would explode. They'd shatter into a million pieces, scattering everywhere, and the pain would stop. Oleander would get so furious, he'd demand me to tell him what I saw. I was usually too delirious to tell him. If I remembered, I'd make something up. Then he'd put 2 new crystals beside my temples, and we'd do it all over again." Drew's face was hard. By the darkness in his eyes, he was thinking of all the terrible things he could do to make Oleander suffer. Nearby, Ace gave a deadly growl. "He did this day after day." Maddie put a hand over her mouth. "It never stopped, not for weeks. I thought about taking my own life to end it, but I just couldn't. I knew if I died, Drew would too. I didn't want to give up hope. I put everything I had into believing I'd get out, and I did. Maddie straightened up. But eventually the torture slowed. I think he was running out of crystals to try on me. I knew they had to come from Dark Island. Where else would you get such wicked things? But whoever his contact was there had stopped sending them. Oleander hadn't taken me down to his chamber for 2 weeks by the time I escaped Orenda Academy. But by then, the crystals had already done their damage. I have visions nearly every day now. Imogen shifted uncomfortably. Maddie, do you think the crystals act as a trigger for your powers? I'm not sure. I think Oleander was trying to rely on them as some kind of conduit to transfer my magic into him, like transference, Maddie explained. These crystals would allow him to do that, but my powers always broke the crystals before he had a chance to try. Do you know what they are, Im? Jonah asked hopefully. All of us looked at her. Imogen frowned. I'm sorry, no. These crystals, if that's what they are strange to me. I've never heard of such a thing that can take away a supernatural's powers. Noxite can do that, but only for a short time, and it certainly can't transfer them to someone else. Dead end, then. That was never a good sign for us. Maddie stood. I won't say any more about it. I've told you guys everything you need to know. I don't think Oleander can get his hands on any more of those crystals, but if he can, you'd better be ready for it. I stood. I shifted the baby into one arm as I wrapped the other around Maddie. Thanks for telling us, Mads. I know it couldn't have been easy. It wasn't, she muffled into my shoulder. But I do feel better now, and I can finally have a chance to heal. Ava Marie squirmed against us, and my stomach dropped. There were no limits Oleander would stop at to achieve his ruthless goals. The worst thing about it was, there was magic in this world we still didn't understand. Magic Oleander could use against us to win.
Chapter 10. Sophia. Maddie's confession was a knife to the gut. I couldn't imagine what Oleander had put her through. It had to be torture to tell us the story, but she was doing so much better than she had in months. She even agreed to come over for dinner the following week. Ace belched from under the table, letting out a plume of flame. Essus slumped in his chair. He patted his full belly and copied Ace. Ava Marie startled in her bouncer.
Ace, Drew scolded. You're setting a bad example.
Buttercup jumped onto the table and grabbed Liam's cup of milk. She downed it in just a few gulps before Liam could grab the glass from her.
You little gremlin,
Liam growled. Buttercup dropped her head and fluttered her eyelashes at him. Then she let out a huge belch and scurried off into the next room. Essus' eyes brightened and he raced off behind her. Maddie snickered. It was good to hear her laugh. I think they're cute. Liam frowned and held up his empty glass like it proved something.
They're not so cute when they raid your food every chance they get.
It was true. The Kerbals who'd been hanging around had cleaned out our fridge in 2 days. Our food bill this week would have been double our usual amount if Liam's mom wasn't helping. She offered to donate food each week to feed the little critters, and was working on weaving baby blankets for each of them. Oh, but look at them, I said, gesturing to the Kerbals in the living room. Essus tackled Buttercup, and the two of them went rolling across the floor. Buttercup righted herself first and leapt on top of him, pinning him to the ground. Essus responded by nipping at her ear, then flipped her over and sat on her belly.
You think those mating rituals are cute?
Liam balked.
Essus is growing up too fast.
Those aren't mating rituals, I said. They're just playing. Buttercup started licking Essus' nose, and my familiar didn't protest. Maybe there was something to Liam's mating ritual claim. Either way, I love them, Maddie said. And so does Ava. Essus and Buttercup had stopped wrestling each other and were tickling Ava Marie's toes now. She smiled brightly and kicked her skirt. See, Liam, we have to keep them, I begged. He rolled his eyes.
As long as there's food in the cupboard when I get home.
There was enough to make this pasta, I pointed out. Which was amazing, by the way, Maddie praised. You could give Mom a run for her money. Really? I asked. The compliment meant a lot. Drew finished off his milk and wiped his lips with his napkin.
Totally. That was fantastic, Sophia.
Then we'll have to invite you over more often. I stood and started cleaning up our plates. Liam helped me wash dishes while Maddie went to hold Ava and Drew played with Buttercup. A knock came at the door and I answered it. Bane stood there, his hair in disarray. It was no longer green, but a bright, bleach blonde. He noticed me staring and quickly flattened the strands. "What is it, Pata?" I asked. Irakari was curled up not far from Julian, and she kept throwing glances at Bane's hair.
It's about the Azaimperiai.
He held up the tomahawk. Since I'd failed to get it to work, it had been in his possession, as we hoped it would help him with his research. Liam came up behind me.
Come in.
Maddie and Drew noticed Bane's hair immediately, and they both went silent.
What is it?
Bane asked innocently.
Professor?
Drew started timidly.
Did an Anachi creature crap in your hair?
Bane cleared his throat.
Not really my color, is it? Had to bleach the green out. You could just cut it,
Liam suggested.
I suppose I could, he said. Though I have to say, Eleanor seems to like it like this. I might keep it for a while. Ancestors,
Liam mumbled under his breath. What is it you found, Pata? I asked quickly. I gestured to the living room and we all took a seat. Maddie played with Ava on the floor and Buttercup snuggled in Drew's lap. Bane took a deep breath.
I haven't found much, I'm afraid. That is why I've come. I fear I may need to return to the temple to conduct more research.
I gaped at him. He couldn't go back. The temple was a death trap. What is it you expect to find there? I asked.
See these runes?
Bane pointed to the symbols along the side of the Azaimperiai.
I've gone through every text I own, and I'm unable to translate them. I thought perhaps there's a translation in the temple somewhere.
But there's nothing left of the room you found it in, I protested. I didn't want anyone going back to that temple. Both he and Liam had nearly died the last time they'd been there.
Can I see?
Liam asked, holding out his hand. Bane handed him the tomahawk.
I realize that, Sophia, but there has to be something. This wouldn't be part of the prophecy if we weren't able to use it.
Liam's brow furrowed as he looked over the runes.
These have to be instructions. But you're right, I haven't seen these symbols before either. They look Hawkeye, but I don't recognize any of them.
Let me see, Maddie suggested. She looked over the symbols, but her expression mirrored her brother's. I don't get it either. It's nothing Dad ever taught us. How fluent are you two in Hawkeye runes? I asked, as Maddie handed the tomahawk over to Drew.
Pretty fluent,
Liam said.
I was taught the runes for my chief training, but the others weren't. Dad kept scrolls in his office, and now and then Maddie would sneak them out and we'd translate them. It was like a game to us.
Exactly, she said. A puzzle. All of us, Liam, Ezra, and I, got really good at it. So it's something that wasn't in the scrolls, I theorized.
I don't know.
Liam hesitated.
I've never run across Hawkeye symbols I couldn't translate. I think I understand this,
Drew said. All eyes turned to him, and his spine straightened. He cleared his throat.
Not the runes, he quickly explained. But I think I know why you can't read them. Well, Liam prodded, eyebrows raised. Drew twisted the tomahawk around in his hands. Your father's scrolls, the ones you learned to read on. Those were Tawakwa scrolls, right?
Yes, Maddie answered.
So you only know Tawakwa symbols, Drew stated.
A crease appeared between Liam's eyebrows.
What do you mean, Tawakwa symbols? All houses use the same Hawkeye language.
Drew shook his head.
Or so you believe. When I was a kid, I found a Kowigni scroll in my grandmother's attic. It belonged to a very distant relative who served on the Kowigni Council ages ago. What's your point?
Liam asked.
Drew cleared his throat and hurried to say, Well, I did some translating of my own as a kid, and the Kowigni scrolls contained some secret symbols.
Maddie tilted her head at him. You're saying Kowigni created a secret language to hide messages?
Exactly,
Drew said.
So, can you translate this?
Bane asked. Drew shook his head and handed the Azaimperiai back to Bane.
Sorry, but these symbols aren't Kowigni. Then what are they? They're...
Liam cut off as he realized the answer. Anachi, I finished for him. Anachi must have developed their own language, a derivative of Hawkeye like the Kowigni did. Bane looked flustered.
Well, I don't know how to translate Anachi symbols.
A smirk fell across my face. Then it's a good thing we know someone who does. My heart beat frantically as Liam, Bane, and I left the house. Maddie and Drew offered to stay behind to watch Ava Marie as we went to find answers. Part of me was scared about them. Another part of me was excited we were moments away from knowing how to use the Azaimperiai. Moments away from an answer to winning this war. The Kawak house featured traditional Anachi architecture, but it was bigger than many of the other huts in town. It was made of tall sticks with thatched roofing, but had modern touches like a porch light and ornate glass windows. Essis scurried ahead of us and knocked on Chief Kawak's door before the rest of us had reached it. His fists were so tiny he barely made a noise. We stepped up to the door and I knocked loudly. A few moments later, Chief Kawak answered. I could see Luana behind him on the couch, weaving a colorful blanket. She stiffened when she saw us in the doorway. Though their house had a traditional Anachi appearance, the inside looked modern, with hardwood floors, a TV on the wall, and overhead lighting.
Sophia,
Chief Kawak said brightly.
How may I help you?
I held the tomahawk out to him. It's the Azaimperiai, Chief. We were wondering if you could translate the runes. He took the tomahawk gently from my hands and eyed it, like it was a precious piece of gold.
These are Hawkeye symbols. We believe they may be secret Anachi symbols,
Bane said.
Do you happen to know what they say?
Chief Kawak gestured us inside.
I'm a bit rusty, but I may be able to help. Come in.
The three of us stepped inside. Luana set down her project and moved over on the couch. Essis immediately bounced on the back of the couch and started chasing Sierra around. She fluttered her wings at him and raced around the room as if daring him to catch her. Chief Kawak's companion, a large white jaguar with blue stripes, sat curled by the fire looking content. Everything okay? Luana asked. I briefly explained to her what was going on. Pata can help, I'm sure of it, she signed confidently. We all went quiet as Chief Kawak inspected the symbols. He ran his fingers along the indents delicately. The crease between his eyebrows deepened the longer he stared. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat.
Any clues as to what it says?
Liam asked. Chief Kawak narrowed his eyes at the runes, like it'd help him read it better.
You're sure this is the Azaimperiai?
Bane nodded firmly.
Certain.
Chief Kawak knitted his brow. We haven't been able to use it, though, I stated. My stomach sank the longer he stared at it. We thought the runes might be instructions. Chief Kawak took a deep breath, then dropped his shoulders.
I'm afraid not.
Bane looked positively puzzled.
Then what do they say?
Chief Kawak handed the tomahawk back to Bane.
The closest translation would be, the spirit of Anachi thrives.
Liam and I exchanged a glance, but it was me who spoke. What does that mean?
It was a saying the Anachi used in the last war,
Chief Kawak explained.
It was a sort of motto, meant to bring them hope when we were being slaughtered. It meant no matter what happened to us, Anachi would live on.
Well, it has to be some sort of clue, Liam insisted.
I'm not sure it is.
Chief Kawak sighed.
I'm afraid these runes are nothing more than decoration.
So, we're stuck at another dead end? I asked. Chief Kawak looked uncertain, but sad.
I'm very sorry. I would like us to figure this out as much as anyone, but much of our knowledge on these matters has been lost.
I will continue my research, Bane promised. We'll figure this out. He was cut off by the sound of Essis' squeal. Sierra fluttered above my head, and Essis screamed as he jumped onto the couch to chase after her. He leapt onto the back of my neck and used it to kick himself upward in an attempt to catch the Luna moth. His tiny little claws dug into me and caught on the spirit totem string around my neck. As he went soaring off of me, he pulled the string with him, nearly choking me with it. "Ow, Essis!" I cried. He rolled onto the ground behind the couch and shook his head. I rubbed the back of my neck where he'd scratched it and pulled the spirit totem from under my shirt to readjust it. When I pulled my fingers away from my stinging neck, I saw a light line of blood. "Let me help," Luana offered. She placed a hand over the scratch on my neck and quickly healed me. As I started to put the spirit totem back under my shirt, she grabbed my wrist to stop me. "What?" I asked, shooting her a quizzical expression. Luana eyed the spirit totem carefully. "Those runes, they look the same as the ones on the Azaimperiai." I looked down to the spirit totem and realized she was right. I always took them to be decorative, but it wouldn't hurt to find out what they said.
What did she say?
Bane asked, unable to follow along with her quick signing. I pulled the spirit totem over my head. Essis had perched on the couch again and was gently stroking the area where he'd scratched me. Luana pointed out these runes look the same as the ones on the tomahawk, I translated. Chief, could you tell us what they say?
I can try.
Kawak reached out to take the spirit totem from my hands. Beside me, Liam and Bane held their breath. The runes were much smaller on the spirit totem. Chief Kawak had to grab a pair of reading glasses to see them. We waited several minutes in silence as he twisted the totem around in his fingers.
What do you think it says?
Liam asked me quietly. I shook my head. No idea. But it's from the ancestors, which means it's probably important. I found myself holding my breath. Even Essis was as still as could be behind me. Finally, Chief Kawak spoke.
My translation isn't perfect, but it seems to say...
He hesitated, as if searching for the right words. Liam was practically sitting on the edge of his seat by now. Chief Kawak cleared his throat.
The best I can tell, it says, should the child of fire...
He trailed off.
No, that's not right. Should the Kowigni child accept her fate, an innocent soul must be
He contemplated the translation of the next rune.
Must be freely given. The tribe will be reborn with the Chosen One's greatest sacrifice.
I gasped. I'd gone completely speechless. Chief Kawak repeated the translation, sounding confident in it this time.
Should the Kawigni child accept her fate, an innocent soul must be freely given. The tribe will be reborn with the Chosen One's greatest sacrifice.
Liam's eyes went wide.
Does that sound like...
Like the final prophecy piece? I finished for him. Absolutely.
Wait,
Bane said, slow on the uptake.
You think this is the prophecy Shawana gave to Anachi?
It fits, doesn't it? I pointed out, feeling hope surge through my chest. We may not be closer to using the Azaimperiai, but we were closer to ending this war. It makes perfect sense, I cried, shooting to my feet. Luana nodded in agreement as I signed for her. Anachi had lost their peace, I said. The ancestors sent the spirit totem to me, not just because they chose me as a spirit warrior, but because they knew I needed this message. We needed it. I ran the Anachi piece back over in my mind. There was a deep message there. Something the ancestors wanted me to hear. I wasn't sure what it was yet. Since I'd known for almost 2 years I'd have to give my life for the tribe. Shawana had told me so when I contacted her in the temple on Ancestors' Day. She'd said I'd have to give up the very life I cherished. This prophecy reiterated that. I'd save the tribe through my greatest sacrifice. So where was the message Shawana wanted me to hear? My breath stalled in my chest when it hit me. Never before had Shawana put it in those words. An innocent soul must be given. Problem was, I wasn't innocent. But I knew who was.
What's wrong, Pawi?
Liam asked as we got ready for bed that night. He whispered quietly, as Ava Marie was already asleep in her crib. I folded a receiving blanket and couldn't meet his gaze. The wording of the prophecy had been eating away at me since we'd returned home. I wanted to convince myself I was interpreting the prophecy wrong, but I couldn't come up with an alternative explanation. My gaze drifted over to Ava Marie, where she lay silently in her crib. She was so precious, so beautiful. I knew exactly what the ancestors wanted. The prophecy spoke of an innocent soul, and she was the only innocent soul I knew. Giving up Ava Marie would be a far greater sacrifice than giving my own life. I'd give myself up for her 1,000,000 times over, and it would never be enough to fulfill this prophecy. I couldn't bear the thought that my suspicions might be true. Just considering it made my lungs seize up. I thought I might puke. Liam came up behind me and ran a finger over my skin beneath the strap of my nightgown. He pressed his warm lips to the back of my neck.
You're awfully quiet.
I set the receiving blanket aside and turned to him. It's nothing, I lied. I quickly corrected myself, knowing I couldn't hide my feelings from him anymore. We'd moved past that long ago. I sighed. Truth is, I'm worried about what the spirit prophecy says. I didn't voice my real concerns. If he knew what I was thinking, he'd lose his shit. Liam took my face in his hands and pressed his lips to mine. My heart lifted, and he held the kiss for a long time. When he finally pulled away, he'd gone breathless.
It scares me too,
he admitted.
I know what I signed up for when I fell in love with the Chosen One, but I don't want to lose you, Soph.
I sniffled. I opened my mouth to say something, to tell him the ancestors had no intention of taking me from him. But I couldn't manage to choke the words out. How could I say something like this out loud? I was still trying to give myself permission to explore the possibility. It didn't seem real. I don't want to lose any of you, I whispered. That was all I got out before I choked up again. Tears began to well in my eyes.
Pawi.
Liam lifted my chin to get me to look into his eyes.
We'll figure something out, I promise. Prophecies always have loopholes, right?
Not this one, I tried to say, but I couldn't. I coughed, and Ava Marie stirred in her crib. I took Liam's hand. Let's talk about this in another room. Liam followed me across the hall into Imogen's old room. All her belongings had been removed, but the furniture and bedding was still there. Liam and I sat on the bed. Look, Liam, I started. The thing is... He squeezed my hand, cutting me off.
I get it, Soph. You're scared. There's not a day goes by that I'm not terrified too.
This is different, I said.
I know.
His voice cracked. When I looked him in the eyes, tears beaded on his lower lid.
And I'm not ready for the ancestors to take you from me. I never will be.
Liam, Liam cut me off by swooping in for a kiss. He reached his hand up to cradle the back of my neck. It was so warm and comfortable in his arms. It was like, in that moment, nothing could hurt us. Not this war, not this prophecy. Nothing. And I liked it like that. But we had to talk about this. Liam, I said, but he silenced me with another kiss. His hand traveled down my back, then cupped my ass as he dragged me on top of him.
Shh, Pawi. I don't want to talk about it right now. I just want this moment with you.
I couldn't argue. How could I drop this bomb on him right now when we could share this beautiful moment together instead? Long after we had reached our physical limits and continued to push them, we fell onto the mattress beside each other, panting. I stared up at the ceiling, feeling so in love. Behind my force field in our little slice of heaven, nothing could hurt our family. Not tonight, at least. I just wished I could protect us forever. But in my heart, I knew I couldn't. I could pretend for the rest of tonight, but tomorrow, I'd have to tell Liam what I knew was the truth. I had a choice to make. The prophecy demanded I give up an innocent soul and make the greatest sacrifice a mother could. There was no turning back. To save the lives of thousands, to save the tribe, Ava Marie would have to die. Yet how could I seriously consider sacrificing the child I loved? The thought was so unbearable, it felt like my insides were being ripped out piece by piece through a hole in my chest. When I thought of giving up Ava Marie, my immediate response was to damn the tribe to hell. She was a baby. She had no part in this. She'd done nothing, and the Hawkeye were guilty. Yet there were other innocent Hawkeye children, families who'd never harmed anyone. Could I sacrifice all the other infants in the tribe, all the other children who could have a future, just so my daughter could live? Yes, I thought immediately. But the answer was as unbearable as the alternative. I didn't feel there was a right choice I could make. Little ones had to die, either my own child or thousands of others. If only I could lay my life down for my daughters, like I had once before. I was willing and able. I would gladly die so she could live. But the ancestors didn't want me. They asked for her. The choice was in my hands. Ava Marie or the tribe. I couldn't save them both. But I knew, losing either, it would ruin me.